Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 376, The Death of the Crown Prince. Time, June 28, New Divine Calendar 314, morning. Location, Habs Empire, Bosnia Province, Sara City. It was a grand welcoming ceremony. Starting from the semicircular city gate of Sara City, colorful banners were unfurled, their large, golden characters welcoming the visitors. The stone-paved road was spotless, lined with people, all led by nobles and gentlemen in suits. Along the main street, the dense crowd stretched to the horizon, as if the entire city of Sara had been gathered there. Many people held up wooden signs or unfurled banners, displaying various welcoming messages. Only when a sponge sports magical sedan drove in from the end of the road did cheers erupt like a tidal wave. Inside the sedan, besides the driver, were two people, a man and a woman, both elegantly dressed. The man was about 40 years old, with meticulously groomed black hair and a neatly trimmed, slightly upturned mustache. He had a long, narrow face, sharp eyes, and a faint smile playing on his lips. He held a hat in his hand, waving it occasionally. Even when they reached the city gate, where a clearly distinguished middle-aged nobleman approached, the magic-powered carriage didn't stop, only slowing down slightly. The man sat there arrogantly, smiling and nodding, showing no intention of getting up. His posture made the newcomer's expression unpleasant, his smile becoming somewhat forced. Beside the man, however, an elegant noblewoman exchanged a few words with him, her face beaming. This noblewoman sported the latest trend of voluminous curls, her eyes bright and innocent, her smile generous, and her demeanor graceful. Her smile softened the newcomer's expression considerably. However, since the magic-powered carriage didn't stop, they could only exchange a few words before crossing the city gate and entering Sara City. Even here, the man merely raised his hat and waved casually, which was his response. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. As the eldest son of Hohenzollern III and the crown prince of the Habsburg Empire, he was destined to inherit the throne. But just a few hundred meters into the street, a dark gun barrel emerged from the crowd. Bang! A gunshot, seemingly insignificant amidst the cheers, was like a thunderclap, startling countless people. Fortunately, the magical car had built-in protection. A circular shield instantly rose, deflecting the bullet. But this was only the beginning. The gunshot seemed like a signal. Countless gun barrels appeared in an instant. The glowing magical runes were inconspicuous in the sunlight, but the continuous gunfire was deafening. The magical shield shattered completely after only a moment. However, the ring on the crown prince's finger lit up again, erecting another aquamarine shield. This shield was clearly water magic, significantly weakening the bullet's kinetic energy. The bullet, upon entering it, rapidly slowed down until it froze in midair. At this moment, the driver reacted quickly, flooring the accelerator, and the car surged forward. The guards behind also reacted. Countless royal knights charged forward, many carrying special artifacts, drawing magical shields to form a shield wall. Many more focused on the assassins around them, some throwing javelins, some unleashing aura slashes, and some leaping up to pounce. Of course, some also drew magical firearms, beginning to snipe at the assassins. It wasn't that their reaction was slow, but the event was simply too sudden. Moreover, this was, after all, a welcoming ceremony. There were too many people. The moment the gunfire rang out, cheers turned to screams, and order turned to fleeing. The scene descended into complete chaos. Their movements were swift, and their attacks sharp, but in the midst of the surging crowd, few attacks landed accurately on the assassins, many were accidentally wounded. And because of these accidental wounds, the scene became even more chaotic. At this moment, the truly powerful ones also moved out. A surge of fiery battle aura erupted as a powerful scourge warrior, wielding a knight's sword, strode through the air. But his arrival was swift, and his return even faster. In mid-air, a golden fist appeared, 3 meters in height, its skin texture clearly visible. Then, the scourge knight was sent flying by the punch. This was a 9th ring spell, Big B's Vajra Fist. On a distant high-rise, a fourth-tier mage in robes appeared. With a flick of his wand, the fist shifted direction, slamming down another berserker who held a shield. The combat strength of Scourge mages has always been unpredictable. It's not that they lack resources, but rather that they possess an overwhelming number. If they are well prepared, for example, possessing powerful spell scrolls, items, or setting up magic arrays, their combat prowess is formidable. They can even challenge legendary figures. Like the one before them, the combination of various magical feats and the preparation of spellcasting materials resulted in the Big B Vajra Fist that could simultaneously overwhelm several fourth-tier powerhouses. Yet, their battle was merely a fragment of chaos. An assassin appeared out of thin air, a short blade gleaming with dark battle aura. With a single slash, it tore open the azure shield. But the next second, a warrior radiating dark golden battle aura descended from the sky, carrying a tower shield as thick as a wall, blocking the dark blade. The blade sliced across the shield with the smoothness of a knife through butter, directly creating a gash. It was hard to imagine how sharp this blade was. Unfortunately, it was ultimately too short to completely tear through the thick tower shield. The fourth-tier warrior, carrying the tower shield, unleashed a burst of power from his leg muscles, took a step forward, and sprinted. In a mere instant, he had managed to escape the battlefield, battling the fourth-tier assassin. In the distance, a fierce aura slash, like a raging storm, tore through the air, seemingly about to completely engulf the street. From the ground, a ball of icy light rose, as if freezing space itself, enveloping the aura slash. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth, sending dust plumes down. Someone had actually fired a cannon from a distance. The one who fired was undoubtedly a master. The cannonball was precisely aimed at the rear of the magic-powered sedan. Just as it was about to shatter into pieces, a sword light suddenly rose, carrying incredibly sharp aura, splitting the cannonball in two. However, the two halves of the cannonball still exploded in midair. Countless fragments scattered in all directions, turning the surrounding people and houses into sieves. Amidst the crackling sounds, dust and blood mist mingled, a truly gruesome sight. Wherever the swordsman was, a magical barrier rose first, then countless sword lights rose and fell, transforming into a sky full of sword shadows, blocking all the shrapnel. However, he dared not move rashly, because in the distance, it seemed that more cannonballs were aimed at this position. Without him, the magic-powered car seemed to have lost its last line of defense. The brick-paved ground suddenly cracked open, and a figure sprang directly from the ground. In his hands were two exaggeratedly designed magic-powered guns, the muzzles of which were as thick as cannon barrels. Illuminated magic runes clung to the crystals, and two armor-piercing bullets, as thick as a baby's arm, were about to be fired. These exclusive magic-powered guns were already considered deformed. Their power was undoubtedly enormous, but the recoil was extremely exaggerated. In fact, every firing might be a one-shot deal. The bullet would be fired, and the barrel would explode. But for the assassin, one shot was enough. Under the hood, the assassin's face was completely covered, only his eyes, scarlet eyes filled with hatred, fanaticism, and excitement. At this moment, inside the magic-powered sedan, the crown prince's face was extremely grim, yet he remained remarkably calm. Beside him, the noblewoman produced a rhombus-shaped crystal pendant, as if about to crush it at any moment. At that very instant, a roar echoed from the distant sky, "You're courting death." The sound alone seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Those caught in the throes felt as if they had been struck on the head. Those with greater strength managed to maintain their balance, while the weaker ones clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Then, on the horizon, within the clouds, it appeared as if a vast, azure sea was surging forth. The foremost wave seemed to form countless war horses, galloping wildly, like 1,000 knights charging on a battlefield. This was legendary. How could the crown prince travel without the protection of a legendary powerhouse? But the next second, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and a sulphurous abyssal power spread, transforming into pitch-black clouds that blocked the galloping war horses. From the shadows, a terrifying figure slowly rose. He had 6 arms, each wielding a long sword, and an overwhelming sense of oppression descended. Someone had summoned a demon lord from the bottomless abyss, a 6-armed serpent demon. In the next instant, the battle between the legendary powerhouse and the lesser demon lord erupted. The sky was completely covered by azure and black power as the two clashed, their roars seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, the assassin finally pulled the trigger. A meter-long jet of flame erupted from the exaggerated barrel, firing countless rounds that engulfed the entire magic-powered car. The assassin was slammed to the ground by the powerful recoil, his arms twisted irregularly, white bones protruding. Blood trickled from his mouth, his eyes beginning to glaze over. With this one strike, he was the first to die. The power of this attack was undeniable, the azure shield shattered instantly. However, the crystal noblewoman had crushed Rose up in a diamond-shaped crystal shield around them, blocking the remaining fragments. Who knew how many trump cards someone of their status possessed? But at that very moment, the crown prince seemed to sense something amiss. He looked down slightly and was horrified to find a hole in his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but when he turned his head again, he saw his wife, the noblewoman, lying on the ground. She too had a bloody hole in her forehead, her eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business. In her hand lay the small, crushed crystal. In that instant, he suddenly understood. He understood that a true master of firearms was lying in ambush all around. His timing was impeccable. Magic has its rules. Unless there's a special design, defensive spells must be cast one by one. Simply put, the crystal shield can only be activated after the azure shield breaks. Even if it's by a tiny margin, the order must be followed. Otherwise, the later shield will conflict with the earlier spell, easily causing the spell to fail. For these sealed spells, this means they lose their effect. For their instant cast items, this is an extremely short gap. But someone anticipated this gap, firing 2 shots in quick succession, delivering bullets into their bodies after the azure shield shattered and before the crystal shield could rise. And then, they died. Their deaths were somewhat hasty, but that's reality. No matter how high your position, how many treasures you possess, a single oversight can lead to your demise. At that very moment, in the chaotic crowd, one person slightly raised their head. As if making a final confirmation, they quickly lowered their head again, and when they turned around, their appearance had changed. The original person was ordinary in dress, appearance, and build, the kind of person you'd easily lose in a crowd. In a single turn, he transformed into a gaunt nobleman, top hat and a gentleman's suit. He looked like an ordinary person who had stumbled into a battlefield, fleeing in panic, plunging into a nearby alley and desperately trying to escape. No one cared about the lives of ordinary people, but the lives of nobles were highly valued. It wasn't that no one noticed him, it was just that his attire led them to believe he was a local nobleman. When they attacked, they more or less avoided him, and although he appeared frantic, his movements were incredibly agile, his figure always concealing himself in his flashes. Only after he disappeared into the chaotic battlefield did someone discover the dead crown prince and princess. The crown prince is dead, Grand Duke Franz and his wife are dead. The piercing screams echoed across the noisy battlefield, seemingly possessing an incredible magic, freezing even the fiercest fighting in that moment. Then, all eyes converged on the magically powered car, gazing at the two already fallen. At that moment, some felt as if the sky had fallen, their expressions shifting from frozen to disbelief, then from disbelief to collapse, and finally to desperate madness. Others, however, were gripped by immense elation, as if they had accomplished some unattainable mission, trembling with fear. The next instant, the battle erupted again. But unlike before, one side chose to flee. They were assassins, having succeeded in their attack, they naturally sought to escape to distant lands. The other side, however, relentlessly pursued and fought, disregarding their own lives, willing to exchange wounds for wounds, determined to capture them completely. These people, whether openly or covertly, were all hand-picked guards, their duty to protect the crown prince. But now, the crown prince was dead, and they were still alive. Without a second thought, they knew what they were about to face. The people's scorn, the cabinet's condemnation, the royal family's punishment, the history book's condemnation. Even their own inner remorse. The moment the crown prince died, they were finished. Perhaps all they could do was avenge the crown prince, kill these assassins, and at least lessen their guilt. The madness they displayed at this moment was no acting. Even the legendary powerhouse in the sky had gone berserk, his azure battle aura surging forth like a madman, unleashing wave after wave of terrifying tsunamis, aiming to tear the lesser demon lord, the six-armed serpent demon, to shreds. Of course, the six-armed serpent demon was no pushover either. Its 6 arms wielded 6 abyssal battle blades, dense abyssal power coalescing into streaks of black light, a frenzied counterattack, attempting to shatter everything in its path. Their battle was so intense it seemed to tear the heavens apart, The violent collisions created spiderweb-like cracks that continued to spread. Every now and then, splashes of azure battle ore would fall, or abyssal blade light would tear the earth apart. Nasrur City seemed to have become a painting. Wherever the aftershocks passed, they either left deep ravines or were simply erased. The exact number of casualties was impossible to calculate. This was the terror of legends, a combat power that shouldn't exist in the prime material plane. But no matter how fierce their fighting, no matter how devastating the losses, it couldn't conceal one thing: Archduke Franz was dead. The crown prince of the empire, the next emperor, the son of Emperor Hohenzollern III, died here. The chaos and impact caused by this were, at present, only a glimpse of what was happening. Time, July 5th, New Divine Calendar 314. Location, Norman Duchy, Flower Territory, Brussels City, Lion Castle, 2nd floor, study. Roy looked at the intelligence report in his hand, then at the information from various sources on his desk. His expression was grim, anxious, yet also strangely relieved. As the saying goes, in a world with magic, news can travel very slowly or very quickly. It all depends on the importance of the news and whether it will attract enough attention. The death of the Crown Prince was the most significant event, and within just 6 or 7 days, news of what happened in the southeast of the empire had reached him. There were messages from the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group in Auckland, urgent letters from Baron Miller, news from Grand Duchess of Fra, and countless discussions in Siren Harbor. Now, it was no longer just a matter for Sarah City, even many subsequent details had been revealed. For example, the organizers of this assassination were actually Serbs active in the Balkans. Their leader was none other than Galino Principal, already known as the King Assassin. He was a powerful magic gunslinger who created the chaos and, in the chaos, assassinated the Crown Prince and his wife. Everyone believed that he was a Serb prince, the sole legitimate heir to the former Kingdom of Bosnia, and possessed unparalleled influence in the Balkans. Of course, ultimately, the Serbian revival front he led was just a small force, incapable of possessing legendary-level figures, much less so of having so many powerful beings capable of surviving natural disasters. Therefore, almost everyone believed that the Serbian revival front was backed by some powerful empire. For example, the Bonaparte Empire, or perhaps the Slavic Empire. Update. Chapter 377, He is Him. In the world of Herka, the old continent is undoubtedly the cradle of civilization, deserving the title of ancient. From the ancient, barbaric era, recorded history includes the struggle between dragons and giants, the coexistence of elves and dwarves, the chaos of 100 races, and the rise of humanity. The same land, yet home to different races, different beliefs, a complex pantheon, and numerous gods, each taking their turn on the stage, a truly vibrant scene. It can be said that this land has seen countless protagonists. However, perhaps because there are so many protagonists, so many heroes, and even instances of mortals ascending to godhood, a single extraordinary figure capable of unifying the old continent has never appeared. Take the Habsburg Empire, for example. Before unification, it consisted of over 1,700 small tribes and minor kings, a chaotic mess. It wasn't until the Hohenzollern family emerged, conquering east and west, bestowing titles upon nobles, that a unified flag flew over this land. Of course, this unification still occurred at varying times. Some, under the empire's preferential policies, had long forgotten their former rulers and become the most legitimate citizens of the empire. Those who remained obstinate, however, were subjected to continuous attacks from the empire. Those who deserved extermination were exterminated, and those whose ties were severed were cut off. The empire's methods have always been a combination of kindness and severity. The benefits offered are plentiful, so plentiful that you'll be overwhelmed with them, like the Flower Clan, where the support and benefits far surpass what 500,000 gold tires could buy. But once something is amiss, the killings are ruthless. The empire's last expansion was in the Balkans decades ago. This region originally belonged to the Kingdom of Bosnia, its main ethnic group being Serbs, ruled by the Princip family. Because of its abundant natural resources, including vast amounts of wilderness stone and various mineral deposits, it was crucial for the empire's development of its magical energy industry. However, the Princip family's rule was relatively lenient. Both nobles and commoners enjoyed extremely high loyalty. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Bosnia maintained good relations with the Slavic Empire to the east of the continent. One side sought a powerful ally, a powerful backer. The other aimed to extend the empire's reach to the western part of the continent, requiring allies. The two sides quickly reached an agreement, enjoying a long honeymoon period. Therefore, while the empire was willing, it dared not easily provoke war. It wasn't until internal turmoil within the Slavic Empire prevented it from attending to its western allies that the Habsburg Empire decisively intervened. The imperial army rapidly assembled and stormed into the Kingdom of Bosnia, giving the Princip family little chance to react, sweeping all the way to the capital, Sara. Thus, the Kingdom of Bosnia faced annihilation, its territory forcibly divided into two provinces of the empire. The largest part, along with a piece carved from the empire's mainland, forms the current largest industrial center of the empire, the Ruhr industrial region. Here, countless factories are built daily, and various new magical machines are constantly being born, improved, and tested in the market. Simultaneously, it is the center of the empire's mining, metallurgy, and foundry industries. If the Habs Empire was the pioneer of magical energy industry on the Old World, then the Ruhr industrial region was its industrial jewel. Its importance is undeniable. The empire invested an almost exaggerated amount of manpower, financial resources, and policy support there. The present-day Bosnia province, however, is only a small fraction of the original Kingdom of Bosnia. Moreover, because the best policies and benefits were monopolized by the Ruhr industrial region, this region naturally lagged far behind. Furthermore, it was the core settlement of the Serbs, home to the largest number of former nobles and remnants of the old regime. Thus, the Serb Restoration Front was established, fighting to restore the freedom and rights of the Serbs and rebuild the banner of the Kingdom of Bosnia. In addition, when the empire conquered the capital city of Sara, to eliminate future threats, it carried out a brutal purge of the Princip family. Almost the entire Princip family perished. Only one infant prince was rescued and disappeared without a trace until his reappearance, where he became the symbol of the Serb rebellion. Carlino Princip, sometimes called the last prince of the Serbs, the leader of the revival front. And you know what? In the Balkans, this title is incredibly effective, attracting the covert support of countless old nobles and the allegiance of young Serbs. All of this has created instability in Bosnia province, and despite the empire sending numerous governors, it hasn't been very effective. This time, the crown prince's visit was actually to stabilize the situation. Although he appeared arrogant, the support policies, funds, and several large projects he brought were genuine. For Bosnia province, this was naturally good news. But probably no one expected that someone would use this opportunity to set a trap. The crown prince is dead. The first in line to the throne of the Habsburg Empire, the emerging hegemon of the old world and an industrial powerhouse, is dead. No one knows what will happen next, but anyone with a bit of insight understands that a bloodbath is imminent. Of course, even in the midst of chaos, it won't affect Flower territory for the time being. What Roy is truly concerned about is something else entirely. Inside the study, Luoye sat behind his desk, circling the name of the assassin king, Galino Princip, on the intelligence report with a quill pen. He circled it again and again, muttering to himself, "It can't be you, it shouldn't be you, right, but why do I keep feeling like this is you, Galino Princip, the last prince of the Serbs, or perhaps, I should call you Teacher Gary Mills, damn it, this awful feeling, why the hell do I have this feeling?" The old world was vast, with millions of people, and countless people went missing due to hardship. Many more were hunted by enemies, vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. Logically, from any perspective, Luoye had no evidence to prove that this Galino Princip was the same person as Gary Mills. But intuition doesn't require evidence or reason, it's just a flash of insight. And, as long as he accepted this identity, Luoye felt that everything that had happened seemed to make sense. Why did Gary Mills flee in such a panic? Loy only needed to pick up Lady Linda, so why was the vampire Marcus the first to attack, and then why was he pursued by a legendary figure? The Red Dragon Virgil said the pure blood Marcus was driven to desperation. But shouldn't everyone fear death? That kind of spell to summon the progenitor is ultimately a sacrificial ritual, the sacrifice being one's own soul and life. How much hatred must that pure blood Marcus have to be willing to be so ruthless to himself? Perhaps his mission was to bring Lady Linda back no matter what, to threaten and coerce Gary Mills. Add to that his exquisite marksmanship. Loy didn't know if others could do it, but Gary Mills could. The more Loy considered it, the more he felt that it was him. But Loy also knew clearly that it couldn't be him. What Serbian revival front? In the end, it was just a tool for some people to achieve their goals, and Prince Galeno was merely a flag raised at the forefront. The summoned Lesser Demon Lord, the six-armed serpent demon, the numerous powerful warriors capable of holding their own against the Imperial Royal Guard, the reckless assassins and death squads, the powerful magical firearms and even magical cannons, these were far beyond the capabilities of the small Serbian revival front. There must be a powerful force supporting this. This assassination must have been premeditated and prepared for a long time. He couldn't fathom the depths of this situation, but he secretly suspected that the Bonaparte Empire and the Slavic Empire were definitely involved. Otherwise, who could command figures like the 13 vampire clans and the legendary vampire Grand Duke? With a deep sigh, Loy suppressed these troubling thoughts. He tossed the documents on the table and murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Professor Gary, you must survive." Loy knew that protecting Lady Linda was the limit. There was nothing more he could do. Moreover, the storms this incident has caused are still brewing. What he now has to face is how the small boat of Flower Territory can survive in this tsunami. Ring ring. Luo Yi rang the copper bell, and the crisp sound came out. The door of the study was pushed open, and Mira Greenman walked in. Loy was taken aback when she saw her. "It's you? Where's Butler Hoover?" Mira, dressed in a butler's uniform tailored to her size, bowed slightly and said, "Butler Hoover isn't feeling well, so I'm filling in for him for a few days. Your Excellency, please rest assured, I've been learning from him for a long time and I can handle it." Upon hearing this, Loy stood up immediately, her face showing undisguised urgency. "What's wrong with old Hoover? Is he sick, or just exhausted?" Lady Linda said he's exhausted. "He's been incredibly busy these past 6 months with your wedding. Now that the wedding is over, he's relaxed and can't keep up." "Then what are you standing here for? Come on, let's go see him," Loy said, walking towards the study door, still complaining. "He didn't even tell me about this." "Really?" Then she looked at Mira and asked, "But old Hoover is resting, so why are you filling in? Have you finished all your work? Financial matters are concentrated at the end and beginning of the month, so I'm free now. I've taken on the task of overseeing the daily operations of the Lion Manor." For the old butler, Mira said, then couldn't help but add, "Your Excellency, I'm saying that while the old butler is capable, you can't treat him like a beast of burden. He has so much work to do, haven't you thought about sharing some of it?" "Ha ha ha, mainly, I just didn't think of it," Loy chuckled dryly and replied. However, just as he left the study and headed towards old Hoover's residence, he seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, don't follow me. Send word that all the stewards still in Brussels should go to the council hall. I need to have a meeting." This chapter was actually mostly finished yesterday, and revised again today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Invincible Lion. Some people, when they're around, you take them for granted and don't think much of them. But when they're gone, or even just taking a short break, you realize how important they are. Old Hoover was a perfect example. Loy's management style has always been one of decentralization and managerial accountability. He directly selects knowledgeable and loyal people, hands them over a bunch of tasks, and lets them take full responsibility. This doesn't mean he doesn't care, rather, he develops policies and plans, ensures managers fully understand them, and then lets them implement them. The advantage of this is that these direct managers wield enormous power, essentially having absolute authority. If their words carry weight, policies can be implemented quickly and effectively, with no one daring to disobey. Of course, excessive power can also make people arrogant. Those accustomed to absolute authority become deaf to others' opinions. If they have selfish motives, they can easily become corrupt, accept bribes, and abuse their power for personal gain. To address this, Loy did two things. One was to increase salaries, and even provide stock options and bonuses. Only when they have more legitimate income will they hesitate when faced with bribes, consider the consequences, and maintain their integrity. Compared to what Luo Yi offers them, these bribes are nothing, so they will naturally refuse. Of course, this alone is not enough. Secondly, there are the spies and agents led by Aang, planted among countless people to report information. Many things they do will appear on Luo Yi's desk the next day. Luo Yi never cares about saving face, He will reprimand and criticize as needed. Only after things are discussed openly can he continue to use you. This management model was designed by Deep Blue and explored by Luoyi in practice. It is most suitable for the current situation and most suitable for him. Of course, this is definitely not because he can delegate everything to others and then slack off. Slacking off is impossible, he is very busy every day. And this management model has also resulted in his supervisors having numerous tasks and heavy responsibilities, keeping them busy every day without a break. For example, Maruna is in charge of production at the Magic Power Factory, Lord Hitcruz is in charge of infrastructure, Mira Greenman is in charge of finances for the Magic Power industry, and Grand Knight Thordine is in charge of the operation of Siren Harbor, and so on. As for Butler Hoover, he is mainly responsible for three aspects. First, the original industries of flower territory, such as perfume making, gold exchange, grain planting, and taxation. You have to admit that some of these traditional industries have been eroded by the Magic Power industry, such as shipping and the Lion Caravan, as well as land acquisition and mining, which have basically been incorporated into the Magic Power industry system. But even if they have been reduced, their scale is still considerable, and the annual revenue they bring is still substantial. Second, the daily management of Lion Manor, as well as entertaining VIPs and hosting banquets. This part seems easy, but it is actually quite complicated, especially when hosting banquets and entertaining guests. Not a single mistake can be made. That would be a disgrace to the Raymond family, and it is also the greatest test of the butler's skills. Thirdly, Hoover was arguably the closest person to Loy, handling many of Loy's needs through his communication and arrangements. He served as a bridge between Loy and others, acting as a liaison. His importance was undeniable. Any one of these 3 points alone would keep someone incredibly busy. Yet, Hoover not only handled them all but also arranged them flawlessly. However, the wedding itself truly exhausted him, his taut nerves finally gave way after the ceremony. Fortunately, he was only tired, his health was fine, just requiring some rest. Even so, he still managed to organize his affairs, dividing them into 3 parts and assigning them to 3 people. Mira Greenman's role was essentially to relay orders and provide feedback, acting as the communication bridge. Although Lady Linda had prescribed a potion, Loy was still somewhat worried. After some thought, he took out a drop of Isis's spring water. Using such a rare item to restore one's fighting spirit would be a waste. Its inherent life force is best suited for replenishing deficiencies within the body. Unless one is like Olivera, whose very essence is depleted, it can slowly repair the body. However, although Butler Hoover has practiced breathing techniques, he has only reached the level of strengthening the body. He cannot quickly digest a whole drop of Isis spring water. This requires Lady Linda's help to prepare a medicinal liquid, which, after being added to Isis spring water and diluted, should be consumed daily in small amounts. After a month, this will bring the body to its optimal state. Of course, this optimal refers to the current optimal state of the body's functions. It cannot restore youth. Regarding Butler Hoover's responsibilities, Loy repeatedly requested that he cultivate new talent. A well-ordered succession signifies that the subsequent talent development must keep pace. As for the specific candidates, Butler Hoover can decide for himself. Mira was already waiting when Butler Hoover left his room. Brussels is a small city, the message has been delivered, and those who needed to be summoned have arrived one after another. Laurie led Mira to the study first, where they retrieved their belongings. Then they went to the Mage Tower, summoned Lelia, and headed towards the council hall. The council hall was no longer as gloomy as before, instead, it was brightly lit under the magical crystal lamps. Those nearby had already arrived, including Iron Knight Phil, Flame Sword Saint Otto, Olivera, and Ang. Laurie had made it clear that he was holding a meeting in the council hall, not a small, core meeting, but one concerning the future of the entire flower territory. Therefore, even the several calamities who were currently cultivating were present. In fact, such meetings required corresponding minutes. Even for those at the supervisory level who couldn't attend, a copy had to be sent to them so they were aware. For example, Lady Palacios, who couldn't possibly return, Grand Knight Thor, and Captain Walter, the captain of the magical warship adrift at sea. Following them was Lean Vasquez, the police chief of Brussels and head of security for the Magic Factory, who arrived in a hurry, followed by Maruna and Lord Hitcruz. Coincidentally, Lord Hitcruz had returned from the city's construction and happened to arrive. Behind them were the most distant Grand Knight Alfonso Zeke, Vincent Ackerman, and two extraordinary powerhouses, Cody Isaac and Tonya Anderson. The others were all on missions and not in Brussels. As for Lance Wells, he had been sent by Loy to Auxerre to oversee the out-of-town technical staff. Gradually, everyone arrived, and the familiar faces began to whisper amongst themselves, creating a noisy commotion. They were speculating, wondering what important matter the Count had summoned them for in such a grand manner. Their voices gradually subsided as Loy helped Lelia in, and they stood up abruptly. Loy led Lelia to the head of the table, then waved for everyone to sit down. Mira then distributed the secret letters he had brought, allowing everyone to read them. A moment later, rustling sounds and whispers filled the air as people exchanged glances, some frowning, some understanding, and some puzzled. Loy ignored them, letting them discuss until everyone had finished reading the letters. Only then did he tap the table to quiet everyone down. He then said, "You should all have heard about what happened in Sarah City. What I have here is the latest and most accurate information. The Crown Prince of the Habs Empire is dead. It's unbelievable, but it's a fact. Now, I'd like to hear your opinions." His words were met with silence as everyone looked at each other. Loy waited a moment, and seeing no one speak, he frowned slightly. His gaze swept around the room, finally settling on one person. He then said, "Grand Knight Alfonso, would you like to go first?" Alfonso stood up, his brows slightly furrowed, looking hesitant. Only when Roy urged him on did he say, "My lord, the Crown Prince's death is a momentous event, I know. But what does that have to do with us?" Roy was taken aback, her gaze shifting before she looked at the others and asked, "Is this what you all think too?" The crowd nodded in unison. At this moment, Otto, the flamed sword saint, stood up and said, "Count, the Crown Prince died in Sarah. Shouldn't it be the nobles of Bosnia province who are facing the wrath of the Habsburg Empire now? And the Serb resurgence front will likely suffer a devastating blow. The empire is never easy to talk to, and many people will indeed die, but that doesn't really concern us, does it?" Iron Knight Phil chimed in, "We are in the northwest of the empire, while Bosnia province and Sarah are in the southeast corner. Even if there is a purge, it won't affect us. Besides, the empire has only lost a crown prince. The great Hohenzollern III has many sons. Even if they take their anger out on us, how could they possibly find us?" Loy finally understood that this might be a difference in thinking. He pursed his lips slightly and said, "Have you considered whether Bosnia alone can quell the empire's anger? Will they continue to investigate and find the mastermind behind it all, like the Bonaparte Empire? If, and I mean if, the Bonaparte Empire and the Habsburg Empire were to go to war, do you think we could just stand by and watch? Wouldn't we be dragged into the war too?" "That, probably not." This was Maruna's answer. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the council hall had excellent hearing and heard him clearly. His words actually represented everyone's thoughts. Knowing that persuasion was useless, Loy narrowed his eyes slightly and said directly, "Who knows what the future holds? But even if there's only the slightest possibility, we must take it seriously. We can't afford to gamble. Therefore, I announce that, using the 1,000 professional soldiers we've already trained as the backbone, we will expand to 3,000 men. This includes the knights within the Lion Knights who have completed their retraining. They will all be incorporated into this legion. I call it the 1st Imperial Guard Legion of the Flower Territory, numbered, Invincible Lions. You may not understand, but you don't need to. Just execute the order." Yes, 2 more chapters to come. Chapter 379, War Mobilization. Loy understood the importance of force better than anyone. In the old world, economic underdevelopment wasn't a problem. As long as one possessed abundant martial virtue, one could conquer vast territories through war. Furthermore, one could shift all conflicts externally, maintaining the stability and development of an empire through continuous expansionist wars and plunder. Historically, almost all the empires established by barbarian tribes in the Old World followed this path. However, this model had a severe problem. When wars failed or expansion ceased, internal conflicts could not be suppressed, and the empire would collapse in a short time. Of course, Loy wasn't a warmonger. He never dreamed of unifying the old world and ascending to the pinnacle of power. Was he kidding? Even a small territory like Flower Territory was too much trouble for him. Ruling an empire would be exhausting. His ideal was to live a happy and free life. However, happiness and freedom weren't easy to achieve. They required immense strength, sufficient wealth, and formidable military power. He didn't want to cause trouble for others, But when someone did, he wanted to use swords and spears to beat them until their faces were covered in blood. This goal, seemingly simple, actually demands a great deal. To get back to the point, to achieve this goal, Luo Yi has never slowed down his training, nor has he reduced the military buildup of the Flower Territory. However, he's extremely averse to the war model of temporarily conscripting serfs, led by knights, and charging forward in a chaotic frenzy. That method, besides disregarding human life, is truly nothing. Most importantly, times have changed. With the widespread use of magical weapons, repeating rifles, heavy machine guns, cannons, and even ironclad warships have appeared one after another. Human life is increasingly fragile, and the battlefield is no longer simply about numbers. It also depends on weaponry, logistics, tactics, strategy, and soldier quality. The warriors Luo Yi wants are true professional soldiers, not only possessing high morale, fearlessness in the face of hardship, and the courage to fight to the death, but also a certain level of military skill, magical power accumulation, and proficiency in using magical equipment. The retraining of the knights is a way to select and cultivate high-ranking officers, giving them opportunities to keep up with the times. The 1,000 men previously trained can be considered the backbone and junior officers of the Legion. Those selected from them and tempered by war will become a group of qualified non-commissioned officers. Now, Luo Yi sensed danger. Immense danger awaited him in the not-too-distant future. Therefore, he needed a sufficiently powerful army. The purpose of this meeting was for Luo Yi to unify everyone's thinking, to instill a sense of crisis in everyone, and then proceed with plans such as the Legion's establishment. Unfortunately, he seemed to have found himself on the opposite side of everyone, who thought he was overreacting. Of course, their thoughts weren't entirely without merit. Danger 1,000 miles away was indeed quite a distance. It was simply a matter of perspective. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly had a deeper understanding of the saying, being half a step ahead is genius, being a full step ahead is madness. Therefore, after assessing the situation, Luo Yi immediately changed his approach, deciding to postpone unifying thinking and instead focus on assigning tasks. Thus, the First Imperial Guard Legion of Flower Territory was born, its designation Invincible Lions, a name he coined on the spot. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Roy now possessed sufficient prestige and wealth, as well as ample industrial capacity. Therefore, under his arrangement, recruitment once again commenced with great fanfare. Those recruited were given priority based on magical power and physical strength, including those who had been rejected last time. The difference this time was that the newly built training base was nearly complete and ready for use. The military camp outside Brussels could serve as a backup. 3,000 regular soldiers underwent full-time training, mastering basic meditation and simple breathing techniques, and were also taught literacy and basic warfare knowledge. In addition, they were responsible for their food, clothing, lodging, and other necessities, as well as paying them a relatively generous salary. Frankly speaking, training such professional soldiers required a tremendous investment from Flower Territory. Luo Yi had Deep Blue do a simple calculation. Just the visible expenses, at 50 gold tires per person per year, amounted to 150,000 gold tires for 3,000 people. But that's just the visible ones. There are various hidden benefits. These include wound treatment, potion expenses, the consumption of secret medicines for training, compensation for the wounded, retirement allowances, the exorbitant salaries of officers at all levels compared to ordinary soldiers, ample supplies of food, meat, eggs, and dairy, and, most importantly, weapons and ammunition. It can be said that maintaining this legion costs at least 400,000 to 500,000 gold tires annually without fail. And this is only because Flower Territory is a major grain-producing region with abundant food and a complete industrial system, capable of manufacturing magic-powered firearms and cannons at cost price. Otherwise, the amount would be double. Besides personnel, the most expensive part of building a legion is the magic-powered weapons. Have you ever seen an arms factory selling weapons without a 300% profit margin? It's only because Flower Territory is currently flush with cash that this legion could be built. In addition, Roy also conducted a war mobilization. He ordered the magic energy factories to ramp up weapon production, stockpile healing potions, train specialized battlefield rescue personnel, and instructed Merit to prepare funds, purchase food, and stockpile supplies. It could be said that his warmongering stance stunned everyone. However, they did not object. The reason was simple: the current system clearly prioritized military merit for promotion, and those who trained daily, wielding magic energy machine guns, were already itching for action. Whatever the reason, they all yearned to prove themselves on the battlefield and achieve upward mobility through war. As for who they would fight? Actually, it wasn't that important. Of course, while things were bustling within the Flower territory, Lloyd was also actively contacting Grand Duchess of Fry and Marcus Freud. War always requires allies, otherwise, even the most capable fighter will crumble under attack from both sides. To Lloyd's surprise, the two who had previously been tense, believing the Bonaparte Empire was about to deal with the Norman Duchy, were now completely nonchalant, even disarming. In their minds, the assassination attempt in Cerro was undoubtedly supported by a powerful force, and the Bonaparte Empire was certainly one of them. From the Bonaparte Empire's perspective, using the Serb Revival Front as a banner to kill the Crown Prince had both provoked the Empire's anger and amplified the conflict between the Serbs and the Empire. If the two sides clashed, and the Serb prince extended an invitation, the Bonaparte Empire could send troops directly into Bosnia province. Of course, Bosnia province was merely a stepping stone. The Bonaparte Empire's ultimate target was the Ruhr industrial region. That was the core of the Habsburg Empire's industry. If it were destroyed by war, the empire's development would be severely hampered. These were all speculations of Grand Duchess of Fry and Marcus Freud, and even Lloyd couldn't deny that their guesses seemed, indeed, quite plausible. If they could achieve their goal by following this line of thought, the Habsburg Empire would definitely be contained and severely damaged. Of course, what pleased them most was that since the two great empires were going to fight in Bosnia, it would have nothing to do with the Norman Duchy. They could rest easy and relax. However, Roy felt that it wasn't that simple. Because this was entirely from the perspective of the Bonaparte Empire, but what if it were the Habsburg Empire? Roy knew that not only the Bonaparte Empire was mobilizing troops, but the Habsburg Empire was also making moves behind the scenes. Then there was the Siren tribe, which force was driving them to migrate back to the Silver Sea? Who were their targets? And who could connect with the Naga Empire and get it to do things for them? Roy felt that it was definitely not as simple as they guessed, and there were more forces involved than they imagined. But he couldn't analyze it with them, nor could he explain it to them. He could only say that everyone should do their own thing. As July of the new divine calendar year 314 arrived, the entire old continent was eerily quiet, almost unnaturally so. Even on the Silver Sea, pirate raids had decreased significantly, as if everyone feared attracting the attention of the Habs Empire. Not to mention the friction between nations and the rivalries between nobles, everyone tacitly suppressed their conflicts, carefully concealing their claws and waiting quietly. This quiet was like the low pressure before a storm, making everyone feel suffocated. Of course, the world always keeps turning, and things continue as usual. In Flower Ridge, two major events were underway. One was the vigorous expansion of the military and preparations for war. The other was the continuous stream of information and scattered design drawings from the great designers who were surveying various parts of Flower Ridge. Currently, they had mainly decided on two locations for the new city. One was a location west-southwest of the industrial zone outside Bruce City, which could also utilize the water resources of the Ruhr River. The other was a location north of Siren Port, bordering the Silver Sea. Luo Yu carefully reviewed their listed reasons and could only say that each had its advantages and disadvantages. One more chapter to go. Chapter 380, The Empire Takes Action. You have to admit that Flower territory has now moved beyond the initial stages of its magical energy industry, accumulating considerable industrial resources and even possessing some respectable mechanical products. These factories are primarily concentrated in the industrial zone west of Brussels. This is the core of Flower territory's industry, without exception. Therefore, the new city should ideally be built within this industrial zone to maximize its advantages. There's a large vacant lot southwest of the industrial zone. With a little preparation, a foundation can be laid for the new city. This will alleviate the population and living pressures of Brussels while ensuring the industrial zone's development to the greatest extent possible. Once the city is built, the population of the old city will inevitably decrease significantly, making subsequent renovations, repairs, and construction much easier. In short, this location is most conducive to the development of Flower territory's magical energy industry and maximizes the use of Brussels' central position. As for the downsides, there are some. For example, with a new city downstream of the industrial zone, water pollution must be addressed. Otherwise, the city's drinking water will become a major problem. For example, the city's development still relies on the Old Town and Industrial Zone, remaining confined to its original framework. It falls short of truly deserving the title of a modern magical city. As for the second option, north of Siren Harbor, at the foot of the Dome Mountains, lies a vast, flat area. One advantage of building a city here is convenient transportation. Industrial development relies on the exchange of goods, which requires well-developed roads. To get rich, build roads first. This saying is certainly true. This is a natural harbor. With minimal development, it becomes an excellent stop. Expanding southward, it could even encompass Siren Harbor. Although the railway doesn't pass through here, a side road could easily be laid. To the north lies the Dome Mountains, making stone quarrying and transportation relatively simple. Furthermore, developing industry here offers the easiest access to foreign capital. To the west lies the Kingdom of Sardinia, and to the southwest, the Bonaparte Empire. A circuitous route leads to the coast of the Habsburg Empire. In the future, all kinds of products produced here can be directly loaded onto ships and then shipped to various parts of the Old World by sea, which is simple and convenient. Don't underestimate this. Transportation is a major cost. For many products, the production cost is not high, but the shipping cost is more expensive than the product itself. Of course, the disadvantages of building a city here are also obvious. Being too close to the sea means that in the event of war, the city would be right under the guns of enemy warships. Therefore, the coastal location must be equipped with a large number of fortifications and magic-powered cannons with sufficient range. Furthermore, building a city here would truly mean starting from scratch, which would be more expensive and costly than outside the industrial zone. To be honest, Luo Yi felt that both options were quite good and suitable for flower territory. If the magic-powered industry were to develop further and flower territory were to truly enter the industrial age, building cities in these two locations would be a piece of cake. But right now, he really couldn't make a choice. Fortunately, this was only a preliminary plan. The great designers hadn't returned yet and were still conducting their research. They would come back and come up with a concrete plan later. Luo Yi wasn't in a hurry about this, nor could he. As July of the new divine calendar 314 drew to a close, news finally broke the damned tranquility, arriving steadily from Bosnia province. The Habs Empire had made its move. Bosnia province, Sarah City, an ancient castle. Boom, 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 boom. Under the barrage of artillery fire, the shimmering defensive field began to crumble, holding on for only a moment before finally giving way. With a bang, the defensive field shattered completely, the aftershocks of the explosion whipping up countless specks of dust that spread outwards like a sandstorm. However, the roar of the magic cannons never ceased, as if they wouldn't stop until the castle was reduced to ruins. But as the smoke and dust spread, wolf howls rose and fell, growing ever closer, and countless dark figures could be vaguely seen darting about. Even the well-trained artillerymen panicked at this moment, until a horn sounded, and all the artillerymen hastily retreated, seemingly abandoning even the magic cannons. Shortly after they left, the dark figures emerged from the smoke. These were dark werewolves, covered in black fur, standing upright, their bloodshot eyes filled with madness, their panting mouths dripping with saliva, as if ready to devour anyone. Visibly, these dark werewolves were multiplying, densely packed, even including higher-ranking werewolves 3 meters tall, their muscles bulging like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. But the dark werewolves weren't all. Besides them, there was also a demon army appearing like a physical force. These demons were over 2 meters tall, with dark red skin, horns on their heads, clad in hellish armor, long swords dragging on the ground, and folded wings on their backs. A dense hellish power seemed to churn into clouds, spreading out and creating an illusion reminiscent of the hellish realm of Bather. Compared to the demons, they were far more orderly. Their strides and steps forward had the illusion of being a single entity. The overwhelming sense of oppression they exuded was truly unmatched by the demon army. And that wasn't all. An army of undead skeletons also entered this land. Most numerous were skeletal warriors, wielding bone shields and long swords, their empty eye sockets burning with soul fire. While these skeletal warriors were fearless of death, they were also relatively weak. When various skeletal behemoths appeared, their sheer size caused them to crash into the castle's structures with every step. In the sky, a flock of bone birds, wielding the power of death, flapped their bone wings and emitted sharp cries. Above them, a massive shadow flashed, a bone dragon soared overhead. The center of the castle had already been leveled, revealing a vast open space, where, after ample preparation, 3 enormous altars had been erected. Below the altars, countless mortals, old and young, men and women, were pressed to the ground, kneeling, bodies leaning forward, heads kowtowed. Their necks were slit, their eyes wide open in death, yet their blood flowed freely, pooling in the trenches beneath the 3 altars. And as far as the eye could see, at least tens of thousands had died this way. The 3 enormous altars, built with the lives and souls of these tens of thousands as sacrifices, connected the dark abyss, the hell of Bather, and the underworld of death. In the center of the 3 altars stood an old man with white hair and beard. He wore a black robe, and his wand was forged from the spine, with an eyeball embedded in its tip, radiating dense hellish power, its open pupil seemingly burning with endless hellfire. At this moment, seeing the 3 altars fully activated, the void tearing open, and the overwhelming dark army surging into the castle, the old man finally let out a maniacal laugh. Ho ha, it's done. It's finally done. Come on, all of you, you thought you captured the stronghold of my Serbs, but isn't this just a trap we set? The roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. Isn't that interesting? Die? Die? Let the destruction of the Imperial Legion proclaim the revival of my Serbs? He seemed somewhat delirious, or perhaps he had been suppressing his emotions for too long, and now, having achieved his goal, he appeared quite insane. But at that moment, a loud voice rang out, "So, this is all the tactics of your Serb revival front." The mad old man suddenly looked up and saw that, directly in front of him, in mid-air, someone had appeared out of nowhere. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be only in his 40s, with jet black hair, a resolute face, a high nose, and sharp eyes. He wore a black imperial military uniform, well-tailored and exquisitely designed, which accentuated his tall and heroic figure. He stood in mid-air, without any leakage of battle aura or magic, just standing there in the void, unfathomable. He looked down at the deranged old man as if he were an ant, and heard him say, "If I'm not mistaken, you were once the chief court mage of the Kingdom of Bosnia. Back then, it was you who fled with that infant prince, wasn't it?" "It was me. Since you fled, why did you come back? You should know that coming back means death." "Now, it seems it's you who are going to die." "Us." The imperial soldier slightly raised his head and smiled coldly. "Just wanted to see what tricks you could pull. But I didn't expect that all you'd summon was this trash. It's laughable." "What was I expecting? What kind of foundation could a small Princip family possibly have?" The deranged old man's expression was extremely ugly, and he shouted almost hysterically, "You're powerful. Your Habsburg Empire's legions are powerful, but now, it seems you're about to be completely annihilated." Annihilated? How? It hasn't even begun yet. As the imperial soldier spoke, he abruptly drew his rapier from his waist. His aura remained unchanged, but the rapier seemed to radiate a chilling aura akin to that of an polar glacier. Then, with a casual slash, sword light swirled around him, forming a circle. The next second, this circle expanded outwards, expanded, and expanded again, until it completely destroyed the 3 summoning gates in mid-air. Where the sword light passed, ice spread, space shattered, and it took a long time to recover. At that moment, the 3 spatial gates, due to structural damage, exploded, 3 fiery mushroom clouds rising into the air, their aftershocks spreading rapidly in all directions. Yet the imperial soldier remained standing in mid-air, motionless. He even swung his sword again, shielding the mad old man from all the aftershocks. Only after the aftershocks subsided did the mad old man look up and ask his question, "Why did you save me?" "Of course, to let you see your own defeat." Using the explosion of the altar as a signal, the Imperial Legion finally launched its attack. The Imperial mages erected shields for each warrior, protecting them from dark magic. The vanguard of Imperial soldiers, armed with Maxim arcane machine guns, charged forward with incredible speed. Muzzles spat fire, bullets forming a metallic storm, turning everything within range into sieves. Whether agile dark werewolves, orderly demons, or even skeleton warriors already dead, they fell like wheat being harvested. Not to mention, in the distance, the roar of cannons echoed once more, accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the collapse of castles, and the destruction of countless dark creatures. This was the true power of the Imperial Army. Update. Chapter 381, The Great Purge. Bosnia Province, Sara City, Southern District. This is the heart of Sara City, a typical wealthy area, surrounded by manors and palaces, each larger and more luxurious than the last. The streets are wide and clean, lined with transplanted trees like street guards. The environment is serene, small vendors are not allowed to enter. The police station has set up multiple outposts here, and patrol officers are on frequent shifts. On the streets, only horse-drawn carriages travel, professional drivers carrying their owners swiftly through, pedestrians are rarely seen. Even after Surrey City suffered a disaster not long ago, this area was among the first to be restored. However, today, the influx of countless soldiers shattered the tranquility of this wealthy district. These imperial soldiers were all dressed in black uniforms and tall boots. The leaders were strong knights, each holding a massive tower shield in a defensive stance. Behind them followed squads of fully armed magic gunners. Each squad consisted of 10 men, with riflemen positioned around the perimeter and a machine gunner in the center, carrying a Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun, their bodies wrapped in ammunition belts. These men were often more physically robust, their eyes scanning the surroundings with the sharpness of hawks, even a hint of elation in their gaze. They seemed to desperately hope that some fool would dare to jump out and unleash a burst of fire. However, their desire was short-lived. Guided by the police, they quickly surrounded one of the most luxurious manors. Then, almost without a word, the first rank of Tower Shield warriors launched their charge. They breathed heavily, their chests heaving like bellows, their muscles bulging rapidly, swelling several sizes. They raised their barbed tower shields high, their legs stomping the ground with each step, creating a powerful tremor, and slammed directly into the manor's stone walls. These elite second-tier tower shield warriors unleashed their full strength, charging like raging bulls. Perhaps subtly ineffective against real city walls, they were as fragile as tofu against the manor's stone walls. Boom, 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 boom. The once intact stone wall was riddled with holes, and the gunner squad charged in through the dust and smoke. They didn't give the people in the manor a chance to speak. The gunfire was like a barrage of firecrackers, occasionally interspersed with a roar of heavy machine guns. Of course, there were also many screams, cries, running, shouts, and screams. It wasn't that there weren't experts in the manor. A violent surge of battle ore arose, its milky white light seemingly about to materialize into flames. Furthermore, countless battle ore slashes raged, carving furrows into the earth wherever they passed. However, the Imperial Legion didn't even send out any extraordinary experts. The gunfire suddenly intensified, especially the endless, continuous rat-a-tat of the heavy machine guns. In a short while, a figure leaped into the sky, battle ore wings flapping, about to escape. But the next second, a bang rang out, and he plummeted to the ground like a kite with a broken string. It wasn't to say there were no nobles in the manor. One man, asserting his status, stepped forward, loudly rebuking and trying to stop the one-sided slaughter. But the Imperial soldiers only obeyed orders, and they pulled the trigger without hesitation. The next second, blood blossomed from the noble's chest. One after another, blood splattered everywhere, his chest riddled with holes. As he fell, his eyes were wide open, disbelief still lingering on his face. A foot was planted on his chest, and a soldier, head slightly bowed, spat, "You damned nobles, I spit on you." Then, gun in hand, eyes red, he charged forward with his squad. Within 10 minutes, the gunfire ceased, the entire manor had been slaughtered. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, servants, maids, guards, and young masters, all died gruesome deaths. Blood flowed freely, spreading along the furrows in the ground, forming shallow streaks, eventually converging at the manor's artificial fountain. The fountain water turned the color of blood. At the center of the fountain, a statue of a knight on horseback, sword in hand, was also battered and riddled with bullet holes. Thump, thump. One foot stepped onto the blood-stained earth, the gleaming black boots treading on the blood without hesitation. Then, the other foot followed, the clear thud of each step seemingly audible to everyone. The Imperial soldiers, who had been somewhat lax after the battle, stood up, striving to straighten their backs. But their proud heads bowed slightly, a sign of respect. These same feet had trod through the manor gates, across the fountain, into the living room, and into the study, where they met the manor's owner. He was a middle-aged man, with a refined face and gentle demeanor, like a scholar. His once impeccable attire and meticulously groomed hair and beard were now a jumbled mess, making him appear utterly disheveled. Yet, he still held his head high, shouting incessantly, "Why? Why is this happening? How dare you? Where is your commander? I demand an explanation from him. I am the governor of Sura City, dispatched by the Empire, and the governor of Bosnia Province. Which department are you from? Just then, the owner of those feet stepped forward, bowing slightly, looking down at the governor. I heard you're very dissatisfied, the newcomer spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Why? Tell me why. Because you betrayed the Empire. Of course you deserve to die, including your family. Not one of them will escape. I didn't. My loyalty to the Empire is clear to all. Then you deserve to die even more. The newcomer's tone grew even colder. The Empire sent you here to take control of this place. But those assassins and gunmen, those weapons and cannons, those complicated sacrificial rituals, you didn't even notice. Your incompetence caused His Majesty to lose his beloved son, and the Empire to lose its most outstanding heir. Do you think you deserve to die? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, the governor of Sura City, completely lost his spirit. He gave a bitter laugh and said, "It is my incompetence. I deserve to die. But, if I die, who will help the Empire dig out those disloyal nobles? Who will help the Empire find the remnants of the Serbian Revival Front?" As he spoke, he seemed to gain more confidence and continued, "Take the southern district of Sura City for example. There are hundreds of nobles there. How are you going to distinguish them? Why bother distinguishing them? Just kill them all." The man spoke with the calmest tone, but with the coldest words. He straightened up, pulled out a magic-powered pistol, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead. "Any last words? You can say them now. At least let me know who killed you. You want to know who I am?" The newcomer's expression was strange. He abruptly pointed to his face and said, "Many people say I look quite like him, even more like my elder brother. Did you really notice him? Elder brother?" Only then did the middle-aged man seem to finally react. You're the third prince." "Yes, I am the third son of Hohenzollern III, second in line to the throne. Originally third, but my elder brother died, so I became second. You should have heard of my name, Saint Zachariah Beryl Hohenzollern. Remember, when we reach the river Styx, at least you'll know who killed you." The middle-aged man wanted to say something more, but the man had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced his skull, blood splattering from the back of his head. The governor of a province fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. At this moment, an adjutant stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, it seems he hasn't given his last words." "Didn't say them? It doesn't matter, I won't help him finish them anyway," the prince said nonchalantly, then added, "The battle statistics are out. 315 people, including the regent's 6-year-old son, have all been executed." Then continue. "These parasites of the Empire all deserve to die." With that order, all the imperial soldiers sprang into action. They set off from here, sweeping through house after house, truly leaving no one alive. Some tried to escape, but outside the southern district, countless imperial soldiers were already stationed, waiting for them. With the crown prince dead, the great emperor had lost all interest in distinguishing between loyalty and treachery, good and bad, right and wrong. All the nobles here must die. And this was the empire's method. This was the Great Purge. As if remembering something, the third prince abruptly asked, "By the way, what about that Seraphim prince? Is he dead?" "Not yet, although I'm happy that my elder brother is dead." "Why is it taking so long?" "Your Highness, be careful what you say, it's just you and me here, can't we talk? Do you want word to get out?" The adjutant abruptly changed the subject. "The ones chasing Galeno are the Imperial Hound 3rd Squad. You know their abilities, but that man seems to have some special concealment methods and is skilled at changing his appearance. Every time they catch up, he manages to escape using various methods. That's quite tenacious. However, he's still going to die. Tell them my order, have the Empire send some more skilled trackers." "Yes, sir. The second update will be much later, don't wait." Chapter 382, Total War. Sura City, East District, Slums. A worker, just off work, walked along the street, wearing a distinctive blue and white uniform, reeking of sweat, his face etched with weariness. He walked along the street, his steps slightly unsteady, but still managed to stop at a roadside stall for some food, bread and bacon, plus a strong coffee. After eating, his complexion improved considerably. People like him were quite common here. Although Sura City wasn't the heart of the empire, it still had some factories. However, no one noticed that while eating, he seemed to sense something and couldn't help but look up. He was looking towards the South District. But the next second, he lowered his head again, his expression unusually grim, his eyes flickering before he made a decision. He quickly stuffed the food into his mouth, then gulped down his coffee, counted out a few copper tills, and disappeared into a small alley. When he emerged from another alley, he was no longer a worker, but a young woman with a face full of freckles. He wore a headscarf and patched up coarse cloth clothes, carrying a basket in his hand. His expression was timid, as if he were quite frightened. His gait was much lighter, no longer the stride of a man, but the tiptoeing, skipping of a young girl. He walked along the street towards the city gate, like a girl returning home after shopping. Not long after he left, more people appeared. Some wore armor, some carried swords, some carried large bows and quivers, some led dogs, sniffing around. Logically, their attire should have made them extremely conspicuous, but in reality, the passers-by seemed to ignore their presence. Upon closer inspection, a strange magical power emanated from them, unconsciously influencing those around them. This wasn't some kind of invisibility magic, but simply a disruption of the minds of these mortals, causing them to instinctively ignore them. Of course, since they ignored them, there was no one in front of them. They walked back and forth in straight lines, without giving way. But these people were extremely agile, their footsteps darted back and forth, avoiding the collision. Finally, they stopped in front of a roadside stall. One of them, dressed as a mage, held an exquisite compass, its surface covered in intricate layers of magical runes, emitting a faint glow as magic was infused into it. At this point, the compass needle began to spin wildly, as if it were having an epileptic seizure. The mage immediately cursed, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, it's even worse now, even worse. What kind of damn treasure does this Galeno possess that can make even a sacred artifact like the compass malfunction time and time again? I'm simply, the mage was nearly driven mad. He even raised the compass, ready to smash it down. But the next second, his hand was grabbed. A man with 2 pistols at his waist and a rapier on his back blocked his way. Their eyes met, and the man said seriously, "If I were you, I'd calm down and cast the spell quickly. We can make excuses if we don't catch the person, but if we lose track of them, we'll definitely be punished when we get back. You should know better than me the methods used in the Black Prison. Which one are you planning to use?" The mage seemed to realize something, his body trembled, and when he looked up and met the eyes of the surrounding crowd, he immediately calmed down. "Everyone, I'm really furious. Wait a moment. I'll cast the spell right now, right now." Saying this, he straightened up, first taking out a bottle of magic potion and drinking it down, then closing his eyes slightly, concentrating his mind and recovering for a moment. As a 4th-tier mage, his strength was never weak, and his magic power was especially abundant. But the relentless pursuit had taken a heavy toll on him, so much so that now, casting the spell required a magic potion to recover and a moment to calm his mind. To be honest, this was something he had never dared to imagine before, but this mission had truly shown him how troublesome that person was. A mysterious incantation, a mixture of dragon and celestial languages, resonated, producing a truly strange sound with its unique oral resonance. But as he chanted, magic rippled outwards, and in this small area, time seemed to rewind. Countless people either retreated or stopped, their figures intertwined, and their voices reversed, creating an exceptionally bizarre scene. Only when everything focused on the blue and white worker's figure, looking towards the south, did everything come to a complete halt. It was as if a pause button had been pressed, the world froze, leaving only those surrounding him, their eyes fixed on the worker's figure. Each and every one of them exuded murderous intent. If before they were only concerned with the mission, or perhaps harbored a slight desire for revenge for the crown prince, now they genuinely wanted to kill him. It wasn't just the mage who was exhausted, all of them had been working tirelessly without sleep. As the incantation ended, the mage raised his hand and waved it, as if the illusory figure had been pulled from the frozen image and returned to the compass. The compass needle, which had been spinning wildly, then stopped, pointing towards the city's exit. The next second, the bloodhounds darted out, moving with incredible speed. A group of people immediately followed. Even the mage, panting, cast several more spells on himself, relentlessly pursuing them. The ability to rewind time, combined with the sacred artifact, the compass, to lock onto the soul, was the reason they could keep tracking. Other methods, such as tracking by aura or appearance, had long since failed. But even with these methods, if the opponent changed their appearance, they would have to start all over again. Meanwhile, outside the city, in a dense forest, The girl put down her flower basket and suddenly reached out a hand, aiming directly at her own face. Her movement was so fierce that it felt like she was going to blind herself, but in reality, her face contorted as if she had actually grasped something. Then, he pulled with all his might. At that moment, he let out a low growl, the pain surging like a tidal wave, countless clamoring voices in his mind, making it unbearable. But he still pulled resolutely until he pulled off the attachment, revealing Gary Mill's face, then knelt down, panting heavily. His face was covered in sweat, and his eyes held the relief of surviving a close call. He still held a mask in his hand, made of wood, seemingly nothing special, but who knew that this mask of the 1,000 faces was truly powerful, far more powerful than Roy had thought, yet also sufficiently sinister. After resting for only a moment, Gary Mill seemed to sense something again. He turned around again, his pupils turning into eagle eyes, and combined with his extraordinary sense of danger, he had already spotted the pursuer again. He shook his head with a wry smile, but the next second, he put the mask back on his face. As he drew nearer, his movements faltered noticeably. The image of Lady Linda flashed through his mind, and Roy's words seemed to still echo in his ears, "Come back alive." Finally, without further hesitation, he donned the mask, transforming himself into a hunter once more, and swiftly ran forward, disappearing into the forest. Shortly after he left, the Imperial Hound's third squad caught up. Watching the erratically spinning compass, this time, not only the mage but everyone else couldn't help but curse aloud. Undoubtedly, this was a protracted tug-of-war. The Empire's purge of the Serbs had never ceased, nor was it limited to Sarah City or the headquarters of the Restoration Front. It was a comprehensive, indiscriminate, even better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free purge throughout the entire Bosnia province. The resulting turmoil in the Old World far exceeded everyone's expectations. On July 23, 314 of the new divine calendar, the Empire officially declared the Serb Restoration Front a traitorous organization, and the military would spare no effort in its purge. On July 28, 314 of the new divine calendar, the imperial military dispatched the 2nd and 4th legions, totaling 20,000 men, to Bosnia province, initiating a near unreasonable purge. The legions first targeted the governor of Bosnia province, accusing him of treason, and then proceeded to exterminate almost all the nobles from top to bottom. For the Empire, the region was rotten to the core, so it was best to eradicate it completely. This purge also awakened everyone's fear of the Empire. Perhaps in recent years, the Empire had exercised restraint in developing its magical energy industry, but the Hohenzollern family's unification of this region was truly achieved through a bloodbath. The Serbs reacted swiftly, appealing to other nations for help. Surprisingly, the Serbs' first target wasn't the Bonaparte Empire, but the Slavic Empire to the east. Even more unexpected was the intensity of the Habsburg Empire's reaction. On August 1, 314 of the new divine calendar, the Habsburg Empire officially declared war on the Slavic Empire. On August 3, 314, the Habsburg Empire declared war on the Bonaparte Empire. Naturally, the old noble alliance finally responded. Thus, on August 4, 314, the Kingdom of Sardinia officially declared war on the Habsburg Empire and began mobilizing its navy. On the same day, the Habsburg Empire's legions officially stormed into the Kingdom of Caroline, firing the first shot of the war. Thus, in just a few short days, the old continent had undergone a dramatic transformation. The conflicts between the nations of the old continent could no longer be suppressed, and a full-scale war had officially begun. Second update. Chapter 383, Unifying Thoughts. On August 6, 314 of the new divine calendar, in the afternoon, on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, Lelia waved her wand. Layers of magical runes lit up the walls, spreading along the floor and finally flowing into the magic mirror at the center of the magic circle. The mirror emitted a faint light, sometimes bright, sometimes flickering, as if adjusting its frequency. In the void, a magical eye suddenly opened to its maximum, its vertical pupil seemingly burning with flames. The pulsating magical power shot out to an unknown distance, then entangled with the magical power emanating from other magical eyes. Thus, the light emitted by the magic mirror within the Mage Tower gradually stabilized. The mirror surface split into two, revealing the figures of Grand Duchess Afra and Marcus Freud. This was considered the highest level of use of the magic mirror, almost allowing for face-to-face instant communication. However, the consumption of magical power was extremely high. Unless supported by the mage tower, even a 4th-tier cataclysm mage wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. This meeting was scheduled only at Freud's insistence. After the magic mirror stabilized, old Freud's shouts rang out. Freud, did you already receive intelligence that the Habsburg Empire was about to make a big move? Have you received the news? The Imperial Legion has started a massacre in Bosnia province. Almost all the nobles there have been wiped out. The empire is really ruthless. Without the support of the nobles, that Serbian revival front is useless. I just don't know what the great Hohenzollern III was thinking. In just a few days, he declared war on the Slavic Empire, the Bonaparte Empire, and the Kingdom of Sardinia. I admit that the Habsburg Empire is very strong, extremely powerful, but isn't it a bit too much to fight 3 against 1? Grand Duchess Afra's voice rang out softly. You're wrong. It's not 1 against 3. Perhaps the other nations won't directly intervene, but they are all members of the old noble alliance. Even if they only provide supplies and legions, which side do you think they will stand on? As she said this, her voice even carried 3 parts incomprehension and 7 parts heaviness. The empire is challenging the entire order of the old world all by itself. His gaze shifted to Lloyd, asking, is the Habsburg Empire really that powerful? Lloyd couldn't help but purse his lips, saying, I don't know. Is it that you don't know, or that you're unwilling to say? I still can't understand why you've gone to such lengths to enter a state of war preparedness. Old Freud's expression suddenly turned serious. Lloyd, we're all in the same boat now. If the boat sinks, no one will be better off. I know, so wasn't this remote meeting something I strongly requested? After a slight pause, Lloyd continued, you all know about my network of connections in the empire. Baron Miller is mainly in charge of railway construction. His relationship with the imperial military isn't that deep. Besides, he's not always in the capital. Even if he gives me information, it's not first-hand. I might know more than you, but I don't have access to truly core secrets. Do you think the Habsburg Empire can easily obtain information that reaches the cabinet? Grand Duchess Afra then chimed in. Then what is the purpose of this meeting? Of course, it's to prevent our ship from sinking, and more importantly, to unify our thinking, Loy said, immediately adding, you already know I'm preparing for war and stockpiling supplies. Aren't you going to take action? Take action? Why? What does the war waged by those empires have to do with us? Loy chuckled. The Kingdom of Caroline probably thinks the same way, doesn't it? But now, the flames of war have already reached their territory. If the Duchy of Normandy and the Habsburg Empire are connected by land, and the Duchy of Bonaparte is separated from it by the Silver Sea, thus being considered semi-bordering, then the Kingdom of Caroline is undeniably fully bordering. Located on the west coast of the Old World, it borders the renowned Bonaparte Empire to the east, the Habsburg Empire to the west, the Duchy of Normandy to the north, and across a strait to the northwest lies the Kingdom of Sardinia. It can be said that this is both a buffer zone in the imperial power struggle and a crucial battleground for both sides, extremely important to both the old and new noble factions. However, for the king and nobles of the Kingdom of Caroline, it was a matter of life and death. Caught between 2 empires, they were in a precarious position, unable to do this or that, and any slight action would draw fierce criticism from both sides, a truly tragic situation. Take, for example, the clash between the Habsburg Empire and the Bonaparte Empire decades ago, the first encounter between magical weapons and knightly orders, which took place on this very land. Regardless of who won or lost, the Kingdom of Caroline was the one who suffered the most. And now, the Habsburg Empire had brazenly launched an attack, with the Kingdom of Caroline as its primary target. Only after conquering the Kingdom of Caroline would they dare to extend the war to the Bonaparte Empire. This was the tragedy of being caught between 2 great empires, completely powerless to control one's own destiny. Upon hearing this, Marcus Freud fell silent. Thinking of the unfortunate Kingdom of Caroline, it was hard to say whether the Duchy of Normandy would be drawn into the conflict if the war expanded. At this moment, Grand Duchess Afra asked again, so you mean, we've mobilized our legions, prepared our supplies, and then joined the Habsburg Empire's camp? Loy looked at Grand Duchess Afra, couldn't help but roll his eyes, and asked, are you testing me? Or are you testing me? You can take it as a test, and a test as well, of course. We're on the side of the victor. We're mobilizing our legions and preparing for war to prevent those with ulterior motives from dragging us into the quagmire of war, not because we actually want to fight. As for the outcome, whoever wins, we'll stand with them. Old Freud was stunned and couldn't help but ask, You're not planning to be on the same side as the Habsburg Empire, Loy countered. Why should I be on the same side as the Habsburg Empire? But your magical machinery, was it their help? Yes. But I paid them 500,000 gold tires to help them. It's a business deal. Besides, all those good things I produced were sold to the Empire. It was a fair trade, a cash transaction, if you insist on asking which side I'm on. Of course, we're on the side of the Duchy of Normandy, the Flower Territory, and the Raymond family. Old Freud gasped. You really think so? What else? I suddenly feel like I've wasted all these years. As a nobleman, am I really inferior to you? Just learned from that. Grand Duchess Afra spoke again, her voice tinged with amusement. What do you think we should do? Freud immediately offered his prepared advice. Military preparation and stockpiling supplies are essential. Don't be stingy with money, we can buy them from other countries. Then, mobilize the army and maintain a critical state. Ideally, we won't be affected, but if a war breaks out, we need to react as quickly as possible. Furthermore, I will grant you permission to purchase magical weapons. If you have sufficient personnel, you can buy more. There are also 3 other Marcus families. We need to trouble the Grand Duchess to explain to them that we are not prepared to go to war with them, and to prevent any overreactions. I think it's hard to say for the Carlyle family, but the Castro family and the McKinley family should remain calm. Our goal is that we can do business, but war should not come to us. Old Marcus Freud spoke again. Have you never thought about expanding your territory? At this stage, there is not much interest. As for you, if you want to, it's best to wait until the situation becomes clearer. If you are on the wrong team, you will definitely be liquidated afterwards. What about the cooperation we reached before? Are you still willing to execute it? I'm sure it's fine. What about you? I think the previous cooperation was too conservative and we can go further. Of course you are welcome. Speaking of this, Grand Duchess Afra looked solemn and said, I have said everything that needs to be said. Everyone, please vote now. I agree too. You all said so, I will definitely follow. Since it was unanimously approved, let's take action. When the supply of magic power ended, the magic mirror flickered and the figure disappeared again. This time the remote call was officially over, and Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had actually made extensive preparations for this persuasion, his mind incredibly clear. Just then, Lilia, who had stopped casting her spell, approached him, a hint of worry in her eyes. She asked, Loy, is it really that dangerous this time? Loy reached out and smoothed Lilia's furrowed brow, saying softly, at this stage, it shouldn't affect us yet. But, better safe than sorry, we need to be fully prepared to deal with any crisis. Besides, I have a feeling this war will be larger and more brutal than we imagine. However, that's my problem. You just focus on your pregnancy, I'll protect you from all the storms. Lilia, however, was unhappy. Loy, don't treat me like a parasitic plant dependent on a man. I'm a very skilled mechanical mage, I can help you, just like before, that's for sure. But we need to solve some practical problems first. Loy said this, then added, I'll be going now. The people in the council hall must be getting impatient. First chapter delivered. Chapter 384, Losing Temper. Having first reached an agreement with his 2 allies and then appeased Lilia, Loy still hadn't had a moment's rest. Leaving the mage tower, he rushed straight to the council hall. It was already bustling with people. Everyone who was supposed to be there was there, including Butler Hoover, who had arrived despite recovering from a serious illness. Each held a document, some were reading, some were conversing with others, and some looked grim. Loy strode in, ignoring the noise, and slammed his hand on the long table. Bang! The loud noise immediately silenced the council hall, and everyone's eyes turned to the furious Loy. With these people, Loy didn't need to use gentle persuasion, rather, a touch of anger would make everyone more cautious and attentive. Looking around, Loy's voice rose, you've all seen the intelligence, haven't you? Hasn't the situation developed far beyond your expectations? The conflicts between the old and new nobles, the clash between the traditional economic system and the magic energy industry, and the accumulated grudges between the Habs Empire and several other old empires, these cannot be resolved through communication and negotiation. In the end, only war can decide the true winner. Only by determining victory or defeat on the battlefield can we find the real victor. Do you again think that the fighting between a few empires has nothing to do with us? What about the Kingdom of Caroline? What did they do to deserve this disaster, this calamity of war? Just because of their geographical location, 2 empires fighting on their own territory, How much do you think they will suffer? How many will die? How many will be displaced and homeless? Do you want to experience something like this? Loy paused, finally catching her breath, and the entire council hall fell into a buzzing murmur again. But the next second, Luo Yi raised her voice again, saying, "Do you think again that my flower territory isn't like the kingdom of Caroline, and won't be so unlucky? But things are unpredictable, who knows what the future holds. Suppose, and I mean suppose, if the Bonaparte Empire wanted to invade the Habsburg Empire by land, and had to pass through my flower territory, would we lend them the road or not? Even if we take a step back, do you think that a few empires fighting fiercely would allow other powers to just stand by and watch, wait until they're both exhausted, then give other nations a chance to reap the benefits? If you dare to dream of such a good thing, they certainly won't do it. So, dragging other nations into the war is a certainty. In other words, this war has only just begun, and in the near future, you will witness even more brutal carnage. I don't expect the flower territory to expand, but I hope to protect this small piece of land, to protect our foundation and our people. But look at you all, although I've arranged for military expansion, preparations for war, and stockpiling of supplies, you all know your own attitudes. I have no intention of dwelling on what happened before, but from today onwards, from this moment on, if you dare to disobey me, don't blame me for being impolite." Did you all hear what I said? The entire council hall was filled with Luo Yi's roar, like an enraged lion, so powerful that no one dared to raise their heads. Even the several calamities remained seated obediently, their auras completely concealed. In truth, the people had executed Luo Yi's arrangements quite well. The expansion of the First Guard Legion from 1,000 to 3,000 men, the stockpiling and transportation of supplies, and so on, had all proceeded smoothly. However, Luo Yi needed a cathartic, even hysterical, outburst of anger and venting to keep everyone on their toes. The development of the situation was overwhelming even for him. He needed to use this to put pressure on everyone. The effect was significant. After he spoke, no one dared to utter a word. Loy was still dissatisfied, and his voice grew even louder. "Are you all deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying?" With a whoosh, everyone stood up and shouted in unison, "We heard you. Your voice is so soft. Haven't you eaten? We heard you." This time it was a unified shout, especially from several extraordinary knights, whose voices were so loud they seemed to be able to lift the roof off. Loy nodded in satisfaction and said, "Sit down, everyone. Now, I'll assign tasks. Grand Knight Commander Vincent Ackerman, Your Excellency, what are your orders? Expanding the Legion is of paramount importance. You're responsible for gathering the men. You can lower the requirements a bit, a larger number is fine. But it needs to be quick, sufficient time is needed for subsequent training." "Yes, sir." Chief Grand Knight Commander Alfonso Zeke, I'm here. You're in charge of training, with experienced soldiers mentoring new recruits. Tactical skills can wait, but basic meditation and firearms handling must be prioritized. As for the necessary supplies, get them from Butler Hoover. If you need money, contact Mira Greenman. Understood, Maruna. Your Excellency, I'm here. Your task is the most demanding. Once the war begins, the consumption of firearms and ammunition will reach an outrageous level. The magical energy industry in flower territory has developed to a point where it's time for a new round of major expansion. Therefore, I need you to come up with a plan to expand production capacity, and it must be implemented in the shortest possible time." Maruna stood up, his brow furrowed, slightly hesitant, but still said, "My lord, this matter may be difficult. What are the specifics? I've already accumulated a certain amount of talent, so that's manageable. But machinery, factories, and raw materials are all problems. As for factories, we'll just draw up a plan and build them. As for raw materials, we can place orders with civilian factories, as well as the Freud and Norman families, and let them handle that. I'll also coordinate things with the Empire. In short, everything is preparation for war. If the arrangements of the past few days were relatively rational, involving military expansion and war preparations without affecting production, then now it's all out. All resources and output are being tilted towards the war. He's even prepared to invest all the profits from this year, including last year's, into it. If it's still not enough, overspending and deficits are acceptable. With his current status and position, he can borrow a large sum from the Seven Gods Bank. And what he wants to do, what he doesn't want to do, is not just to defend his territory, but also to take the opportunity to develop further. To ordinary people, war is synonymous with death and destruction, But to some, the battlefield is the best opportunity for expansion. When the meeting ended and everyone left, the previous laxity vanished, replaced by utter seriousness. Clearly, Roy's outburst had been quite effective. This tactic shouldn't be used too often, but its occasional use is extremely effective. As Roy left, someone followed behind him. Having returned for so long, Oliveira's injuries had mostly healed, and he was back to his role as a bodyguard. But once they reached a secluded spot, Roy suddenly turned around, grinning, and said, "Teacher Oliveira, how was my acting?" "Pretty good, right?" Oliveira was taken aback and said, "Purely acting, more or less. I don't like to solve problems with anger, but occasionally it can be surprisingly effective. However, seeing this person down there, I really did unleash some anger." With that, he led Oliveira back to the mage tower, but instead of looking for Lilia, he knocked on the door of a laboratory on the 5th floor. Ding ding ding, the sound of the bell echoed in the corridor. After waiting for a long time without any response, Luo Yi persistently pulled the rope again and again. Finally, the owner of the laboratory became annoyed. A clear yet irritable voice rang out, "Who is it? Don't you know I'm doing research? What are you banging on?" At the same time, magic runes lit up, and the round door opened, revealing Christina standing before Luo Yi. This young mechanic wore a mage's robe, visibly dirty, and her hair was disheveled and unkempt. Her face showed fatigue and irritation, but her youthful, collagen-rich face was still strikingly beautiful. She paused upon seeing Luo Yi, her irritation vanishing, even replaced by a hint of guilt. "What, it's Earl? You didn't even tell me you were coming. I need to wash up." Saying this, she tried to slam the door shut, but Luo Yi's foot had somehow already stepped forward, firmly blocking it. Looking at Christina, Loy smiled and said, "Hey, did you forget to give me something?" "What? No way. I don't know, do I have to spell it out? After the Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun, didn't I also give you the blueprints for the 6-barreled Gatling gun and grenades?" "What, you forgot all that?" "Of course not, it's just, I haven't figured it out yet." Yes, I haven't produced a finished product, so naturally I can't give it to you," Loy laughed. "The Maxim heavy machine gun is already in mass production. You're saying these two models didn't work? You should at least come up with a better excuse. If my estimation is correct, they should already be in service with certain legions in the Empire, right? But, the design concepts I provided, the blueprints I gave you, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" At this, Christina's face completely fell. She retorted defiantly, "Since you already guessed it, why are you forcing me? If I had known that researching these things involved any secrets or confidentiality regulations, I wouldn't have bothered. Now I don't even dare to play with Lilia anymore." Saying this, she looked at Loy again. "Now, it's useless for you to come to me. The Empire forbids it, and I certainly wouldn't dare to leak it. Then who should I contact now? His Majesty Saint Bartholomew, or perhaps Imperial Ambassador Lord Robinwater? It should be Lord Robinwater. He's the main person in charge of communicating with the Imperial Cabinet. Alright, contact him for me. Tomorrow night then, I'll wait for him in the study on the 2nd floor. There are some things we need to talk about." Second update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Vegetarian Vampires. It must be said that the dramatic changes in the old world were difficult for outsiders like Lloyd to accept, and even imperial envoys like Lord Robin Waters were somewhat flustered. Just a few days ago, Lord Robin Waters was actively communicating and discussing the new Brussels project with Lloyd. His Holiness Saint Bartholomew, who highly valued the magic walkie-talkie, was also urging the top designers to speed things up. But after the Crown Prince's assassination, His Holiness Saint Bartholomew simply left. No one knew his whereabouts, but it was clear that as an important member of the Hohenzollern family, he had returned to the Habsburg Empire. As for Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters, he also disappeared. Lloyd sent people several times to invite him, hoping to glean some information, but to no avail. It was estimated that he didn't know the Empire's attitude and naturally dared not make any pronouncements. If he was like this, one could only imagine the unrest among the professional technicians helping with construction throughout the Flower territory. This time, through Christina, Roy brought up the 6-barreled Gatling gun and individual grenades again, hoping to force him to come out. Roy needed a clear stance from the Empire on many matters, and with a war underway, many conditions were easier to negotiate. The reason the time was set for the following evening was to give Lord Robin Waters time to contact the Empire. Ultimately, he was merely an imperial envoy. The specific stance needed to be determined by the Imperial Cabinet, then sent to the Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and finally contacted with the Imperial ambassadors. However, what Roy didn't expect was that during this waiting period, the Flower Territory welcomed a new guest. That night, the temperature difference between day and night caused a light mist to rise over the Ruhr River, spreading throughout the entire city of Brussels, making the moonlit city appear somewhat hazy. A figure moved swiftly through the streets, his movements as light and fast as a ghost, precisely avoiding the patrolling police and drunkards along the way, finally stopping outside the Temple of the Sun God. In the darkness, beneath the thin mist, the temple still appeared majestic, imbued with a faint divine power that rippled outwards in concentric circles, invisible to the naked eye. As the sun god's anchor point on the prime material plane, these temples inherently served to communicate with the divine and store the power of faith. Mortal faith is too scattered and weak to be taken away with every prayer. The gods would be overwhelmed. Therefore, the statues possessed a storage function. Only when the power of faith reached a certain peak would the gods be summoned. The temple itself was a container. Anyone who damaged it would be tantamount to slapping the gods in the face, potentially incurring divine punishment. Therefore, wars generally avoided temple locations to prevent unforeseen complications. Furthermore, the sun god's temples had a powerful deterrent effect on dark creatures. Even ordinary people fleeing persecution here could only rage helplessly, too afraid to enter. In those sparsely populated villages and towns, where no priests resided, the villagers still built small churches and prayed frequently, seeking refuge. The promised land of God must not be violated by evil. The man paused only briefly at the main gate before shaking his head and finding a way to enter through the back door. He seemed quite familiar with the area, easily navigating the long corridor after scaling the wall, turning a few alleyways, and arriving at the Golden House. He was more polite than Roy, knocking before entering. There sat the red dragon Virgil, cross-legged on the golden bed, looking at the newcomer and smiling. "You arrived quite quickly." Virgil Barry, the dragon of the end, invited me so warmly. How could I not be eager? The newcomer lowered his black hood, revealing an exceptionally handsome, pale face. He had brilliant golden hair, deep-set eyes, a high nose, and sculpted features, exuding a melancholic yet masculine aura, giving off a contradictory feeling. Facing the red dragon Virgil, a bright smile appeared on his face. He opened his arms and said, "Old friend, won't you give me a hug? I hate this vampire stuff." Two males hugging and cuddling? What kind of scene is that? Despite saying this, Virgil still stood up and gave him a perfunctory hug. The two, one tall and one short, one handsome and one old, looked quite mismatched. After sitting down again, Virgil didn't hesitate, raising his hand to take out a magic bottle, muttering, "Come, come, let me show you this good thing." The slightly oversized magic bottle appeared in his hand, with a drop of blood suspended inside. Without Virgil's introduction, the man's eyes lit up, even turning blood red, filled with longing. The blood of the progenitor? How do you possess the blood of the progenitor? There were fluctuations from a legendary battle on the Silver Sea recently. I heard that the old stubborn man from the Torrid family lost a true avatar. Was it you who killed him? Did you steal this drop of progenitor blood from him? I killed that guy, but this drop of blood wasn't stolen from him. You should know that once I make a move, nothing is left. However, the source of this drop of blood is somewhat related to that guy. But none of that matters anymore. The only important thing is, do you want this good stuff? Of course I want it. You should know that if used properly, it means the birth of a vampire Grand Duke. And what about what I want? As he said this, the red dragon Virgil shook the magic bottle in his hand, and the newcomer's gaze followed the bottle, moving up and down. If you want it, your Karen family will have to pay the corresponding price. Hearing this, the newcomer nodded in agreement. What you want is a secret sacred technique that humans can cultivate. My Karen family does indeed have a few copies, and I've brought them all. However, I wish to meet that bastard count. The red dragon Virgil paused, then narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, "Something's not right. This isn't quite right. The blood of the progenitor is indeed precious, and the secret sacred technique has some value, but it doesn't seem worth it for you, Grand Duke Karen, to make this trip personally. What do you want to do? Or rather, What evil scheme are you plotting, vampire? As Virgil spoke, his eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I don't care what you're planning, but that little fellow and this land are under my protection. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on him will have to ask me first. Grand Duke Karen was somewhat puzzled. You're actually protecting him like this? If you can fill a corner of my labyrinth with Gentir every year, I can protect you. We dragons have many flaws, but he gives so much, so I'll protect him. That's really your style, Grand Duke Karen said softly. Don't worry, I'm looking for him because I want to find a place to build a manor in the Dome Mountains. I need to greet him, the Lord, first. You want to move? This time it was the red dragon Virgil's turn to be stunned. He sat up and asked somewhat strangely, I remember your previous home was in the Bonaparte Empire, where you ran it for hundreds of years. Why do you want to move? To be precise, it was at the border between the Kingdom of Caroline and the Bonaparte Empire, nestled among the mountains, where we lived a secluded life. Even when we drank blood, it was from animals. We rarely showed ourselves outside, and not many people knew us. But this time, with several empires at war, the Habsburg Empire's war legions have already entered the Kingdom of Caroline. I don't want to get involved, so I have no choice but to move. Grand Duke Cullen looked somewhat helpless and annoyed. If I had that old man Torrid's demi-plane, I wouldn't be hiding like this. The war hasn't even started yet, has it? And even if it did, would it affect you hiding in the deep mountains and forests? Red Dragon Virgil scoffed. Besides, you, Edward Cullen, may have the title of vegetarian, but the strength of a vampire Grand Duke is no joke. There have been wars over the years, so why are you in such a hurry to escape this time? Moving house. Grand Duke Cullen pursed his lips slightly and said, before I came, someone had already approached me. Although they spoke very nicely and promised many benefits, their words were all aimed at forcing my family to take action. I also learned from some friends in the vampire clan that the 13 vampire clans were involved in the assassination of the imperial crown prince and have already taken sides. As he said this, he looked at Red Dragon Virgil and said very seriously, your fearsome reputation is well known, and not many dare to provoke you, so perhaps the information is a bit slow. On the surface, this war appears to be a conflict and struggle between mortal empires, but in reality, it's much more than that. The old order is crumbling under the impact of the magic-based industry. The old nobles fear the rapid rise of the new nobles, the royal families of the major empires fear the growing power of the Hohenzollern family, and even the one above you fears the expansion of the Seven's faith. So, while it seems the Habsburg Empire initiated the war, in my view, it's more of a desperate gamble. Or perhaps, the major empires and the one above have already decided to wipe out the Habsburg Empire. In such a war, even legends might become cannon fodder. Do you think it's right for me to seek a way out now? At this moment, the Red Dragon Virgil was no longer the nonchalant and indifferent man he had been. Instead, he stood up straight, his expression incredibly serious. Are you telling the truth? You can ask around yourself. I believe your connections are wider and your information more abundant than mine. I will. Then when will you introduce me to Earl Raymond? I could go myself, but I'm afraid it might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Just wait a moment, it shouldn't be long. With that, the Red Dragon Virgil hurriedly left. As he exited, a wave of his hand caused a magical fluctuation, and the Golden House vanished completely. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the Kingdom of Carolingia, the first great battle between the Imperial Magic Legion and the Carolingian Knights finally began. Update. Chapter 386, The Battle of Antwerp. Outside Antwerp, in the Kingdom of Caroline, on a vast plain, two armies stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense and tense. The royal family of Caroline, the Albert family, had once been incredibly glorious. Their history was ancient, even tracing back to antiquity, belonging to a branch of the hero king's bloodline, a paragon of honor among the old continent's nobility. Wherever they went, their ancestral glory alone commanded the highest level of hospitality. They even mediated conflicts between many noble families thanks to their widely recognized reputation. However, when the Habsburg Empire rose to power, seeking to seize control of the western continent, it clashed with the Bonaparte Empire. Caught in the middle of this empire's struggle, the Kingdom of Caroline suffered greatly, and from that time on, the Albert family never had a peaceful life. Constantly bullied by both sides, they lost all prestige as hero kings, and other old nobles mostly spoke of them with mockery. While the Duchy of Normans could still find ways to divide power and maintain a balance, the Albert family, Caroline had to choose sides. And King Albert I of this generation, without a doubt, chose to stand with the Bonaparte Empire. Faced with the Habsburg Empire's declaration of war, Albert I displayed the courage of a hero king, declaring to all the nobles and citizens, "A nation that can save itself will never perish." It must be said that the royal family had considerable influence. Various noble families dispatched their knightly orders, and the Albert family even brought out many of their most treasured resources. Thus, outside Antwerp, the first clash of the war began. However, what no one expected was how quickly and how brutally this battle would end. The Caroline kingdom's tactics remained quite primitive. The gathered farmers were armed with only a spear and simple leather armor, forming relatively tight formations, and advancing to the sound of drums. From afar, the forest of spears did indeed display a certain intimidation. Clearly, these farmers had received some training during their leisure time, otherwise, they wouldn't be so well organized. At the front of the formation were truly powerful warriors, at least second-tier professionals, or even third-tier transcendents. These strong shield guards provided the farmers with sufficient confidence. In traditional warfare, without these warriors, the farmers would often collapse quickly, unable to withstand the charge. On the flanks, groups of light cavalry patrolled, protecting the flanks of the central army. Most were squires, skilled in swordsmanship and archery, but lacking full sets of plate armor. A complete set of knight's armor was expensive, unaffordable for ordinary squires, thus serving as cavalry. However, they possessed the advantage of speed and agility, useful for both pursuit and escape. The true knightly order gathered at the rear. Almost all of the most powerful knights in the Kingdom of Caroline were here, densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Almost every one of them was clad in standard knightly plate armor, their dragon lances raised high, their war horses all of magical beast blood, possessing extraordinary endurance, and all clad in armor. Their leader, a Grand Knight Commander at the peak of the third-tier transcendent realm, radiated a knightly aura that spread outwards, even enveloping the thousands of knights within it. The infantry in front were nothing compared to them, they were the absolute main force, the decisive weapon on the battlefield. In fact, the reason the Kingdom of Caroline chose to engage the Imperial Legion in open battle, on the plains outside Antwerp, was precisely because this massive knightly force could only unleash its full combat power in open combat. On the other hand, the widespread use of magic-powered cannons meant that city walls were no longer very effective, and hiding inside was pointless. Of course, in addition to the traditional knightly order, the Kingdom of Caroline also brought out its trump card, such as a hastily assembled mage corps. Estimated to be around 100, they were all gathered together, with a massive magic circle inscribed beneath their feet. It's worth mentioning that the Kingdom of Caroline was quite progressive, acquiring numerous magical cannons and firearms from the Habs Empire through various channels. The weaker magic apprentices were gathered together to operate these weapons. However, people only learn and grow through hardship. Before this, they were accustomed to using experience and dogma to handle problems, always believing that past knowledge was suitable for all situations. The knights were indifferent to these magical weapons, setting up their positions on both sides, a considerable distance apart. Before the rise of the magical energy industry, this war would likely have been two similar formations clashing, approaching, fighting, then the knights seeking opportunities to charge, collide, infiltrate, and annihilate. Until one formation was breached, unable to hold on any longer, they would begin to flee, pursue, and capture. An old routine, the nobles of the old world were most familiar with this, but today, the Habs Empire taught them a lesson. As the infantry began their advance, they were first met with a relentless bombardment of artillery. The Empire's magic cannons had already undergone numerous upgrades, and this time the artillery legion was equipped with a fifth generation. Not only were they longer and more powerful, but the barrels had been rifling. The loading method was breech loading, resulting in significantly faster firing speeds, and the shells had changed from round to cylindrical with brass warheads. More importantly, the shells were also loaded with fragmentation, causing area of effect splash damage upon detonation. This type of shell was designed specifically for dense infantry formations. When the shells rained down from several kilometers away, the dense infantry legions became sitting ducks. With a deafening roar, the earth trembled, dust billowed, and fragments flew everywhere. Within a radius of several meters, only severed limbs remained. The infantry formation of the Kingdom of Caroline was very solid, but the shells seemed to have eyes, precisely plundering backwards from the front. Wherever they went, there were no intact corpses, only blood, mud, and scattered limbs. Such cruelty was far beyond the capacity of a group of peasant soldiers to endure. The rear of the infantry formation collapsed instantly. The peasants dropped their weapons and fled for their lives. But the dense formation only caused trampling, except for a very few on the outer edges who had a chance to escape further. The rest were either trampled to death or blown up. The stronger warriors at the front held out a little longer. Some activated magical items. Some withstood the pressure of battle aura, and a very few lucky ones ran forward, escaping the cannon's range and miraculously surviving. But standing there alone, they were bewildered. At this moment, should they charge forward or not? Of course, most were blown to pieces in the relentless barrage. As for the light cavalry on both sides, they were already in complete chaos, scattering and fleeing in all directions. However, what was even more unimaginable was the cannon's incredibly long range. After bombarding the infantry formation, it then fired shells at the knights' position. Now, the knights had no choice but to charge. If they charged close enough, they could evade the bombardment and try to turn the tide. But retreating meant certain death. So, at the roar of the Grand Knight Commander, countless bursts of battle aura erupted, mixed with various magical shields and defensive fields, and the massive Knight Order began their charge. Their speed increased from slow to fast. Their magical mounts seemed to ride the wind, desperately pushing forward against the cannon fire. It must be said that these knights were incredibly brave, and their various defensive spells proved extremely effective. Although many knights fell along the way, at least half managed to break through the barrier created by the cannon fire. However, their situation was even worse. On the ground, cover was being torn away, revealing dug trenches and, within them, Imperial soldiers who had been preparing for some time. Some wielded magic-powered rifles, firing precise bursts. Others set up Maxim magic-powered heavy machine guns, sweeping across the battlefield without restraint. Still others, skilled in throwing, held oval-shaped bombs, pulled the pins, infused them with magic, and tossed them away. Upon landing, they exploded, creating clouds of dust. While far less powerful than artillery shells, they still swept across the 2-meter radius. These were the grenades given by Roy, single soldier throwing weapons with immense destructive power. They also granted every Imperial soldier the ability to threaten superhumans. Indeed, even third-tier superhumans, unless they were Earth-based, wielding tower shields, or were freaks like Roy, would absolutely not want to take a direct hit from a grenade's explosive damage. At this moment, the charging knights were practically sitting ducks. It wasn't that there weren't third-tier superhumans among them, but even at the third tier, the maximum attack range of their aura slash was only about 100 meters. However, the range of automatic rifles and heavy machine guns was only several hundred meters, resulting in a situation that could only be described as utterly annihilated. Of course, the speed of the magical warhorses was still extremely fast, and the distance of several hundred meters wouldn't take long. But when they rushed closer, they were shocked to find that the Imperial soldiers had already retreated, moving from one trench to another, and then continuing to set up machine guns and spray bullets. This situation only improved when a superhuman knight, protected by battle aura and magical shields, rushed within a few dozen meters. His battle aura slash, unleashed in fury, covered an extremely wide area. It plowed across the ground, the earth and rocks imbued with the great force by the battle aura, scattering like bullets, causing at least a small squad of casualties. But this was also the first time an Imperial soldier had died in action since the start of the battle. And the superhuman who had emerged died even more tragically. A gunshot rang out, the distinctive sound extremely clear even in the chaotic battlefield. Then, the superhuman's head exploded. A high-explosive anti-tank bullet fired from a kilometer away pierced his aura defenses and blew his head off. There's more to come. I need to finish writing this part. Chapter 387, The Battle of Antwerp. The artillery fire had ceased some time earlier, and the lingering smoke had dissipated, making the battlefield situation clearer. Of course, there were many ways to observe the battle, and even more people were watching. In the void, the magic of numerous magical eyes intertwined, like a tangled mess. Various detection spells, carrying elemental fluctuations, reflected everything on the battlefield onto the other side. At this moment, in the command post of Antwerp, there was a deathly silence. This command post was clearly a temporary conversion, located in a building beneath the city walls. Maps hung on the walls, and in the center was a huge sand table. Magical light rippled, displaying various terrain features on the sand table, like a miniature world. Then, the current battle situation was reflected on the sand table, from the roar of artillery fire to the collapse of infantry, from the charge of knights to the carnage of heavy machine guns and grenades. At this moment, everyone present felt as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Although the Habsburg Empire had declared war on them, they had been extremely confident before the war began. The reason was simple: the Habs Empire had only deployed 1 or 2 legions, while they had gathered most of the kingdom's strength. In terms of battlefield strength, they still held the advantage. But now, after only a short time since the start of the war, they were already driven to the brink. Among the crowd, a slightly overweight old man seemed unable to accept it, uttering almost muttered murmurs. "How could this be? How could this be? How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. It absolutely shouldn't be like this. My knights, my army, how powerful they are. How could this be? How could this be? Could it be that I was really wrong? Are magical weapons really that powerful? Your Majesty, please wake up. Now is not the time for reflection. What do we do now?" A richly dressed, bald nobleman spoke loudly, interrupting Albert I's self-doubt. Albert I snapped out of his daze, as if remembering something, and exclaimed, "Magic cannons! Yes, magic cannons! They have them, and we have them too. Get them moving and let them fire at each other." A lieutenant smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, our magic cannons are only first-generation products. Their range isn't that far, their rate of fire isn't that fast, and we don't have that many skilled gunners. Their accuracy isn't that good either. They can't even reach the enemy's positions, so, what they sold us were defective products." Albert I finally calmed down a bit. He immediately said, "Mage Corps. Yes, get the Mage Corps moving. Don't hold back. Use your most powerful magic, and the Flying Wolf Knights. Take off. Kill them all." The richly dressed, bald nobleman couldn't help but speak up. "Your Majesty, are you going all in? If you do this, we'll have nothing left. Hell, what else do you want to hold back? Or rather, if we lose this battle, what will we have left?" Albert I's voice grew increasingly deep. "This is our last stand. We must stake everything. Lieutenant, relay my orders." "Yes, sir." Then, the horn sounded again, its unique rhythm carrying the command. The hundreds of mages immediately sprang into action. Led by a peak third-tier mage, they gathered their magic power, took out a fiery red scroll, and slowly unfurled it. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and a massive meteorite rapidly approached, bursting into flames as it fell, crashing directly to the earth. Legendary spell, Meteor Shower. Well, on the battlefield, this is a legendary spell that's been used to death. Anyone with a chance and ability would want to cast it. Its frequent use means it's effective. Often, such a legendary spell can wipe out an initial advantage, forcing everyone to start over and decide the outcome again. It's arguably the best way to turn the tide. Meanwhile, in Antwerp, on a vast plaza, a pack of flying wolf demonic beasts dwelled. These magical beasts resembled wolves, but were much larger, each standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 4 meters long. Their fur was primarily black and white, with only a few of the most powerful possessing red fur on their backs. Their most distinctive feature was a pair of wings, resembling bat wings, though not particularly wide. These wings were covered in natural magical runes, which they used to manipulate and draw upon wind elements for flight. At this moment, upon receiving the order, lightly armed knights rushed out. They wore uniforms but no armor, not even leather armor. Bows and arrows were carried on their backs, and dimensional pouches hung at their waists. They moved with incredible speed, leaping directly onto their flying wolf mounts. After calming their mounts, they urged them to spread their wings, stirring up wind elements, and soar into the sky. The Flying Wolf Knights were one of the few air forces in the old continent. Each Flying Wolf Knight was a skilled archer, capable of hitting a target from 100 paces away, and also proficient in aerial combat. Of course, occasionally, they could also serve as bombing units. They appeared in midair, pulling out dimensional bags and bamboo baskets filled with what looked like pumpkins. These were magical artifacts, made from a magical plant, and called pumpkin bombs. They worked like cannonballs, flying into the air and dropping to explode in large numbers. However, the pumpkin bomb sap had an extremely corrosive effect. Upon impact, it could corrode countless holes in a full set of knight's plate armor. This aerial knightly order was clearly quite powerful. The only problem was that it didn't belong to the Kingdom of Caroline. That's right, It was support from the Bonaparte Empire. With the Kingdom of Caroline having fully surrendered, the Bonaparte Empire naturally had to show its support, and the Flying Wolf Knights were the fastest support unit to arrive. There might be others, but not as fast. At this moment, Albert I was truly going all in, like a gambler who had lost, determined to wager everything. Compared to him, the commander of the Imperial Legion, a middle-aged general with ring temples but an upright posture, appeared utterly indifferent. He planted his flag on the sand table, his cold voice echoing in the command post. Since this king is still not giving up, then we will utterly extinguish his hopes. Pass down the order, everyone move out. Yes, sir. Thus, the imperial side quickly sprang into action. Facing the massive meteorite that was drawing ever closer in the sky, several mechanical mages stepped forward. They operated an unconventional magic cannon on the open ground. Its dark barrel was covered in golden magic runes, and the base beneath the barrel was driven deep into the ground, stabilized by special magic. Then, the barrel was pointed towards the sky. And under the control of the mechanical mages, flames erupted from beneath the turret. The intense heat and steam combined to create a mushroom cloud. The fired shell, trailing a fiery tail, swerved in midair, heading straight for the falling meteorite. The two forces rapidly approached, collided, and exploded. In midair, a circular shockwave spread outwards, like a storm rising in the void. However, after the storm, all that remained were countless falling fragments of rock. Though numerous, their destructive power was gone. Indeed, a massive meteorite shower, a legendary spell, had been intercepted by a magic-powered missile. This event, both exaggerated and plausible, stunned countless onlookers. But this wasn't the end. The Flying Wolf Knights were about to intervene in the battlefield immediately after the aftershocks subsided. The Empire's response was to launch a series of hot air balloons. Yes, enormous hot air balloons took to the sky, their surfaces made of an unknown material and inscribed with magic circles. A strong wind blew, propelling these balloons towards the approaching Flying Wolf Knights. To be precise, the Flying Wolf Knights were far more agile than the hot air balloons. The massive balloons were sitting ducks. But the problem was, Imperial soldiers were inside the baskets beneath the balloons. Either they were at a distance, aiming at the balloons one by one with their specially designed sniper rifles. Either they got too close, or the Maxim machine guns were raised and opened fire. These Flying Wolf Knights were handpicked by the Bonaparte Empire, possessing formidable strength, but at this moment, they could only rage in vain. If they ran fast enough, they might survive, but most were shocked, and then, one shot at a time, they became corpses. After the Flying Wolf Knights fled, the ground battlefield also saw a decisive outcome. Except for a very few powerful knights who chose to break through, the rest were either captured or killed beyond any hope of survival. Thus, the Battle of Antwerp ended with a crushing defeat for the Kingdom of Caroline, along with the rule of the Albert family. In just a few days, the Imperial Army, with its invincible might, swept away all resistance from the Kingdom of Caroline. By August 9, 314 of the new divine calendar, the entire Kingdom of Caroline had fallen. When the news spread, the world was in uproar. Updated. Chapter 388, Profound Impact. In a sense, the Battle of Antwerp was a complete rout, nothing to write home about. The ancient Kingdom of Caroline strictly adhered to the rules among nobles, preventing any fourth-tier or higher powerhouses from intervening in the war. This was, of course, the wisest choice and their own protection. Because, in terms of both quantity and quality, the Habsburg Empire could easily crush them with any number of its elite warriors. Then, they assembled their largest number of knightly orders, prepared several contingency plans to turn the tide, and essentially wagered the majority of the ancient kingdom's power at the table. You can't say they lacked determination and courage, nor can you underestimate their strength. However, times had changed. Faced with the Imperial Legion, which seemed like a completely new version of the game, all their efforts, courage, and glory were a joke. From the east to the west of the Kingdom of Caroline, without railways, the Legion's march alone would take several days. But in this battle? From the declaration of war on August 4, 314 of the new divine calendar, to the complete occupation of the territory on August 9, it took only 5 days. The ancient kingdom was thus destroyed and brought under the rule of the Habsburg Empire. The news had an unimaginable impact on dozens of kingdoms, powerful forces, and ancient noble families across the old world. Tactically, this war was unremarkable and not something to boast about, but its subsequent influence, both now and in the future, is profound and has left an indelible mark on military history. Even the evaluation of it has undergone a dramatic shift due to changing times and evolving values. Currently, almost all major powers and ancient noble families are studying the composition and tactics of the Imperial Magic Legion. From the basic qualities of the Legion's soldiers to their weaponry, from the range and maintenance of magic rifles to the rate of fire and coverage of heavy machine guns, from the range of magic cannons to the selection criteria and training materials for artillerymen, from the structure of the Imperial Legion to the style of its commanders, and so on. It can be said that this war stunned countless nobles and kings. The battle decades ago was merely the first appearance of magical weapons, further obscured by the Bonaparte Empire's blockade and the intervention of its high-level military forces, leaving much to the imagination. However, today's battle was like a slap in the face, clearly demonstrating that feigning ignorance was futile. Following this battle, countless ancient nobles, kings, and emperors began to reevaluate the power and use of magical weapons. Furthermore, many nobles quietly changed their attitude towards the Habsburg Empire. If before it was absolute hostility, now their attitude had softened considerably. Ultimately, they were afraid. They feared becoming the next Caroline kingdom, so many nobles began to actively contact the empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At the most basic level of the world, the struggle between nations always follows the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. And years later, when magical weapons had become the mainstream in the old world, many things became accepted facts. Even the most ordinary commoner knew that literacy was as important as basic meditation, yet a wave of criticism swept through the historians of the old world. They no longer praised Albert I's bravery, but ridiculed his ignorance and folly. Where did he get the courage to fight firearms with cold weapons? They even offered a new interpretation of the Battle of Antwerp, seeing it as a counterattack by the remnants of the old era, a decisive blow from a higher dimension. Until a century later, when historians looked back at this history, discarding all negative or radical sentiments, they offered the fairest assessment. They believed it marked the beginning of the iteration of weapons of war. The Habsburg Empire, with a resounding victory, told everyone that the replacement of cold weapons with firearms was inevitable. From the war onward, the superiority of magical energy industry became known and recognized by the nobles of the old world. Whether they liked it or not, and regardless of what the future held, from that day forward, the spread of magical energy industry was inevitable. Anyone who tried to obstruct it would be crushed to dust by the tide of history. Of course, these are all far-fetched views. Few people possess such foresight. Most are preoccupied with immediate, petty gains. Flower Territory, Brussels, Lion Manor, second floor, study. Roy sat upright at his desk, his expression solemn. On his desk lay numerous documents. Among them was a detailed battle report on the Battle of Antwerp. Remote communication was facilitated via magical arrays, allowing the most accurate information to be transmitted to all parts of the old world at lightning speed when needed. There was also a letter from the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater. Having received Christina's message, he finally had no choice but to postpone the meeting, but instead wrote a letter. The words were extremely earnest, but the content was simple: to postpone the meeting. He hadn't received a definitive message from the Empire and didn't know their attitude, so even if he met with Loy, he couldn't agree to anything. In other words, any discussion would be pointless. So, he'd wait a little longer, until he had concrete news, then he'd meet with Roy at Lion Manor immediately. Only then would the talks be truly effective. Besides that, there was news from Auckland, imperial newspapers, letters from Grand Duchess of Fry and Old Freud, and so on. Everything was laid out, filling the desk to the brim. Across the desk sat the Red Dragon Virgil Barry, who had been rambling on and on so far. He talked about the vegetarian Grand Duke Cullen, his request to move, the astonishing information he'd obtained after contacting those old men, and the peculiarities of this war. He spoke with great enthusiasm, but in the end, Roy remained indifferent, which greatly displeased him. Hey, give me some reaction, will you? This intelligence I gathered from multiple sources is absolutely accurate. How can you be so calm? So what kind of reaction do you want from me? Luo Yu retorted, worried, uneasy, unable to accept it, living in constant fear. The problem is, even if I'm worried, the great war you mentioned will still happen, regardless of my will. You're quite optimistic, aren't you? Afraid of being affected? Didn't you see what I've done? Expanding the army, preparing for war, stockpiling supplies. What's all this for? Luoyi sighed, isn't it all for self-preservation? So that when trouble comes knocking, we'll have the strength to fight back. There are many things I can't solve, but the things I can control, I have to seize. Red Dragon Virgil was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something. So, you already knew. Of course I don't know those high-level messages you mentioned, and I don't have the channels. But, it's better to be prepared. I'm very afraid of dying. As Loy spoke, he looked earnestly at the Red Dragon Virgil and said, however, you should also be frank with me. I need to know just how strong you really are. The Red Dragon Virgil became wary. Why are you asking about that? At least it puts my mind at ease. If I encounter an invincible enemy in the future, I can surrender more quickly. How? Guess. So I really guessed. Will you guess too? The Dragon of the End. I've checked the historical records. Based on my assessment of you, ordinary legends shouldn't be your match. What about 2 or more legends? The Red Dragon Virgil said proudly. No matter how many legends come, I'll be fearless. What about a 5th-tier demigod? If you really offend a demigod, I can collect your corpse. Loy nodded. So even if a demigod comes, you can still escape unscathed. I understand. The Red Dragon Virgil's lips twitched, and he seemed quite annoyed. He asked, that guy Edward Cullen, are you going to see him or not? What's your opinion? Although he's a vampire, the Karen family are typical law-abiding citizens. It's likely they genuinely want to avoid trouble in the Dome Mountains. His desire to see you is more about greeting you. Both sides have reached an understanding to avoid any unnecessary conflict. I understand. It's also out of respect for you. Otherwise, who would care about a mere mortal count like me? Good to know. By the way, you haven't said whether you'll see him or not. Yes. Of course I'll see him. What time do you think is suitable? I'll go to your golden house. I'm very curious about what kind of secret holy technique he brought me. Then let's do it tonight. Alright. With everything settled, the Red Dragon Virgil left. For him, if he didn't want to be discovered, no one would. After seeing him off, Loy returned to her seat, looking at the numerous documents on her desk, lost in thought. Finally, as if remembering something, she reached out, opened a drawer, and took out another letter. She opened it, pulled out a letter, and read it carefully for the 3rd time, still reading with utmost concentration. Finally, he circled a few words on it, drawing circles and circles around them. Operation Schlieffen, this was the code name for the war launched by the Empire. And this letter, naturally, was written to him by Baron Miller Petrovich. First update. Chapter 389, The Schlieffen Plan. Having a high-ranking imperial minister as a friend is undoubtedly beneficial, providing invaluable assistance. While Miller couldn't provide the imperial secrets, much of the semi-public information was unrelated to his own speculations. It was precisely because of this long-term, close relationship with Miller that Lloyd had a clearer understanding of the changes and policies within the imperial upper echelons. He could even see through some of the internal struggles and power shifts within the empire. Speaking of the Schlieffen project, one must mention Alfred von Schlieffen, chief of the general staff of the imperial military. The political system of the Habsburg Empire differed from other feudal empires, or rather, since embarking on the path of magical energy industry, the empire had undergone long and adaptive reforms. Among these, the changes in the imperial military were particularly significant. The previous practice of using noble knights as legion leaders had long been abandoned, replaced by specialized war academies to train professional personnel. The empire also established a dedicated general staff to pool resources and formulate various plans to cope with the increasingly volatile war situation. Among the many subordinate agencies of the general staff, the Military History Bureau was the most valued. Its characteristics can be summarized in one sentence: there's nothing new in history. This means history always repeats itself, so learning from history to avoid mistakes and studying strategy and tactics is paramount. The Military History Bureau, in particular, possesses considerable authority, having access to the most comprehensive war records from ancient and modern times, including all secret and confidential information. Because of their extensive knowledge and in-depth research, the members of the Military History Bureau are considered a think tank and are highly trusted. Alfred von Schlieffen was not of noble birth. His family was simply a merchant family that had amassed wealth through the development of the magic energy industry. However, in his youth, he was an idealist, talented, and extremely proactive individual. He first volunteered for military service, then passed the entrance exam for the Imperial 1st Guard Lancer Regiment, becoming a captain within a year. Instead of working his way up in the military, He entered the Imperial War Academy, where he was highly regarded as one of the initial students. 3 years later, he joined the General Staff, starting as a clerk and then moving to the Bureau of Military History, where he rose through the ranks to become its director, and later Chief of the General Staff. Now, he is the Chief of the General Staff, just one step away from the highest rank of Field Marshal. Undoubtedly, his career path largely mirrors that of Hohenzollern III during his reign. It is rumored that the two had a close personal relationship, even considering themselves friends. His personal abilities are undeniable. He's extremely bold in his military tactics, never concerned with the gains or losses of individual cities or territories, believing that tactics serve strategy. Tactical victories cannot replace strategic failures. Conversely, strategic success makes successive defeats insignificant. The Schlieffen Plan was proposed and formulated by him. Its specific details are unknown, even Miller doesn't know them, and even if he did, he couldn't say more. The only certainty was that this Chief of the General Staff had repeatedly stated the same thing in public speeches. On the battlefield, using artillery fire to cover infantry charges could quickly strike the enemy. Loy pondered this statement and realized that it wasn't just other nations that were confused about warfare after the widespread use of magical weapons. The Empire itself was also bewildered, constantly experimenting and exploring. However, in Loy's view, while the Habsburg Empire had won the Battle of Antwerp and occupied the entire Kingdom of Caroline, this was only a partial victory. From a broader perspective, the Habsburg Empire was still facing a three-way siege from the three strongest empires of the Old World, the Bonaparte Empire, the Slavic Empire, and the Sardinian Kingdom. How exactly did they intend to break this deadlock? With a widespread use of magical weapons, mortals might indeed be invincible on the battlefield, but what about those above mortals? What if natural disasters and legendaries intervened on the battlefield? So, how should this Schlieffen Plan be described? Loy pondered for a long time, then shook his head, feeling he should waste his brain cells like that. He only needed to focus on other people's affairs. Ultimately, it was his own. That night, Loy went to the Temple of the Sun God again, and in the Golden House, he met the Grand Duke of Karen, a man who possessed both handsome looks and a touch of effeminacy. This Grand Duke was impeccably polite and erudite. He seemed capable of offering profound analysis and understanding on any topic. If Virgil the Red Dragon's knowledge stemmed from the accumulation of years, then this Grand Duke had truly read many books and studied a great deal, accumulating a vast amount of knowledge. If it weren't for Deep Blue's presence, Loy wouldn't have been able to out-argue him. However, Loy still sensed a hint of impatience from him. There was no way around it. The entire Kingdom of Caroline had fallen. If the two empires were to confront each other, it would inevitably be on the border between the Kingdom of Caroline and the Bonaparte Empire, a region with complex terrain, high mountains, and dense forests, precisely where Duke Karen's hometown was located. Although they lived in seclusion, with a large army passing through, clearing roads through mountains and building bridges over rivers, and with powerful figures accompanying them, it was hard to say whether they might run into each other. If they were easily wiped out, he would have no one to cry to, and no one to seek revenge against. Therefore, he was the first to lose his composure, and as the conversation progressed, he abruptly changed the subject and directly stated the matter. The Karen family wanted to establish a new vampire lair within the Dome Mountains, which would inevitably involve contact with the Flower Territory, requiring them to gain Loy's approval. Loy didn't see anything wrong with this. He even designated an area for them. Within the Dome Mountains, there were many properties owned by the Raymond family, especially mines, lumberyards, potion-growing areas, and a griffin lair. The Raymond family had gone through great lengths to sign a contract with this griffin lair when they wanted to form the Griffin Knights. Therefore, deep in the mountains, beneath the lair, was a town of nearly 3,000 people. The people here had multiplied for generations, and were mostly servants of the Raymond family. Their task was to get close to the griffins, cleaning their nests, feeding the cubs, transporting food, and even training them. Griffins were quite intelligent. As a renowned species, adult griffins generally possessed the intelligence of an ordinary person and the strength of a high-level magical beast, making them formidable. The only thing griffins had to do was for knights to pass a test and become griffin knights. Unfortunately, later generations were incompetent. Apart from the Iron Knight Phil, practically no one could accomplish this. Roy had actually considered taming the Griffin King, but he was too busy and hadn't been able to. However, The Karen family wanted to live a secluded life but couldn't completely detach themselves from society, and this Griffin town was quite suitable. When Roy explained the situation, Grand Duke Karen was very interested and, after some further questioning, also agreed it was a good fit. However, since he had spoken first, his momentum had weakened, so Roy could naturally press his advantage and demand more benefits. For example, they couldn't drink human blood directly, and they couldn't create panic. These were essential. For example, they also need to help kill and drive away some magical beasts and protect Loy's businesses, especially several mines. Furthermore, both sides have reached an agreement to help each other when needed, naturally assisting each other in resisting enemies. Of course, this cannot be forced, verbal agreements are not legally binding, and the specifics depend on the situation. For instance, if a demigod-level enemy arrives on Loy's side, expecting Grand Duke Karen to intervene would be a joke. Conversely, if Grand Duke Karen is pursued by a vampire prince, Loy will simply stand by and watch. However, to compensate Loy, Grand Duke Karen will bring out all the secret holy techniques collected by his family. The value of that drop of ancestral blood is that it contains holy techniques that Loy can use, and he can take them all. In addition, the Karen family will also open their accumulated library to Loy. The red dragon Virgil is ultimately a dragon, fond of sparkly things, and has a racial heritage, but he doesn't have the habit of collecting books. Vampires, however, are different. They valued tradition and loved collecting, especially scholars like Grand Duke Karen, whose collections of various books were quite extensive. Loy felt that, aside from the secret sacred techniques, the most valuable aspect of this alliance was these ancient books. Deep Blue had last supplemented his knowledge with the Raymond family's collection, but with his increasing strength, that knowledge was clearly insufficient. He needed more profound, hidden knowledge about this world, and he entrusted this to Grand Duke Karen's collection. The bargaining continued until dawn, and with the red dragon Virgil as witness, the two sides reached an agreement, which was then written down. Although it had no binding force, black and white words were different. Afterwards, Grand Duke Karen took the drop of ancestral blood almost without hesitation and left immediately. He was eager to return home and somewhat lost his composure, but Loy could understand. As for the secret sacred techniques, he placed them in the red dragon Virgil's labyrinth, where Loy could consult and select them himself. What more can be said? Roy, itching with desire, dragged the red dragon Virgil into the depths of the labyrinth. After countless twists and turns, Virgil finally led Roy to a secluded room. It was here that Roy encountered the 3 secret holy techniques brought by Grand Duke Karen, along with an extra, enormous surprise. Second update. Chapter 390, Acquiring a Sacred Skill Again. Virgil the Red Dragon's labyrinth was notorious for its abundance of treasures, gold, traps, and rooms. To protect his wealth, the old dragon had maxed out his labyrinth magic skill, even exceeding it. Despite numerous attempts, including using Deep Blue's calculation and analysis modules, Roy couldn't construct a map of the labyrinth. Eventually, he figured it out. This labyrinth not only conformed to the laws of physics but also incorporated magic. Maps could reflect events temporarily, but their patterns remained unclear. Now, he didn't care anymore. As long as Virgil led him, he could safely navigate in and out. The room he entered this time didn't appear large from the outside, and its interior was also small. In the center stood a half-person-high mahogany shelf. The shelf was divided into left, center, and right sections, each holding a copy of a secret sacred technique. The containers were different again. Roy started with the first one from the left, which was an ancient book with a strangely shaped cover. It wasn't considered a magic book because Luo Yi didn't sense the elemental fluctuations expected of one, but this didn't diminish the book's eeriness. On its dark gold cover was a sphere with intertwined tentacles, the tendrils spreading end lines densely covering the top and bottom covers. However, countless tiny tendrils, similar to the fine hairs on human skin, still appeared on the surface of these tendrils. Most strangely, while the large, intertwined sphere seemed painted, these tiny tendrils were real. Luo Yi leaned down for a closer look and discovered that the entire book was suspended in midair because of these tiny tentacles. As Luo Yi reached out, the tiny, hair-like tentacles immediately stood upright, taut and ready to attack. When he moved his hand to the left, the tendrils moved to the left. When he moved his hand to the right, the tendrils moved to the right as well. Luo Yi's face twitched. After a slight hesitation, golden red holy fire-colored battle aura emerged, transforming into a crystalline, almost tangible glove that covered his right hand before he lowered it and opened the book. He could clearly feel the tiny tentacles, like countless little people, attacking his right hand. However, the force was weak and unable to penetrate the glove's defense. Even so, Luo Yi carefully sensed it for a moment before raising his hand to confirm he was unharmed, before finally having time to read the information recorded in the book. Uniquely, it was a diary written in the first person. It recounted how he obtained this strange object, the process of trying it out, his experience of controlling it, the effects of using it, and its subsequent development, etc. The text was in an ancient human language, written and drawn in a messy style, but the content was truly rich. The entry into this holy technique was simple: release the limitations of body and mind, allowing the tentacle-like spheres to enter through the ears and attach to the body. On one page of the book, there was even a meticulously drawn diagram, featuring the human brain and spine as the most prominent features, radiating outwards like countless roots extending from a tree. The most direct effect of this sacred technique was an exaggerated increase in reaction speed. Everything you saw and perceived seemed to slow down, allowing you to easily dodge or attack. This effect was immediate, even rapidly enhancing one's swordsmanship and offensive and defensive skills. However, looking at the diagram, Luo Yi felt a strange mix of familiarity and oddities. Deep Blue, what is this? The human neural network system, meaning this thing should be on the human nervous system. From this perspective, if activated, it's perfectly normal for it to enhance an individual's reflexes and body control. In other words, this sacred technique is actually somewhat similar to the Lion King technique, except one is attached to blood vessels, and the other to a neural network. Now it seems so. This is interesting. Can I cultivate it? It should be possible, but I'll have to simulate and analyze it further. Moreover, the side effects of this sacred technique are quite strong. I need to find the cause and avoid them as much as possible. Luo Yi's eyes narrowed. She flipped through the book again, only then realizing that the handwriting on the back was clearly not from one person and had changed hands many times. Then, the most difficult part of this sacred technique was overcoming the seemingly simple introductory hurdle. It involved 100 people trying, and only one person succeeding was considered good. Those who failed wouldn't die, but nerve damage and complete paralysis were the norm, making it extremely dangerous. Shaking his head, Luo Yi, after confirming that Shenlan had collected all the information without omission, looked at the second secret holy technique, Giant Soul. This holy technique was relatively normal, recorded on a scroll of dragon skin, the back covered in fine bronze dragon scales, while the front was inscribed with dense text. The necessary material for cultivation was a seed, with lingering flashes of lightning on it. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yi found this holy technique both familiar and unfamiliar. This was because it was one of the 7 holy techniques of True Thunder Titan Body, the part Luo Yi lacked, and also the core part. Simulating the soul fluctuations of a Thunder Titan was necessary to control the Thunder Titan body. However, after only a brief glance, Luo Yi simply tossed it aside. This holy technique was useless. At most, it could serve as material for Shenlan's accumulation and learning. It seemed the first holy technique had raised Luo Yi's expectations too high, leading to considerable disappointment with the second. The third sacred skill, Dimensional Pouch, is quite interesting. When a warrior reaches the third tier, their body undergoes a certain degree of transformation. By the fourth tier, the Calamity Realm, they advance by leaps and bounds, transcending the mortal realm. At this point, a portion of the body's energy consumption is supplied by battle ki. In fact, a Calamity Realm expert can sustain themselves for a long time without food or water, relying solely on battle ki. At this level, eating is merely a low-level form of energy replenishment. Absorption, conversion, and transformation into bioenergy are too cumbersome and inefficient. Like wild horses, they must constantly graze, graze, graze. Only in this way can they support the consumption of such a large frame and well-developed muscles. Therefore, Dimensional Pouch is a sacred skill developed based on this principle. The so-called pouch can be seen as the stomach and intestines, and the object of this sacred skill is a shriveled, wrinkled, black bag. Touching it, it truly resembles a human stomach and intestines, with a warm sensation. Luo Yi didn't know what this thing was, but the initial step in this sacred technique involved surgery to insert it into his stomach. As expected, secret sacred techniques always took unconventional methods. Even for Luo Yi, who was quite accepting of such things, the thought of being disemboweled still sent chills down his spine. However, the effects of mastering this sacred technique were extraordinary. First, he could eat almost infinitely. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, digesting and replenishing his body no matter how much he ate. Second, his diet was no longer limited. He could stuff things like magic crystals, magical plants, and ores into his stomach. There was nothing he couldn't digest. In critical moments, even eating dirt could provide some of his body's needs. Finally, his stomach could process most toxic substances, automatically filtering and excreting them, and was immune to their effects. In other words, any poison that was ingested and absorbed through the digestive system had no effect on him. You have to admit, these effects alone were enough to make the risk worthwhile for Luo Yi. After reviewing the 3 sacred techniques and collecting all the information, Luo Yi's gaze shifted to the wall beside the wooden shelf. There, embedded in the dim gray wall, was a square, jade white stone, about the height of a person. In the center of the stone was a relief carving of a figure with an indistinct face, raising its right hand, surrounded by seemingly endless light, like the sun illuminating the earth. Luo Yi stared, becoming increasingly engrossed, as if his entire spirit had been drawn into it. Then, the dazzling sunlight shone directly upon him, like thousands of sharp blades falling, leaving no way to dodge or avoid. Luo Yi, with his resilient spirit, reacted in a moment of disorientation, letting out a painful roar and staggering backward. Footprints were left on the stone slabs, and it took Luo Yi a long while to regain his footing. At this moment, some information naturally surfaced in his mind. This was the legendary combat technique, Holy Light Radiance. The extraordinary possess extraordinary combat skills, and natural disasters are amplified by attribute-based battle ki. But at the legendary level, if one can interfere with the rules, they are qualified to borrow a sliver of the power of those rules. Even a sliver is a height unattainable by mortals, possessing certain almost insurmountable characteristics. For example, this Holy Light Radiance, once activated, is virtually impossible to dodge unless your speed surpasses that of light. But light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second, how can one dodge it? Therefore, this legendary combat skill can only be withstood, not dodged. Only those who survive a single blow are qualified to discuss anything else. What Luo Yi didn't expect was that the creator of this legendary combat skill was none other than the Silver Angel under the Sun God. This was one of his invincible killing moves, used to traverse countless planes, and its true meaning was inscribed for the Church of the Sun God. However, it was unknown why it ended up outside, eventually falling into the hands of the Karen family. Grand Duke Karen came to trade and also to ask for a favor, so after learning that Luo Yi cultivated holy battle ki, he took out this relief and presented it as a gift. It has to be said, this gift is truly amazing, so amazing that even Luo Yi couldn't help but praise it. The only pity is that the initial cultivation threshold for this legendary combat skill is too high. Not to mention that only legendary powerhouses are qualified to comprehend it, at least a 4th tier Holy Knight is needed, and Luo Yi is still just a little bit short. Therefore, he has decided to work harder and first achieve the 4th tier Calamity Realm. Please subscribe. Chapter 391, Changes in the Principality. After 2 nights, Luo Yi had completely absorbed the 3 sacred techniques, plus the legendary combat technique. Shen Lan's absorption involved more than just recording all the text, he also had to complete basic translations and perform rudimentary simulations to ensure the information was accurate and genuine. To Luo Yi's surprise, the giant soul technique, which he considered completely useless, actually had development value. The power of the Thunder Titan body was undeniable. Broken down, it comprised 7 sacred techniques, the core of which was the giant soul technique. Only by possessing the unique characteristics of a giant soul could one truly wield a titan's powerful body. In other words, it was a rare sacred technique for tempering the soul, similar to Dragon's Might Bloom. Shen Lan's plan was to use Divine Sai, Dragon's Might Bloom, as a foundation, absorbing some of the secrets of the giant soul, to achieve iterative updates to the sacred techniques. Of course, this kind of cultivation method involving the soul required considerable patience and time. They had to wait. The other 2 sacred techniques also require analysis, simulation, fine-tuning, and finally, testing. This too takes time. As for the legendary combat technique, Holy Radiance, it goes without saying that without a 4th tier heavenly calamity, one doesn't even qualify to practice such a technique that involves laws. Therefore, Luo Yi's current cultivation is actually focused on accumulating battle ki, filling his holy flame battle ki to the brim first. To be honest, Luo Yi's cultivation speed isn't slow, regardless of the place or era. However, the volatile situation in the old continent, like oil boiling over a raging fire, gives him a strong sense of insecurity, making him even more dedicated to his cultivation. Currently, with a generous use of Isis's spring of wine and various precious magical potions, his battle ki accumulation has already reached 90% again. He's only one step away from the peak of the third-tier transcendent realm. He believes that with his accumulated experience and foundation, breaking through to the fourth-tier heavenly calamity realm will be not only easy but also a natural progression. At that time, with all his holy skills activated and the angel's ring, he could truly stand before legendary powerhouses and proclaim, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens." The safety of flower territory would increase dramatically. Of course, if you ask what Luo Yi lacks now, it's neither cultivation resources nor secret holy skills, but rather the techniques of a fourth-tier calamity powerhouse in using attribute battle ki, and the various calamity combat techniques developed from it. Even if he can't use them himself, Deep Blue could simulate and calculate those suitable for him. The problem is, while the Raymond family is known for its bravery, they do have records of attribute battle ki, but none of the holy attribute, holy radiance, somewhat compensates for this, but it's still too little. In fact, the Church of the Sun God has the most of these, but Luo Yi doesn't think he can easily acquire them. Then there's the secret vault of the Habsburg Empire. Luo Yi once exchanged many good things there, but unfortunately, the war forced all of this to be postponed. It's worth mentioning that the people sent by the Freud and Norman families to learn from them arrived in the last couple of days. Clearly, these individuals were carefully selected. The younger ones were mostly family scions, either Freud or Norman. This was to cultivate the next generation. The older ones were all shrewd and capable individuals. While their learning abilities might be slightly weaker, they were mature and capable, and with a little training, they could be put to practical use. Among them was an acquaintance of Loy's, the first in line to the Norman family throne, the future Grand Duke Norman, the eldest son of Grand Duchess of Fra, and Loy's brother, Dean Norman. His expression as he looked at Loy was quite complex and fascinating. Once upon a time, he had even harbored murderous intent towards Loy out of jealousy, but now, he was still the same person, while Lloyd was no longer the same. Their identities remained the same, but their statuses were worlds apart. He had even been sent to Flower Territory to learn about magic energy industries. To be honest, when he received his mother's order, Dean felt like he was going crazy. In his view, the two were still competitors, but now, if he were to go and learn from her, wouldn't that be putting him at a disadvantage? His pride and self-respect wouldn't allow him to lower his head, so he stubbornly refused to move. Finally, Grand Duchess of Fra had a deep conversation with him, discussing the magic energy factory, its production efficiency, the power of magic energy weapons, this era of change, and the plight of the ancient nobles. At this moment, Dean Norman felt as if the clouds had parted and he could see a vast expanse of sky. Grand Duchess of Fra wanted him to go to the Flower Territory so that he could see what was changing this era, and that when he took over the Norman Duchy in the future, he would know how to make the right choices. It must be said that this heart-to-heart talk between mother and son broadened Dean's horizons and made him feel valued, no longer resisting going to the Flower Territory. However, when he saw Roy again, his complex emotions were still hard to hide. Roy saw it, but pretended not to, communicating and arranging things as usual. Most of the newcomers were sent to the factory, working during the day and attending training courses at night, learning the basics of the magic energy industry from the ground up. Of course, Dean Norman received some privileges. Loy assigned him to Maruna, instructing Maruna to use him as a secretary. Maruna's position provided him with sufficient access to accurate data, involvement in factory development planning, and easy access to different factories, making him the perfect fit. It's clear Loy put considerable thought into this arrangement. Joining Dean Norman as assistant was Terence Freud, the first in line to the Freud family's throne, a young dragon knight with third-tier transcendent strength. It must be said that the Freud family, renowned for its cultivation, sent 10 members, all of whom, except for Norman, were mages. That's right, all were second-tier or higher mages, with 2 even reaching third-tier transcendent level. Most had also minored in potion making or classical alchemy, truly impressive. Loy was incredibly envious. Their arrival had indeed filled some of the flower territory's need for mages, and the mechanical mage tower was finally less empty. Besides, the Norman and Freud families had also demonstrated their efficiency. Originally, Roy had thought that even if the flower territory were willing to transfer a batch of low-end magic energy industries, it would still take time to scale up. Site selection, factory construction, and material supply aside, there were also things like installing magic energy pools, laying lapis lazuli, training workers, and transporting and debugging machinery. Each and every one of these was extremely troublesome. But the two families showed efficiency far exceeding their previous levels, or rather, the war had given them a significant boost. They actually began providing support regardless of the cost. For example, if factory construction was too slow, they would vacate their already large and spacious manor and make some modifications. For example, the installation of magic energy pools was not only troublesome, but also impossible to purchase during wartime, so they would first lay lapis lazuli and power it with moonstone magic crystals. Take, for example, the most practical problem, transporting various magical machines from the flower territory. There are no railways or well-maintained roads, making the journey slow and requiring extreme caution. These machines are very valuable, even a minor collision could lead to major repair problems. Yet, they managed to gather enough mages to set up a temporary teleportation portal and collect all their dimensional bags, bracelets, and rings to use as transport. And yes, these storage containers weren't already full when they arrived, filled with various ores, herbs, and magical materials. The first batch of supplies traded with the flower territory was delivered just like that. As for the shortage of talent, particularly mechanical mages and skilled workers, their solution was even more straightforward. If there aren't enough people, quantity will make up for it. They gathered most of the mages and blacksmiths within the territory, intending for them to learn from skilled workers. With enough people, some would inevitably excel. Of course, they also had industries and manpower within the Habsburg Empire, so they were still adept at poaching talent. There's a saying, a person with talent becomes arrogant. Once someone becomes capable, they often develop a bad temper and don't fare well. As long as you can afford gentle, you can always recruit skilled technicians. It was this almost reckless investment and support that allowed the first budding magical energy industries to emerge within the territories of the two families, completing the leap from 0 to 1. Seeing this, Roy could only say that those who could lead their families forward were not lacking in vision and courage. The resulting changes even caught Roy somewhat off guard. The Raymond family's enemies, Marcus St. Castro and Marcus Ricardo McKinley, actually sent important figures to contact Roy, hoping to obtain support from magical energy industries, just like the Norman and Freud families. They were willing to pay a considerable price for this. Of course, more than anything, they wanted to purchase a large quantity of magical energy weapons, specifically the Maxim magical energy heavy machine gun. This change caught even Roy somewhat off guard. It was only then that he realized the far-reaching impact of the Battle of Antwerp. The knights were about to be swept into the dustbin of history, and the power of the Magic Legion was undeniable. Driven by intense anxiety, they too had to find a way to acquire it. Currently, the only family that hadn't made a move was the Carlyle family. Roy's attitude was, of course, that they could negotiate, but there was no need to rush. He wanted to show them his factories and supply chains first. That's right, he was stalling. Stalling, waiting to see how the situation changed. It was also at this time that the great designers invited from the empire returned one after another. Some submitted their designs directly, while others left their materials and chose to depart. Finally, the various design plans for the new Brussels landed on Roy's desk. There's more to come. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, The City of Reality and Ideal. In the study on the second floor of Lion Manor, on the desk in front of Roy lay thick stacks of documents. Even the thinnest one was as thick as an adult's hand, and the thickest was over 50 centimeters. Roy pulled each document to him from left to right, flipping through them page by page. He flipped through them very quickly, averaging 2 or 3 pages per second. Combined with the dense text and incredibly complex illustrations, no human should be able to read at such a speed. Roy was no exception, but the one truly reading wasn't himself, but Deep Blue, who scanned the information with his eyes, absorbing it all. Nearby, Oliveira glanced sideways. Although he had witnessed the same scene many times, he was still quite amazed by Roy's inhuman reading speed and ability to handle government affairs. He had served Count Karl Raymond. In his youth, the old count had been a powerful knight, but after inheriting the territory, he had neglected his training. It wasn't that he lacked willpower, nor that he didn't want to cultivate, it was simply that he had too many official duties, leaving him little free time. Moreover, these official duties were quite tedious, disturbing his mind and making it difficult to completely calm his mind even during cultivation. Only Luo Yi handled official duties extremely quickly, never hesitating once a decision was made, and resolutely carrying out what was decided. When cultivating, he could calm his mind in the shortest amount of time, undisturbed by external things. Perhaps it was because of these qualities that Luo Yi was able to balance the improvement of his personal strength with the development of his territory. Luo Yi, of course, was unaware of Oliveira's thoughts. All his focus was on what he saw, a city rising from nothing, constantly being improved. A stack of documents constituted the city's design plan, and as Luo Yi perused it, Deep Blue began to simulate its construction based on these documents. The time was too short to be considered complete, especially since many areas not mentioned in the documents left the city blank, but the general outline and characteristics had emerged, making it more intuitive. Gradually, as he sifted through the documents and collected the information, cities began to appear in Luo's mind. Finally, after reviewing all the documents, 8 more cities appeared in his mind. It should be said that the impact of the Imperial War was enormous. He had hired 9 top designers, one of whom, upon receiving the news, immediately chose to withdraw. Till Martinez, this designer obsessed with erecting various sculptures, was criticized by other designers for only flattering the emperor. But don't forget, he was also a 4th-tier cataclysmic mechanical mage, working in the Magic Association, and a distinguished professor at the Imperial Royal Academy. As soon as the war broke out, he chose to return home to serve, ignoring his assistants and returning alone at top speed. Of course, he still sent a letter to Luo through someone, explaining the situation and vaguely mentioning that he had been summoned by the Legion to the east of the empire. There, in East Prussia, bordering the Slavic Empire. If no other unforeseen circumstances arose, he should be joining the army to fight against the Slavic Empire. This one was also discerning, and not short of money either. He brought along 1,000 gold taels of Thiel, which was a polite way of declining the project. As for the proposals submitted by the other 8 great designers, most of them were incomplete or unfinished. Many of them sent these materials and then embarked on their journey back. Although there was only one 4th-tier mechanical mage like Thiel Martinez, the other great designers all had their own businesses within the empire. Some worked at academies, some were consultants for corporations, some owned factories, and some had various industries. Now that war had broken out, they couldn't hold back any longer and naturally chose to return. The materials they sent were considered payment from Roy, the rest could be dealt with later. The only one left was a 20-year-old boy named Julius Martin. He was of low status, weak in strength, unknown, and had no businesses, yet he was even more eager to win this project. Roy blinked, and a city appeared, with rows of explanations beside it. These were the core points extracted by Deep Blue, using concise language. After carefully reviewing the design plans for all 8 cities, Luo Yi couldn't help but close his eyes and rub his temples, silently asking, "Deep Blue, which one do you think is the best, Master? Don't you already have your own ideas?" "Yes, I do," Luo Yi said, opening his eyes and selecting 2 from the 8 design plans before him, pulling them closer. The one on his left was the thickest and most complete of all, designed by the great architect, Earl Charles Brooks. Although this Earl also had family territories, he hardly managed them in his generation, instead having them managed by imperial officials. He could take a certain amount of tax revenue according to the agreement. This was a popular model in the empire nowadays. Under imperial management, investment would continuously increase, and as the territories developed, the revenue they took was more than before. These liberated nobles were more easily accepted by the royal family, considered as one of their own, and could shine in different fields. This Earl loved design and had invested the most effort in it. His original design concept was to focus on tourism, emphasizing dining, entertainment, and convenient transportation. However, The submitted design has undergone a significant change, shifting from a purely tourist city to a model that blends industry and tourism. His plan for the new city is to be located west of the industrial zone, where a large civilian magic energy pool will be built to provide lighting. The city's layout will primarily consist of high-rise buildings, industrial areas, residential areas, and greenery, aiming for a comfortable living and industrial environment. But the old city isn't being abandoned. Once the new city is largely completed, it can absorb most of the industrial workers, leaving the old city relatively empty before renovation. This renovation won't follow the high-rise model. Instead, it will maintain the original style while focusing on internal modifications to make the old city more livable, distinctive, and unique. If possible, adding numerous hot springs, dance halls, bars, casinos, brothels, and even arenas will attract a large number of nobles for leisure. The most interesting aspect of his design was his prediction that when skyscrapers became standard, these original buildings would then showcase their status and prestige. Unfortunately, the entire plan was only half completed. The design of the new city was nearly finished, but the renovation of the old city was still only at the planning stage. However, even so, it was still the most suitable for the Flower Clan. As for the second plan, the thinnest one, it came from the great designer Scotty Donovan. This man was not a Habsburg, but a Slav. His family had fallen on hard times. His parents' generation had lost out in the power struggles within the Slavic Empire and moved to the Habsburg Empire before being purged. However, he relied on his own abilities to pass the entrance exam for the Imperial Royal Academy and, taking advantage of the widespread adoption of magic-powered machinery, became a renowned designer in the empire. His plan was incredibly advanced, almost to the point of being a pipe dream. In his plan, 21 super-large magic energy pools were needed, distributed throughout the city, to connect the entire city together using magic energy. As for the foundation, it needs to be poured hundreds of meters underground, divided into different areas, until they merge into one. All the buildings are actually situated within this enormous energy field. Whatever you want to do, as long as you need magical energy, you can extract it. Of course, if you want to add enough mage towers, activated tower spirits, mechanical mages, and a large number of floating rings, when necessary, you can make this city fly and drive it around. The reason this design is the thinnest is probably because Scotty Donovan herself thinks it's a pipe dream. And to implement this design, it requires more than just wealth. It also requires an incredibly high level of productivity and a massive amount of magical materials. This is beyond what money alone can achieve. Yet, Roy is absolutely enamored with this plan. Why? He has a fantasy to one day drive his own city all over the world. Or, if someone offends him, he'll drive his floating city straight to their hometown, blocking their doorstep and guarantee to scare them half to death. Looking at the two design proposals, Luoyi patted the left one and said, "This is reality." Then she patted the right one and said, "This is the ideal." Deep Blue, "What should I do when reality and the ideal collide?" Deep Blue said, "Master said that only children make choices, adults want it all." Luoyi, "But I can't afford it. It's too expensive." Deep Blue, "Then let's do it in phases. Build some first, then some more. As long as the plan is good, anything is possible." Luoyi nodded in satisfaction. "You understand me best. Let's do it this way." Deep Blue, "Based on Earl Charles Brooks' design, and incorporating the advantages of other design proposals, refine the design drawings. This is Project 1. The name will be, the New and Old Brussels City Construction Plan. Project 2, based on Scotty Donovan's design, fill in enough content, and then refine and break it down. Proceed in 3 phases. The final product needs to be a large city large enough for 1 million people to live and work in, and capable of becoming a strategic weapon. This is Flying Lion City. Project established, calculations begin." Deep Blue then asked, "Master, should we halt the project on the secret holy technique first and prioritize them?" "No need. Building a city isn't something that can be accomplished overnight. Let's take it slowly." With that, the city building saga was completely over. However, for Luoyi, these matters concerned the future, but weren't urgent. What was truly urgent was the all-out war at hand. And as time passed, news continued to pour in. For example, Grand Duchess Afra had learned that the Bonaparte Empire had also drafted a battle plan, called Project 17. Second update delivered. Chapter 393, Changes in the Battle Situation. On August 10, 314 of the new divine calendar, after conquering the entire territory of the Kingdom of Caroline, the Habs Empire did not cease its military advance, but continued to push forward. There were no railways here, but the Empire had already prepared a batch of military trucks. Since they could produce magic-powered cars, expanding the chassis naturally led to the creation of military magic-powered trucks. With their transport capacity, the vanguard of the Imperial Army advanced relentlessly to the eastern border of the Kingdom of Caroline, the borderline with the Bonaparte Empire. Then, almost without pause, they broke through the thin defenses and entered Bonaparte territory. On August 12, 314 of the new divine calendar, the vanguard, with artillery fire clearing the way and infantry charging, coupled with the fierce firepower of heavy machine guns, advanced almost unstoppably. From the rear, the Empire continued to send legions. From the initial 2 to 3, 4, 5, the numbers kept increasing. At this point, the disadvantages of the feudal empire and the knightly system were fully exposed. Their mobilization speed was too slow. From sending messages to summoning, from arrival to preparation, and then to heading to the battlefield, these costs alone could be measured in months. Even though the Bonaparte Empire was the overlord of the old world, it couldn't change this reality. Meanwhile, the Habsburg Empire's legions only took 5 days to break through the Kingdom of Caroline, and their speed in penetrating Bonaparte territory was even faster. Along their advance, even when they encountered resistance, it was only from local lords. No matter how strong or well-established they were like ants before the Imperial legions, utterly vulnerable. The Imperial legion's target was quite clear, the capital of the Bonaparte Empire, Lucca. Lucca was undoubtedly the center of power in the Bonaparte Empire, and the pinnacle of urban development under the feudal dynasty system. It boasted accolades such as the City of Flowers, the City of Romance, and the City of Light, and its glorious history can be traced back even to the last 10,000 years. However, they trembled under the threat of the Imperial Legion. Of course, His Majesty the Emperor of the Bonaparte Empire wasn't idle. Plan 17 was revealed at this time. The Bonaparte Empire and the Habsburg Empire actually shared a direct border, namely the southern province of Alsace and the Kingdom of Caroline. This place was actually first conquered by the Habsburgs when the Habsburg Empire was first established and was still called a kingdom. Unfortunately, at that time, Hohenzollern III had just started his war of unification and lacked strength. Although he occupied Alsace first, it was quickly seized by the Bonaparte Empire. The two empires and the two royal families had actually harbored resentment and conflicts long ago. However, on this border, both sides were wary of each other, building countless defensive structures, fortifications, and trenches, and stationing countless troops. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, clashing every few days. From small skirmishes involving a few people to large-scale brawls of hundreds, it was no longer news, but a daily occurrence. The Bonaparte Empire's Plan 17 was essentially a plan to quietly amass troops here, then launch a swift and decisive attack, invading the Habsburg Empire. The commander of this war was none other than the infamous, ruthless Grand Duke Carlisle. The unusual mobilization of the Bonaparte Empire's legions was precisely for this purpose. However, after the Imperial legions swept through the Kingdom of Caroline, Plan 17 became a joke. It's not that the Bonaparte Empire's military was incompetent, but they hadn't expected the Kingdom of Caroline to be so easily defeated. 5 days, just 5 days, and it was gone. The Empire also lost an entire Flying Wolf Knight order. Before this happened, no one would have believed it. As a result, the Bonaparte Empire didn't even have enough time to mobilize its forces. However, to say that Plan 17 was completely ineffective would be an overstatement. Because the plan itself required the support of powerful figures, although the mobilization of the knights was somewhat slow, a group of fourth-tier calamity experts gathered in Lucca City. These experts were then deployed to the battlefield. In a life-or-death situation, rules and regulations no longer mattered. Since they couldn't be stopped on the ground, they sent powerful figures to stir up the calamity and slow down the advance of the Habsburg Empire's legions. Of course, the Habsburg Empire wasn't without its own powerful figures. The battle between the two sides was exceptionally fierce, practically devastating. The only thing that showed some restraint was that the legendary experts, though in a standoff, didn't participate. Even so, it's not hard to imagine just how chaotic the Bonaparte Empire was. However, the Bonaparte Empire also received its ally. On August 17, 314 of the new divine calendar, the Slavic Empire finally made its move. Their 2 legions boldly marched to the border, penetrating the East Prussian province in the northeast of the Habsburg Empire, and engaged in fierce fighting with the Imperial 8th Legion stationed there. The Slavic Empire possessed vast lands, but its proximity to the far north of the Old World meant a cold climate and limited arable land, making it sparsely populated. Although it also operated under a knightly system, its mobilization speed was far inferior to that of the Bonaparte Empire. Because of this, neither of the 2 legions dispatched were at full strength, and supplies were insufficient due to the hasty deployment. However, it must be acknowledged that the Slavic Empire's bold move alleviated the pressure on the Bonaparte Empire, allowing them some breathing room. The Habsburg Empire was ultimately caught in a 2-front war. The outcome remained uncertain. August 19, New Divine Calendar 314, early morning. Lion Manor, in the study, Lloyd was processing a multitude of letters. In war, information is always paramount. Gaining advanced knowledge provides a crucial advantage and allows for preparation. Therefore, during this period, besides having strength and surveillance of Brussels City, Roy focused on establishing various channels to obtain information from all sides as quickly as possible. He also reached an agreement with the Grand Duchess of Fry and Marcus Freud to share information. Essentially, they would exchange information from various sources every morning through the magic mirror. Roy had ample channels within the Habsburg Empire. He didn't overlook Miller's letters, news from the Roy Fitz magic group, official imperial newspapers, and internal magical journals. He even maintained regular correspondence with Colonel Enzo Paxson of the 7th Mixed Legion, sending him numerous gifts to gather useful information. However, outside the Habsburg Empire, his information network was less efficient. The Norman family, needing to guard against the Bonaparte Empire, had the most spies planted there. As for the Freud family, they had connections with certain important figures in the Slavic Empire, so their information channels were also very convenient. Sharing information among the 3 allowed each of them to keep abreast of the latest developments. However, with so much information, both true and false, finding what was useful depended on individual skill. In this regard, Lloyd had a unique advantage. Deep Blue was most adept at processing, filtering, and summarizing such complex information. 2 pieces of news from that day particularly concerned Lloyd. The first was the Empire's refinement of the magic gunner profession. Previously, magic gunner was the only one, but now it had become a general term, further divided into magic mechanic, rifleman, sniper, heavy machine gunner, artilleryman, and driver, among others. Each job had its own duties, and it was inappropriate to use magic gunner to represent them all, so further subdivision was inevitable. This also led to a resurgence of knights. In the Habsburg Empire, the knightly class was almost extinct. Even if it existed, it was an honor, not a class. Previously, the training method for demon gunners primarily involved using a rapier and pistol, emphasizing agility and evasion, using firearms to kill enemies at range and delivering a stab at close range. However, with the widespread adoption of the Maxim machine gun, the rate of fire skyrocketed to 600 rounds per minute. Evasion became a joke, and the burly knights, adapted to the weight of the machine gun, found their niche. Once they mastered the basics of meditation and acquired magical power, they could charge into battle wielding heavy machine guns, wreaking havoc, and naturally became highly regarded. This created a conflict between them and the original path of the demon gunner. Don't underestimate this. On a grander scale, it's a clash of traditions, difficult to reconcile. The second issue concerns East Prus province. Located in the northeastern corner of the empire, East Prus province may seem unremarkable, but it's the birthplace of the Hohenzollern family. It produced the most nobles and imperial ministers, with complex and intertwined relationships. However, now, with the Slavic army invading, some people are getting restless. They fear their interests will be harmed, so the imperial cabinet began discussing whether to transfer troops from the Western Front to the Eastern Front. But this clearly violates the established Schlieffen plan, and is still under discussion. What Roy cares about most, of course, is news within the Habsburg Empire. He really wants to see the empire's attitude towards the flower territory through changes in policy. Unfortunately, today's gains are minimal. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Mirad Greenman opened it and said, "Your Excellency, your guest has arrived," then let him in. A moment later, a young man in his 20s stepped in. He was tall and thin, with ordinary features. Although he wore luxurious clothes, their condition showed they were quite old, though they were very clean. However, his demeanor was calm, even facing Roy. He tried his best to maintain a natural posture. He bowed slightly and said, "Julius Martin greets the great Earl Raymond." Roy nodded, and with just one sentence, the young man's expression changed. "Your proposal is rejected, further revisions to follow." Chapter 394, Recruiting. Sunlight streamed through the window into the study, falling on Julius Martin and his desk, filling the room with warmth. But the young man felt only a chill, a chilling malice. He looked at Roy, their eyes meeting, and saw seriousness in the other's gaze. He felt the other was toying with him, and a surge of anger rose within him, burning away his reason. He felt an urge to vent, but the words that came out were a pitiful accusation. "If you don't want to use my plan, then why did you summon me in the first place? Was it merely to humiliate me?" Roy was taken aback, then laughed. He said bluntly, "What makes you worthy of my humiliation? Or what benefits would humiliating you bring me?" As he spoke, he rummaged through a box under his desk, finally finding a stack of documents and placing them on the desk. "This is your design proposal. Its advantages are obvious. It fully considers funding and materials, dividing the city planning into many stages, and clearly specifying the materials, supplies, and gold tires required for each stage. Therefore, I can allocate funds according to the economic situation of the flower territory to ensure the construction project can proceed smoothly. However, you are ultimately too young. Compared to your predecessors, your experience in design and planning is still lacking." Julius Martin pursed his lips slightly, somewhat unconvinced, yet also somewhat dejected. Because he could use words to argue, but he couldn't deceive himself. He also knew his shortcomings. In terms of experience, this novice designer was far inferior. That's why he started with the construction costs and resource supply. In his mind, nobles were all stingy, only hoping their granaries would only overflow. And the cost of construction was so enormous that even the famously wealthy man before him would likely struggle to support it. That's why he cleverly chose this entry point, hoping to impress the other party. But now he realized that the other party was far more shrewd than he had imagined. But then, as if realizing something, he asked, "Since the Earl has rejected my proposal, why did you want to see me?" "Of course, I want to offer you a job." "A job?" Julius Martin was slightly taken aback, then immediately shook his head. "I don't need a job." What he said was true. Those who could register as designers in the empire were usually proficient in advanced fields like painting, sculpture, and mathematics, and most were exceptionally talented, working as mages. Even if they didn't work in architectural design, they weren't lacking in job opportunities. In fact, many high-paying industries were vying to hire them. But Lloyd said, "What if I invited you to help me build a city?" "Build a city?" "Yes, build a city." As Lloyd said this, he took out a stack of documents and pushed them over. "You can take a look at this design proposal first." Julius Martin looked puzzled, even somewhat annoyed, but still picked up the thick stack of documents and quickly began to flip through them. Lloyd waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down, and then glanced at Mira Greenman. Mira, quick-witted as ever, immediately went out and returned shortly with tea and snacks, placing them on the desk. Julius Martin's speed in flipping through the documents increased, his expression growing increasingly anxious. He even took a sip of tea, burning himself in his haste. Finally, he closed the document, revealing the large characters on the cover. New and Old Brussels City Redevelopment Plan. At this point, he seemed somewhat lost in thought, as if struck by a blow and unable to recover. After a long pause, he asked, "Who designed this plan?" Laurie uttered a single word, "Me." Julius Martin immediately looked up, his face filled with indignation. "Impossible. If you were so capable, why would you have invited us?" "Of course, it's a plan that combines the strengths of your designs with the needs and funding of the flower territory. What do you think? It's already quite perfect." "Then, if I wanted you to oversee the construction of this city, would you be willing, me build this city? You want me to construct it according to this design?" Julius Martin seemed somewhat tempted, but the next second, he firmly shook his head. "I'm not willing." "Can you tell me why?" "I'm determined to build my own city. Of course I can't use someone else's plan." Laurie mercilessly exposed him. "Even if I used your plan, the city is still mine." Julius Martin was speechless, but he still stubbornly insisted, "I just don't want to." Laurie thought for a moment, then took out another document, pushed it over, and said, Take a look at this. Julius Martin took it, picked it up, and began to read it again. This time, he read very slowly, his eyes filled with shock, disbelief, indescribable emotion, and even awe. This city, when I have the means, I will build it too. What do you think? Excellent, very excellent. This is the magical city I've always dreamed of. If you're willing to help me, you can oversee its construction. This time, Julius Martin truly hesitated. The struggle on his face was so obvious, beads of sweat even forming on his forehead, yet he still managed to say with difficulty, I refuse. I want to build a city of my own. This was the second time he reiterated this reason, less to persuade Roy and more to solidify his own resolve. Roy reached out, very slowly, but still placed her hand on the documents, then pulled it back. Julius Martin clearly gripped the documents tightly, but his strength was no match for Roy's. The thick stack of documents was pulled out, and with Julius Martin looking reluctant, Luo Yi opened it and found a particular page. Pointing to what was clearly a design plan for the square, she tapped it and said slowly, if you're willing to accept this job, there can be a sculpture here after the city is built. Your sculpture can have your name and life story engraved on it. This is my final concession. If you're not willing, then forget it. With that, Luo Yi closed the document, placed one hand on it, and slowly pulled it back, as if to put it away. But the next second, both hands pressed down on it, pressing it down forcefully. Roy looked up and saw a smiling face. Julius Martin was grinning from ear to ear, almost exaggeratedly fawning. Count, you can't lie to me, can you? You can ask around. When have I ever gone back on my word? Then it's settled. From now on, you're my boss, and I'll be employed by you until these 2 cities are completed. That'll be a long time from now. Are you sure you won't regret it? No regrets. Absolutely no regrets. Didn't you just say you wanted to build your own city? Ha. I know my place. A completed city can never be mine. So, it's better to build a new city that will surely become famous throughout the world. Then, my name will be etched in history books. Since you've said that, I'll take that as a yes. Of course I'm willing. Julius Martin left, carrying 2 large trunks that obscured the view, and scurried away, looking excited. Mira opened the door for him, watched him leave, and then returned to Loy's side. She couldn't help but ask, Your Excellency, you seem to value him highly. Loy smiled. I hired 9 designers, all of whom are renowned and famous, except for him. Do you think I would let a flashy but incompetent fool infiltrate them? He's a talent. His knowledge and abilities are both excellent. Most importantly, he's cheap and easy to recruit. Even so, entrusting such an important task as city building to him seems a bit risky, Loy countered. Then who do you think among the people in Flower Territory is capable of such a specialized job? Do I have such talent under my command? Or are you planning to have me do it myself? Huh? Mira was speechless, but she asked from a different angle. That being said, is city building really that urgent? Loy smiled wryly. It has to be urgent. The industrial zone is constantly expanding, and the number of workers is increasing. They also need to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep after get off work. The slums are already overburdened, the living conditions are worrying, and rents are rising severely. This kind of thing must be stopped, and stopped as soon as possible. Besides, these workers have money in their hands, and they have to spend it, build houses, construct residential areas, improve the living environment, and provide better and more concentrated educational resources. Only in this way can we achieve the popularization and upgrading of education, which will help industrial development and cultivate more talent. You have to admit, Roy's previous claim of building a city was just an excuse, but now, with the continuous expansion of the industrial zone, the deterioration of the living environment, and the rising prices, he has become more enthusiastic than anyone else. Overcrowding is never a good thing. It can easily lead to all sorts of man-made disasters. Not to mention plagues, fires, sewage, and excrement. Even Eng has reported that those gangs are showing signs of resurgence. This is something Roy cannot tolerate, so a city must be built. Driven by this motivation, the next day, Roy began to build Julius Martin's team. He assigned most of the bricklayers, carpenters, blacksmiths, and stonemasons in Brussels to him and gave Julius Martin the right to recruit workers. He even selected several backup butlers from the manor to assist the management with trivial matters. Julius Martin didn't disappoint Roy either. Most of his team remained, assigned to various positions, and assumed most of the important roles. A construction team was thus formed. Finally, on August 23, 314 of the new divine calendar, Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters personally paid a visit. Roy knew that some things needed to be resolved. Update. Chapter 395, A Business Deal. Brussels, Industrial District. Roy led the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robin Water, through a series of magical energy factories. From steel mills to foundries, from parts processing plants to assembly workshops, from elixir factories to armories. This area was already a restricted zone, and with the escalating wars outside, it had become an even more forbidden zone. Normally, 100-strong, fully armed legion was stationed here. One of the Iron Knightful and the Flame Sword Saint Otto would regularly train here, not to mention the spies Eng had placed in each factory, and the police station by Leon Vasquez. It was safe to say that any unfamiliar face would attract countless stares. Although this place was built with the support of the Habsburg Empire, Lord Robin Water remarked that he had never actually seen these factories at full capacity. Everywhere he looked, the machinery was running at full power, the connecting rods overhead spinning rapidly. The ground was shimmering lapis lazuli, with visible magical energy flowing through it. Beneath each machine stood one or more people, methodically operating the machinery. Amidst the rumbling noise, finished products were packaged and placed in their designated locations. Lord Robin Waters watched as ingots of refined steel were produced, cannonballs were loaded, bullets were loaded, cannons were assembled, and heavy machine guns were tuned. The sheer number of machines gave the Imperial Ambassador a more direct understanding of the Flower Territory's production capacity and efficiency. Finally, the two of them emerged from the last arsenal and walked side by side along the wide road into the distance. At the end of the road was a closed wall with a gate guarded by knights, each holding a heavy machine gun. Beyond this wall, in the distance, the shouts of workers could be heard, accompanied by the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground and the slight vibrations of the earth. That's right, that's the first building in the new city, currently having its foundation laid. Julius Martin is a smart man. After carefully studying the design plans, he immediately understood Brussels' predicament. Therefore, when he started construction on first wasn't office buildings or manor squares, but the most urgent residential buildings. He was building a complex, the name of which hadn't been decided yet, but it was confirmed that there would be 26 buildings, each 10 stories high, equipped with modern facilities such as magical crystal chandeliers, escalators, filtration and cleaning systems, sewage pipes, magical walkie-talkies, and so on. Because of the large number of workers he had recruited, Julius Martin was confident that he could complete it within 8 to 10 months if arranged properly. At that time, the complex would be promoted to the public through both sales and rentals. Sales were self-explanatory, the money would be paid in full up front. Although Lloyd didn't mind having his subordinates take on mortgages, you have to admit that if they really had mortgages and repayment pressure, they would have to work steadily and wouldn't think about anything else. However, there are no formal banks, and mortgages aren't something everyone can afford. Therefore, not many people can afford to pay off the loan in one lump sum, so renting is an option, with monthly payments. Luo Yu will then set up a property management company to manage the community. This might alleviate the financial pressure of future city construction. Of course, that's a matter for later. At some point, Luo Yu's entourage and the Imperial Ambassador's entourage had retreated far away, at least 100 meters apart. Luo Yu took out a silencing scroll from his dimensional bag, unfolded it, and created a soundproof barrier around the two of them. Having done all this, he finally spoke. "Your Excellency, we're acquaintances, and our past cooperation has been mutually beneficial, with a good relationship. Now, I want to ask you a question. What is the Empire's attitude towards my flower territory?" It's no wonder Luo Yi is worried. With the outbreak of war, many previously established things and plans have changed. The Empire's current attitude and policies are crucial. In a sense, they determine the future of the flower territory. Roy disliked this feeling of being powerless, but he was a pragmatic man. Without sufficient resources, he didn't feel he had to defy everyone. Lord Robin Waters, however, showed no surprise at Roy's question, nor did he rush to answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and countered, "Then I'd also like to know, what is your stance on this war?" Roy rolled his eyes and said, "Your Excellency, your question makes me want to laugh. What does this war have to do with me? Or rather, does my attitude matter? Will it have any effect?" Robin Waters tilted his head slightly and said, "Then let me rephrase it, which side are you on in this war?" Roy replied without hesitation, "Definitely on the side of the Empire. Is that even a question? Lord Robin Water's smile slowly faded, becoming extremely serious. He began, I thought we could both demonstrate sufficient sincerity in this negotiation. Luo Yi smiled. Sincerity is rarely seen in negotiations between nobles, but I still want to hear the Earl speak the truth, to ascertain the Empire's policy towards the Flower Territory. Luo Yi nodded, indicating understanding, and then said, since you want to hear the truth, I will speak the truth as well. After a slight pause, he continued, in principle, I hope the Empire wins, preferably a great victory, and that my Flower Territory stands on the Empire's side, gaining sufficient benefits. But there's a precondition. What precondition? I will not allow the Flower Territory to be drawn into this war. At least, I will not send anyone to participate. Luo Yi explained, I have high hopes for the magic energy industry. I believe the widespread adoption of machinery is the future, the inevitable trend, but the Flower Territory is only so big, and its population is only so many. Although I have trained 3,000 soldiers, with such a meager resource, we truly cannot withstand the ravages of the battlefield. If the Empire insists that I send people to the battlefield, I will definitely refuse. As he said this, Roy smiled. Of course, the Empire is so powerful, it probably wouldn't even consider my small force worthwhile. Lord Robin Water countered, is that all? Lord Robin, I've already laid it all out to you. This is the bottom line I can accept. Then if the Empire wants to increase its investment, if it wants the Flower Territory to help produce enough shells, weapons, and war equipment, you'd be willing. Roy countered, it's just business. As long as the Empire pays, why wouldn't I be willing? Robin chuckled, you should think this through. Imperial support isn't so easy to obtain. He then explained, you're right, the Empire doesn't care about your small force. If they force you to send troops, it's to get your stance, to make you choose sides. That way, the Empire won't be fighting alone in this war. This was my previous thought, and it's what you're worried about, but clearly, the Imperial Cabinet has more ideas and expectations for the Flower Territory. Roy narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, what exactly? The great King Hohenzollern II taught us that this war will be arduous, and we need not only courage but also ample preparation. I must admit that since the magic energy industry support plan was formulated, development in other places has been unsatisfactory, except here. Only Flower Territory has forged its own path, and even given us many surprises. Therefore, the Empire needs you to undertake more production tasks. Shells, firearms, and processing machinery are the basics. In addition, we also need food, canned goods, uniforms, alcohol, medicine, and so on. Roy's eyes flickered, but his brows furrowed slightly. It's not that I'm unwilling, but this seems to exceed the limits that Flower Territory can bear. Therefore, the Empire will give you ample support, enough experts, talents, skilled workers, technology, and even all kinds of necessities. Hearing this, Roy's breathing became heavy. He tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, and then said with difficulty, these are indeed not easy to obtain. Lord Robin Waters nodded and said, if you agree, the Empire will allocate some resources to you. While it won't be excessive for the Empire, it will be an immense fortune for your Flower Territory. However, your Flower Territory will also become a thorn in the side of some, and this land will definitely not be peaceful. At that time, if the Empire has the resources, it will certainly protect you. If the war is fierce, it's uncertain. You will need to overcome the difficulties on your own. Loy nodded, fully aware of the dangers involved, but also the enormous benefits. He hesitated only for a moment before saying, I agree. So, when will the Empire's support arrive? Lord Robin Waters opened his eyes slightly and asked, have you thought this through? Roy countered, do I have the right to refuse? No, then that's settled. If I agree readily, the cooperation will be smoother. After a pause, Roy added, besides, in the end, this is just a business deal. I'm paying to hire many professionals from the Empire to help build the territory. It's all legal and compliant. As for the weapons and supplies the Empire needs, since the Empire is willing to pay and the price is fair, I'm definitely willing to sell. Roy looked at the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robin Waters, and said very seriously, in the end, this is just a business deal. Lord Robin Waters paused for only a second before also saying seriously, yes, it's just a business deal. The two then smiled at each other. Their laughter echoed far and wide in the empty street. Some riders blocked today, feeling a bit down. Chapter 396, Imperial Aid. The struggle between nations is often a naked jungle law, The strong are right, the weak have no human rights. In fact, if several powerful nations reach an agreement, you have no place to reason. Any vehement voice you utter will be completely ignored. Then, silently, territories, mines, wealth, and resources will be completely divided up. The essence of civilization is always cold and cruel competition. However, to uphold their dignity, nobles often have a sense of shame and a need for a justifiable cause. No matter how bad or shameful their actions, they must find a plausible excuse. Even if the excuse is ridiculous, even if everyone knows it's just an excuse, it can still silence public opinion. Therefore, Luo Yi insisted on defining the cooperation with the empire as a business transaction. Business, right? You pay, I provide the product, the price is reasonable, there's no deception, and nobody can complain. This was a layer of concealment, but precisely because of this layer, Roy dared to openly say that the flower territory had not taken sides, much less favored any one side. This was also the only way Roy could think of that was in his best interest. Of course, since it was business, money had to be paid. Afterwards, Roy and Lord Robin Waters discussed the Empire's needs and support in more detail. For example, what resources the Empire needed, in what quantities, how much the flower territory could handle, how much to produce at the current stage, how much capacity needed to be expanded, and how to transport them, etc. Another example was what kind of personnel the Empire needed to send, how many, how much salary to pay, and what benefits to provide. There was also the question of what price to set for the flower territory's products, what kind of discounts to offer, and how much to allocate for bribes. There were so many things to discuss that Roy even had dinner with the Imperial Ambassador in the Industrial Zone, then returned to Lion Manor, talking until nearly dawn before finally finalizing the details. Then, just the next day, the first wave of support from the Empire arrived. This group consisted of designers, professional construction workers, earth mages, and 3 medium-sized magic energy pools. Indeed, they were there specifically for the construction of the new Brussels. Leading them was one of Roy's acquaintances, Hope Fraser, one of the renowned designers he had previously invited. He had rushed back to the Empire, hoping to make a name for himself on the battlefield, but the Empire had entrusted him with an important mission and sent him back. The difference this time was that Julius Martin, a young man he had previously disregarded, was now his superior. Truly, the strangeness of life is unparalleled. Of course, the reason they were able to arrive so quickly was because they had already reached the Silver Sea. To be precise, this group was aboard the ironclad warship Emden, waiting outside Siren Harbor. Once Lord Robinworth and Roy finalized their cooperation, they would disembark at Siren Harbor and then travel upstream to Brussels as quickly as possible. So why didn't Roy refuse? Because, since the Empire had a plan, it wouldn't allow him to refuse. Of course, you have to admit that the arrival of this group of professionals was truly invaluable. Hope Fraser's abilities as a master designer are beyond question, and those who accompanied him were all exceptionally talented. Although he was quite unhappy with Julius Martin, this young upstart, acting superior, his eyes lit up when he saw the design plans. With their addition, the construction team quadrupled in size, even capable of working simultaneously in 6 locations. The residential area was just the beginning, and also the site with the largest number of workers, progressing at a rate that seemed to change daily. Others were installing magic energy pools at designated locations, building factories in planned areas, digging the ground, and laying lapis lazuli lines. In short, under the skillful arrangement of Julius Martin and Hope Fraser, the 6 teams each performed their tasks diligently and were extremely busy. Crucially, if it were just manpower, it wouldn't have been that fast, but this time, the Empire had sent a sufficient number of mages. These mages were mostly proficient in earth magic, capable of leveling land, digging trenches, adjusting wiring, and transporting materials with efficiency several times, even 10 times. As traditional mages, they couldn't participate in the Imperial Wars, but their magic demonstrated an astonishingly powerful effect in production and construction. If Roy had to describe it, having them was like having a large number of construction machines. The efficiency was extraordinary. It's worth mentioning that Roy also told Lord Robin Water about his cooperation with the Norman Archduchess, Marcus Floyd. The Imperial Ambassador was overjoyed. Since there was a buy one get 2 free deal, what more could he ask for? Of course, he also dispatched a group of people, under the guise of the Flower Territory, to help them install magic energy pools, adjust machinery, and get the factory up and running as quickly as possible. These two companies essentially benefited from Roy's help. Of course, Roy also needed the products to supplement his own supply chain. And this was only the first batch of aid. Immediately afterwards, the archmage Memnon Becker, whom Roy had previously known, came over again. He brought ample materials and constructed a remote teleportation portal within Lelia's mechanical mage tower, directly linking to the mage towers within the Empire. Although each opening of the teleportation portal consumed enormous resources, traversing thousands of miles in just a few breaths was truly convenient. Through this portal, the Empire sent in more skilled personnel and supplies. Thus, outside the new city, the second target was the magic-powered steel mill. The original magic-powered steel furnace naturally had a high production capacity, but it was already somewhat insufficient to meet demand. The second steel furnace, although larger in scale, was still under construction, and with the manpower of the Flower Territory, the progress couldn't be accelerated. But this time, the Empire sent enough engineers and mages, so these were no longer problems. Under their planning and efforts, another huge oval chimney took shape, and a continuous stream of iron ore was fed into the steel furnace, melting into molten iron at high temperatures. With the experience from the first attempt, this time it went much more smoothly. The output of the two steel mills more than doubled compared to before, which was enough to support the subsequent factory needs. Following the steel mill came the iron foundry, the rolling mill, the mold factory, the parts processing plant, the textile mill, the machinery manufacturing plant, the magic cannon production workshop, the gun foundry, the shell production line, the bullet production process. Even the designed blueprints and production lines for the 6-barreled Gatling gun and grenades that Lloyd had longed for were built. In the end, all the industries were reorganized, and a shortage of raw materials such as iron ore, wilderness stone, and moonstone ore arose. So, the Empire sent people into the Dome Mountains to help open several more mines, build a professional rail transport system, and transport a batch of miners to ensure a sufficient supply of raw materials for production. It is unknown when, but His Holiness Saint Bartholomew returned to the top floor of the mechanical mage tower. This time, he was not only Lelia's teacher, but also effectively in control and driving the development of the Flower Territory. Industrial development is always a complete system. Leapfrog progress is only possible when all aspects meet the necessary conditions and are pieced together. Therefore, not every place can be as exploitative as the Flower Territory. Without a certain industrial foundation, even excessive resources will only lead to indigestion. Of course, you can imagine how much the Empire sacrificed to support the Flower Territory's industries and achieve such rapid progress. The number of people and resources arriving each time the portal opened was incalculable. Initially, Luoyi thought it best to keep track of everything, but later he simply couldn't keep track. At this point, Luoyi even had a what the heck attitude: if you dare to give, I dare to take. In the end, Luoyi was numb. He even had the illusion that the Empire had directly transplanted an entire industrial system to the Flower Territory. Although this cooperation had a semi-coercive element, the benefits the Flower Territory received were substantial. After this round of ravaging, the Flower Territory's overall production capacity increased at least threefold. In some individual cases, such as the smelting industry, the increase is even 4 or 5 times. The second steel-making furnace has just been built, and now, the third, fourth, and fifth are under construction. And this is just the beginning. Once the Flower Territory has fully absorbed all of this and maximized its production capacity, the increase won't be 3 times, but 10 times or more. Of course, in the dead of night, Luoyi also felt somewhat uneasy. He always felt that there was a deeper meaning behind the Empire's actions, as if they were preparing for the future. Meanwhile, outside the Flower Territory, the war on the old continent continued unabated. This chapter went more smoothly. Chapter 397, Chaotic Battle in the Silver Sea. On the Silver Sea, in a certain area, 2 navies were locked in fierce combat. One side flew the flags of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Bonaparte Empire. Their warships were primarily wooden, all 3-wheeled sailing ships, with numerous magic-powered cannons mounted on their sides. Each attack unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, causing the ships to tremble. Although these warships were not small, far larger than ordinary merchant ships and pirate vessels, they paled in comparison to their enemies. Flags fluttered atop the ironclad warships, rattling loudly in the fierce wind. Previously, While the Empire also possessed ironclad warships, their numbers were extremely limited, the most famous being the Emden, which frequented the open seas. But with the outbreak of the Great Battle, everyone realized that the Habsburg Empire's ironclad warships were far more numerous than imagined. These warships were entirely silver-white, gleaming metallically in the sunlight, and imbued with flowing magic energy. They were themselves gigantic magical machines. They were several times larger than the other warships, appearing like adults bullying children. The steel hulls also possess greater load-bearing capacity, and the magic-powered cannons mounted on them are all state-of-the-art, specifically designed for naval warfare. Their range and power far surpass those of the enemy. There are only 3 of them, while the enemy has at least a fleet, with over 20 large warships and over 50 medium and small escort vessels. In the ensuing melee, the ironclads should have been at a significant disadvantage, but they didn't choose a direct confrontation. Instead, they fought a retreating battle. The magic-powered ironclads possessed greater speed, and their more advanced magic-powered cannons had greater range and power. Coupled with sufficiently professional artillerymen, their shelling accuracy was far superior. Therefore, they maintained a distance, like flying kites, conducting precise strikes from beyond the enemy's range. Of course, the commanders of the Allied forces of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Bonaparte Empire were not incompetent. After losing several warships, they reacted swiftly. On one hand, they dispatched many of their fastest warships to the front lines, drawing fire as much as possible. On the other hand, other warships would flank the enemy from both sides, cutting off their retreat. If they acted quickly enough, they could leverage their numerical advantage to encircle the ironclads. Then, they could swarm in, and no matter how powerful the ironclad's firepower, they couldn't destroy all the ships. Only at close range could their magic cannons prove effective. They could even board the ironclads directly. This tactic was certainly feasible, but the cost was extremely high. The naval battle raged back and forth in this area, with warships frequently exploding into burning fireballs, and countless naval soldiers screaming in terror as they jumped into the sea or were burned alive. But this was the only option left. The technological gap in equipment was insurmountable, and the Bonaparte Empire had deeply felt this since the start of the war. Of course, they weren't entirely without a chance to fight back. A 4th-tier calamity expert, leading a large number of extraordinary combatants, arrived through the air, launching a surprise attack with the intention of wiping out the Habs Empire's navy using decapitation tactics. They couldn't overcome the disadvantage of their warships, but wiping out the Imperial Navy would solve the problem. This is another version of if you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised it. However, the ironclad ships also had many powerful warriors and were aided by artillery fire, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched battle. This naval battle lasted for several hours, stretching for hundreds of nautical miles, with wrecked warships scattered everywhere. As darkness fell, both sides ceased fighting and rested, tending to their wounds. However, this did not signify the end of the war. In fact, both sides continued to amass forces, gathering more and more warships. By dawn, the Allied forces had over 120 warships, while the Imperial Navy had added 5 ironclad ships and 20 wooden tri-rail warships. Thus, a fierce and protracted naval battle ensued across the vast seas. They each employed their own methods and displayed their unique abilities. The Allied forces employed formidable tactics, including but not limited to legendary magic, sea monster summoning, underwater raids, and decapitation strikes by the Cataclysmic Squad. The Empire, not to be outdone, also deployed new deadly methods such as underwater bombs, pinpoint torpedoes, infrasound to repel sea monsters, and precise sniping with guns and cannons. The precise sniping with guns and cannons was particularly impressive, with a 4th-tier magic gunslinger taking down enemies thousands of meters away amidst the chaos of the battlefield. A group of cataclysmic powerhouses were locked in fierce combat when an enemy's head suddenly exploded, rendering both orb protection and magical defense ineffective. Not only were the Allied cataclysmic powerhouses horrified, but even the Empire's own cataclysmic powerhouses felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, such magic gunslingers were extremely rare, and specially crafted bullets were even scarcer. Otherwise, the cataclysmic powerhouses would likely have been forced to retreat in fear. Of course, the most effective tactic was undoubtedly the underwater bombs. Launched via special magic-powered cannons, these attacks possessed a final lock-on capability, allowing them to silently reach the enemy ship's hull before exploding with a deafening roar. Their destructive power was immense, But more importantly, for a long time, the Allied forces didn't even know where the attack was coming from, causing widespread panic and demoralization among the naval personnel on board. At a higher level, legendary figures appeared, creating a standoff. Even with the formidable ironclad warships, one was damaged, its propulsion disrupted, and subjected to concentrated artillery fire, ultimately capsizing and sinking to the bottom of the sea. This was the first Imperial ironclad warship to capsize since the start of the war, demonstrating that these steel machines were not invincible. Of course, the price the Allied forces paid for this victory was staggering. The number of Calamity-level warriors killed exceeded the number on hand, with many more wounded. The number of destroyed warships and dead naval personnel was countless. In short, after the battle, the sea was littered with corpses, broken planks, and floating buckets. This battle, later known to historians as the Battle of the Silver Sea, was a fierce clash between Imperial and Allied forces. Ironclad warships and traditional warships fought to the death, resulting in a mutually destructive war with no true victor. However, there was no doubt that the ironclad warships, with their exceptionally high casualty ratio, demonstrated to all the nobles and emperors of the old world that the future of naval warfare would have to change. While this battle may not have the historical impact of the Battle of Antwerp, its shock and brutality far surpassed it. Of course, while this was the largest naval battle on the Silver Sea, it was by no means the only one. In another sea, pirates howled and boarded a merchant ship, hacking and slashing at anyone and stealing everything in sight. In just half an hour, only a merchant ship engulfed in flames remained, slowly sinking into the sea. And a fully loaded pirate ship sailed away, cutting through the waves. In yet another sea, a Sardinian fleet was sailing when suddenly a fog spread, accompanied by ethereal chanting. With a captivating and alluring power, it made one's eyelids grow heavier and heavier until finally, one drifted into sleep. Moments later, holes were blasted into the hulls of these warships, seawater flooded in, the ships sank, and sailors drowned in their sleep, without even a struggle. Only two powerful calamities awoke at the last moment, soaring into the sky and escaping the sinking ships. Looking down, their faces were ashen. In another region, on the sea, a Bonaparte Empire naval warship was attacked. The attackers were sea creatures, a group of shark men with dorsal fins brandished weapons, driving enormous sea beasts to relentlessly ram the ships. The Bonaparte Navy put up a desperate resistance, but could only watch helplessly as their ships tilted and sank. The sailors who fell into the water, no matter how good their swimming skills, were nothing but food for the shark men. After declaring war on the Habsburg Empire, the Kingdom of Sardinia naturally wouldn't remain inactive. While not as swift as the Slavic Empire, under the orders of the Sardinian Queen, large numbers of the kingdom's navy gathered. They joined forces with the Bonaparte Empire's navy, preparing to inflict a heavy blow on the Habsburg Empire on the Silver Sea and to land troops in the Bonaparte Empire from the sea, thus bringing the war to the empire's homeland. Of course, the imperial cabinet couldn't possibly be unaware of such an obvious strategy. Thus, throughout August of the new divine calendar 314, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle on the Silver Sea, which was never again peaceful. When the news reached Flower territory, Loy looked at the battle reports and felt an immense headache. First update. Chapter 398, The Battle of Tannenberg. Inside the study on the second floor of Lion Manor, in the Flower Collar, Loy was reviewing numerous battle reports and the loss report sent by Grand Knight Thor. His face was contorted with pain, yet he was utterly helpless. The legions of this world didn't adhere to the 3 main rules of discipline or the 8 points for attention. They were the most powerful and ruthless institutions of violence. Their belief was in using their weapons to acquire sufficient merit and wealth to transcend social classes and improve their lives. Whether the heads that constituted their merits were those of enemies or civilians was of little importance. Therefore, in the three-way war on the Silver Sea, the most unfortunate were the merchant ships carrying goods. The good reputation the Raymond family had painstakingly cultivated, and the deterrent power of the Lion Banner, had been almost completely eroded by this chaotic battle. Grand Knight Thor's report stated that in just a few days, the Raymond family had lost 2 merchant ships, and 8 merchant ships flying the Lion Banner had been hijacked. Even without counting the sunken ships, the loss amounted to several thousand gold tires. These acts of robbery weren't committed by pirates, they were all casualties of the regular navy. For them, the outbreak of war meant the end of their previous constraints. Such plundering was akin to pre-battle venting, and even high-ranking military officials couldn't restrain them. Moreover, the Silver Sea wasn't just home to the navies of the three nations. There were also pirates seizing opportunities, sea creatures forced to migrate, private fleets of various nobles, the remnants of the Dagon from the abyss, demonic messengers from the Botto Hell, cults stirring up trouble, and barbarian tribes who worshipped slaughter. It could be said that countless forces were entangled on the small Silver Sea, truly a chaotic dance of demons. The Lion merchant ship was in a relatively good situation. On one hand, with Walter piloting his magical warship for protection, it was fearless as long as it didn't encounter the main naval force. On the other hand, the subtle assistance from the Siren tribe also averted most of the danger. Compared to other major nobles and wealthy merchants around the Silver Sea, the losses suffered by the Flower Territory were definitely less. What's giving Loy a headache right now is that the products from the Flower Territory still need to be shipped out, and sea freight has long been the primary mode of transport. Even with the dangers, he has to grit his teeth and go for it. The only solutions he can think of right now are replacing the merchant ships with advanced magic-powered cannons, drawing elite gunners from the 1st Imperial Guard, and securing an escort mission with the Siren tribe to make Walter's magical warships work harder. Besides that, Loy doesn't have any better ideas. He considered asking the Empire for help, since most of these goods are urgently needed by the Habsburg Empire, but then he gave up on the idea. The Empire must be in a real bind right now. The Imperial Navy is powerful enough, but the number of ironclad warships is too small, so they don't actually have an absolute advantage. Of course, these aren't the only things giving Loy a headache, there are other things too. After putting away the intelligence on his desk, Loy took out a letter written on a white seashell, from the Siren tribe, with crooked sea creature script inscribed on it. Although the Siren King Alexius had departed for the endless ocean, he had made meticulous arrangements before his departure. His subordinates had never ceased their trade and communication with the Flower Territory. Walter brought back ever-increasing quantities of silver amber, becoming a crucial source of materials for the northern magical world of the Habsburg Empire, earning him a large sum of gold. Loy, of course, didn't recognize these sea creature scripts, but Deep Blue automatically translated them for him at a glance. A series of common languages appeared, and the letter's content was extremely concise. A general from the Naga Empire has sent orders to attack Bonaparte Empire ships and ports. Though brief, the letter contained a wealth of information. In fact, sea creature tribes like the Siren tribe were not isolated cases. Besides them, there were also sea shark people, crab tribes, sea serpent tribes, seahorse tribes. These diverse sea creatures, driven back from the endless ocean to the Silver Sea, mostly lived on the seabed, with little interaction with the humans on the surface. Occasionally, they would surface, but the sailors treated it as strange rumors. Such things were common on the Silver Sea, and many veteran sailors enjoyed fabricating bizarre stories to frighten new recruits. But this time, however, these underwater races were truly being driven by the Naga Empire, launching massive attacks on passing fleets. Their attacks weren't limited to Bonaparte Empire merchant ships and ports. Most sea creatures probably couldn't tell who was behind them. Therefore, judging solely from their actions, it was difficult to discern who was in charge. But the letter from the Siren tribe revealed the mystery. However, knowing the truth only deepened Loy's confusion. Based on the information, it seemed the Habsburg Empire and the Naga Empire had contacted each other, enlisting the general's help to relocate some sea creatures back. These sea creatures weren't particularly strong, but they had a natural advantage in the sea. Underwater raids, summoning sea beasts, and various special abilities, such as the Siren Song, would be a huge surprise to humans unprepared. In other words, the Habsburg Empire had been preparing for war for a long time. Even, due to insufficient naval strength, they had made various arrangements early on. But this war began with the murder of the Imperial Crown Prince, which should have been supported by the Bonaparte Empire or the Slavic Empire. That is to say, they should have started this war. But judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem like that at all. So, is this some kind of coincidence? Or is it simply that there are some inside stories that even Loy doesn't know? Perhaps this war is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Ring. Lost in thought, Loy's eyes sharpened, but with so little information, he couldn't find many clues. Just then, a knock on the door snapped him out of his thoughts. He said, "Come in." The door opened, and behind the returning butler Hoover strode in. He hurried to Loy's side, handed him a letter, and said, Count, the latest news is that the war in East Peru province, east of the Habsburg Empire, has been decided. What? Lloyd jumped to his feet, taking the letter as he asked, who won? The Empire won. The Empire's 8th Legion concentrated its superior forces and nearly annihilated the Slavic Empire's 2nd Army Group on the banks of the Mazu River. More than 200,000 were killed, and nearly 30,000 were taken prisoner. The Empire won a great victory. Upon hearing this, Lloyd felt much relieved. He had to admit that the Flower Territory and the Habsburg Empire were too close. If the Empire won, he could reap the greatest benefits by following behind. Looking down again, the letter was now unfolded, its contents coming into view. After reading it 3 times, he finally had a better understanding of the course of the war. On August 17, 314 of the new divine calendar, the 1st and 2nd legions of the Slavic Empire, totaling nearly 400,000 men, marched into East Peru province of the Habsburg Empire from the north and south. Although the hasty decision-making resulted in insufficient logistical supplies, subpar equipment, and soldiers lacking professional training, their strength lay primarily in their Slavic martial prowess, making them slightly superior to traditional peasant soldiers. However, their sheer numbers of 400,000, overwhelming in their advance, allowed them to conquer cities and seize considerable territory. Furthermore, as an established empire, the Slavs possessed no shortage of high-level combat power, even having dedicated superhuman legions. Their numbers of powerful warriors capable of surviving natural disasters were also substantial. On the other hand, to advance the Schlieffen plan, 7 of the Empire's 8 main combat legions were concentrated in the west, with only the 8th Legion, with over 100,000 men, stationed in East Peru province. This overwhelming numerical disparity, coupled with a shortage of high-level warriors, forced the Empire to fight with considerable passivity and caution, even compelling them to retreat to preserve their strength. It was only because East Peru province was characterized by its mountainous terrain, swamps, forests, and lakes, and its complex topography, that the Slavic Empire's advance was significantly slowed. Once outside East Peru province, the capital was not far away. Even if the Schlieffen plan succeeded and Bonaparte's Lucca was captured, losing the capital would still be a devastating defeat. Therefore, the Empire urgently dispatched 2 legions to reinforce the capital and replace the commander of the 8th Main Battle Legion. It was Hohenzollern III who personally intervened, bringing in Grand Marshal Hindenburg, which stabilized the situation. Grand Marshal Hindenburg devised a series of plans, ultimately successfully blocking the Mazu River and widening the distance between the 2 Slavic Empires' armies. With the 2 sides further apart, mutual support became impossible. Then, the 8th Legion launched a full-scale attack, directly encircling the Slavic Empire's 2nd Army on the southern front. Although there was still a numerical disadvantage, the 8th Legion possessed a significant equipment advantage. The use of magic-powered cannons and heavy machine guns gave Grand Marshal Hindenburg great confidence. He first sent mages to the enemy rear, summoning torrential rain to make the already muddy roads even more difficult to traverse. Thus, the already fragile supply lines of the Slavic Empire were completely severed, and morale plummeted as well. The peasant soldiers, already lacking in morale, became even more anxious after their food supplies were cut off. At this time, enemies attacked from all sides, first with artillery barrages, then with a slow-moving barrage of bullets, followed by heavy machine gun charges from the Imperial Army, creating a scene reminiscent of tigers among sheep. The 2nd Army Corps was completely surrounded and ultimately annihilated at Tannenberg. Its commander, Samzilov, committed suicide. Thus, the Slavic Empire's invasion ended in failure, a battle historians call the Battle of Tannenberg. However, the loss of 2 Army Corps left the Western Front short-handed. The Empire abandoned its attack on Lucca, the capital of the Bonaparte Empire, and instead turned its attention to the province of Alsace. Since a decisive victory was impossible, the strategy was to eliminate as much of the Bonaparte Empire's manpower as possible. Therefore, the Bonaparte army in Alsace faced a predicament of fighting on 2 fronts, east and west, and being caught in a pincer movement. Second update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Sacred Technique, Divine Speed. The ruins of Lion Castle were shrouded in gloom, thick clouds threatening a downpour. Roy stood before the family cemetery, eyes slightly closed, his breathing growing longer. Before him lay a black obelisk broken in two, surrounded by lush, verdant vegetation. 100 meters away, Oliveira stood silently. Beside him appeared Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto, the two exchanging casual words. Otto: "So, what brings the Earl here again?" Phil: "I don't know. But based on last time, it must be that the Earl's strength has improved again." Otto sighed: "The Earl's training speed is truly impressive. I wonder what powerful combat technique he's mastered this time." Phil: "Do you know?" Otto: "I don't know." "Then do you know?" Phil: "I certainly don't know, but someone probably does." With that, the two turned sharply to look at Oliveira, their eyes conveying everything without a word. Oliveira was already quite familiar with the two men, but she still couldn't stand their antics. Her face twitched, and she really wanted to ignore them. But for some reason, he spoke up: "Actually, I don't know either." "Oh?" The two sighed, both disappointed, but the next second, they heard Oliveira speak again. "However, a few days ago, the Earl did indeed master another sacred technique." Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto's expressions froze. They looked at each other, and Iron Knight spoke first: "Oliveira, are you sure it's another secret sacred technique?" "Of course." "Otto, why do I feel like the Earl's cultivation of this sacred technique is even easier than our cultivation of combat techniques? Speaking of which one is this? Is there really no upper limit, the fifth one, or the sixth one, or maybe there are others we don't know about?" "That's hard to say. The Earl always likes to surprise us." "By the way, Oliveira, do you know what this sacred technique is called? And what amazing effects does it have?" This question stumped Oliveira. He glanced sideways and said, "I don't think the Earl has mentioned the name. As for the effects, you'll know when you see it." Before the words were even finished, Luo Yi, standing before the family cemetery, finally moved. At that moment, the wind stopped, the clouds ceased, and everything around seemed to slow down dramatically. Only Luo Yi's figure flickered, like a fleeting shadow, appearing in various corners, striking motionless poses, then freezing in place. The silver angel rapier in his hand was already unsheathed, gleaming with a chilling light, seemingly shattering the projected light into countless fragments. Yet, looking closer, Luo Yi still stood in the distance, seemingly unmoved. Only the silver angel rapier remained in his hand, its tip pointing directly at the ground, its blade trembling. The sounds of swords clashing, whistling, and tearing through the air, a cacophony of noises, rose and spread, like countless rapiers vying for attention. Only then did the frozen figures stir, like swallows returning to their nests, returning to where Luo Yi's body was. At this moment, the three calamities turned their heads, their shock barely concealed. Because they were the ones who had just witnessed everything most clearly. If this phenomenon were caused by magic or battle aura, they wouldn't be surprised. Many unique combat techniques could achieve the same effect. But what just happened had no elemental fluctuations whatsoever. It was purely an extreme neural reflex and a blur created by speed. The seemingly frozen time effect was simply because Luo Yi was too fast. Even they, the calamities, felt their hearts pound with fear at this speed. In a battle between the strong, being even slightly faster is an absolute advantage. By the time they reacted after Luo Yi's sword had pierced several holes in their bodies, it would be too late. However, what they didn't know was that Luo Yi was still not satisfied. He closed his eyes slightly, and in the darkness of his vision, a glowing network diagram appeared. Centered on the head and neck, it seemed to illuminate a sky full of stars, extending to the limbs and arms, down to the skin's extremities, reaching every part of the body. This was the human neural network diagram. Half of it was the internal visual effect brought by the sacred technique, and the other half was the simulation diagram brought by the health detection module. The two combined to form the most accurate and clearest neural network system, right in front of Luo Yi. The unique artifact required for cultivation can actually be seen as a parasite that attaches to the human neural network and grows alongside it. The tiny tentacles climb and extend along the nerve endings, enhancing electrical signals. The movement of the body relies on these electrical signals that shuttle between nerves to convey commands and complete various complex and delicate movements. It can be said that the more developed the human neural network is, the faster the reaction speed and the stronger the instincts to control the body. But compared to muscles and bones, which are easy to exercise, the development of this neural network is quite difficult. This sacred technique solves this problem. With the help of that parasite, the human neural network will receive a comprehensive amplification and enhancement. Luo Yi only needed a slight stimulation to feel the surrounding space and time slow down, as if it had frozen, moving forward frame by frame. But he could move at a normal speed. In his perception, his speed wasn't actually fast. The air resistance around him was almost tangible, like being stuck in mud. But to outsiders, it was already like lightning, a fleeting shadow in the air. He could imagine how sharp his attacks would be at such speed and with such reflexes. He was even confident that he could suppress his previous self directly with his superb sword speed. However, using the sacred technique also had a heavy burden. Extreme speed meant greater pressure. His muscles and bones were fine, but his fragile internal organs were the biggest limitation. Also, at high speeds, he needed to expend more focus and mental energy to perceive his surroundings and control his body. The mental energy consumption was even more exaggerated. It was only because Luo Yi's physique and mental strength were not bad, his breathing techniques and meditation were advanced simultaneously, and he also had a sacred technique that specialized in cultivating the soul, that he could bear it. If it were another fourth tier, he would probably be a so-called 3-second true man. However, Luo Yi was not satisfied with his previous performance. After narrowing his eyes slightly, he directly activated Divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat, and Divine Sigh, Dragon's Might Bloom. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat like the beating of drums resounded, accompanied by ripples spreading outwards. Luo Yi's aura swelled like an inflated balloon, her figure becoming incomparably majestic. In the void, it seemed as if a terrifying being had descended, the pervasive pressure silencing the heavens and earth. A pair of invisible eyes gazed down, distorting space and time wherever they passed. At this moment, centered on Luo Yi, the rippling air stretched for thousands of meters, forming an absolute domain. The next second, Luo Yi's figure vanished and reappeared and vanished again, solidifying into numerous figures within a radius of 10,000 meters. These figures all moved in the same way, holding silver angel rapiers, poised to draw their swords to the sky. Then, the next second, Luo Yi returned to her original position, exhaling a long breath, her aura like a flood, no longer as overwhelming as before. But in the sky, those solidified figures suddenly moved. Dozens of figures simultaneously drew their swords, slashing upwards. The shockwave transformed into the sharpest edge, tearing through the air, distorting space, and shredding the sky and clouds into countless fragments. And all this, Luo Yi didn't use any battle aura, merely relying on muscle power and the sharpness of his sword. At this moment, Luo Yi, bathed in sunlight, tilted his head slightly, an uncontrollable smile playing on his lips. This sacred technique's boost to combat power had reached an absurd level. Of all martial arts, none is invincible except speed. This saying seemed applicable everywhere. Luo Yi even felt that even though he hadn't yet reached the 4th rank, he should have a fighting chance against Grand Duke Toledo's true avatar. Deep Blue, it's time to give it a name, Luo Yi thought to herself, and Deep Blue's voice rang out at the same time, it's the master's right. What do you think would be a good name? Well, Luo Yi had noticed before that this sacred skill was recorded and preserved in the form of a diary. It seemed that all its previous masters had forgotten to name it, whether due to carelessness or other reasons, she didn't know. Luo Yi thought about it and wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't until Deep Blue completed the skill revision and optimization, and he officially stepped into the threshold that he put the naming matter on the agenda. Faced with Deep Blue's question, Luo Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Don't you know I'm terrible at naming things? Hurry up and list a few names for me, I'll choose one," Deep Blue said. "Then please wait a moment, I'll search the database." In just a moment, a series of names appeared before Luo Yi's eyes. Multiple speed spell, too ordinary, void escape, not quite right, flying shadow through clouds technique, are you kidding me, 24 frames neural network enhancement technique, what is that? Then how about Godspeed Force, if I remember correctly, that's from some kind of hero, right, Master? Has anyone told you that you're really hard to please? I think so too, but we still need to come up with a name. Let's call it Godspeed. Luo Yi made the final decision. The secret holy technique, Godspeed, is more suitable. Deep Blue, having decided on the name, Luo Yi didn't pause at all, but instead raised his hand and took out a small bottle containing a drop of Isis's spring of wine. Then, without hesitation, he threw it into his mouth, crushed it, and let the abundant life force fill his body. Then, the golden red holy fire battle aura burned, exploded with a bang, and transformed into a huge flame that spread outward. However, this release was no longer gentle, but an extreme sublimation, like a flower blooming in magma. That's right, Luo Yi is going to forcibly achieve the 4th tier calamity. Here's the first chapter. Chapter 400, Achieving 4th Tier. As the golden red sacred flames burst forth and spread outwards, the intense heat was overwhelming, and Oliveira and his companions could no longer stand. They had maintained a distance of 100 meters, but now it seemed too close. Without hesitation, the three quickly retreated until they were completely out of the ruins of the lion's castle before stopping. Iron Knight Phil, looking at Loy, whose figure was now blurred in the sacred flames, couldn't help but say, "Is the Earl about to become a calamity?" The tone was questioning, but the words spoken were certain, which Shivan the Flame Sword Saint Otto found unacceptable. "This is breaking through to the 4th rank, becoming a calamity. Can it be done so casually? Moreover, I don't think I've seen the Earl drink any 4th rank potions for breaking through to the calamity, nor have he used any other auxiliary potions, just a drop of Isis's spring of wine. Is that really enough? This is simply playing with his life. It's really, that is our king, the Lion King. We just need to choose to believe." These were Oliveira's words. His voice soft, yet incredibly firm. "Therefore, we were summoned here with the sole mission of protection. The Earl intends to achieve the calamity of heaven, and we are his guardians, ensuring he is not disturbed." Understood. The three moved swiftly, dispersing in 3 directions, forming a triangle, watching the movements in all directions. Of course, they couldn't help but look back at the center, and then they saw that the golden red battle aura had become almost tangible, even rubbing against the elements in the air, lifting Luo Yi's body upwards. If 3rd tier extraordinary combat professionals need special combat skills to fly, such as battle aura wings or eagle stomps, then 4th tier calamities of heaven are born with the ability to fly. The vast and pure battle aura within their bodies can create a repulsive effect with the external elemental environment, like 2 magnets of the same level approaching each other, one of which can float in midair. It is said that the basic principle of the levitation ring is similar to this. At this moment, Luo Yi was floating 100 meters in the air, his golden red holy fire sublimating to its extreme, the swirling flames growing ever brighter, like oil being poured on a raging fire, blooming without restraint. In truth, Luo Yi's battle aura quality is no less than that of a 4th tier being, and he has awakened the sacred fire element. His physique, aided by sacred techniques, has broken through its limits and is also on par with a 4th tier being. Furthermore, his soul strength, enhanced by meditation and sacred techniques, surpasses that of an ordinary 4th tier calamity. Therefore, in every aspect, Luo Yi completely overwhelms a 4th tier calamity. Even the most powerful calamity, the highest ranking being, he could say, "Come at me, I'll beat you so badly you won't even recognize your own mother," but he is still only a 3rd tier transcendent, not a true calamity. The difference is fundamental, a matter of evolution in life form. If a legend is the pinnacle of the prime material plane, with 1 foot already out of the realm, belonging to the superhuman ranks, then a 4th tier calamity is the peak that mortals can reach, wielding power akin to a natural disaster. What Luo Yi needs is that peak mortal vitality. Only by taking what he should have can he solidify his foundation and accumulate resources for future growth. Taking this step is, of course, difficult for others. It could even be said that among 20 peak-level transcendents, assuming ample resources and suitable potions, only one would succeed in taking that step. A 1/20th success rate is enough to deter countless 3rd-tier transcendents. Even if they succeed, failure usually results in physical injury, significant loss of strength, and no further opportunity. There was one such person in Flower Territory, Grand Knight Thor of Siren Harbor. He was once full of vigor, with Earl Carl Raymond providing ample support. But after failing to take that first step, he became utterly dejected. He refused to return to Siren Harbor, not only because someone needed to be there, but also because he didn't want to return to Lion Castle. However, these were other people, not Loy. Loy had absolute confidence in his ability to take that step, so when his battle aura was full, he didn't hesitate to take another step forward. He didn't even bother taking an awakening potion. Firstly, awakening potions were indeed hard to find, and a suitable one was even harder to find. On the other hand, according to Deep Blue's research, The side effect of the awakening potion is actually that it's a powerful stimulant for unleashing potential. A single misstep can deplete one's foundation. Therefore, the most perfect breakthrough is to forcibly break through the shackles without relying on the potion. The method to break through the shackles is simple: burn all one's battle key, and even burn one's body, essence, and soul. The goal is to break through and rebuild, to persevere until death. Like a pile of firewood, it either burns out completely or becomes a wildfire. For a full day and night, Luo Yi maintained the extreme external release of her battle key. From initially resembling a sea of fire, it had now withered to a thin layer, like a candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguished. Yet, this flickering flame displayed extreme perseverance, remaining unextinguished despite darkness, wind, and rain. Finally, at noon, when the sun was shining brightly, a surge of immense life force erupted from Luo Yi's seemingly drained flesh and blood. Blood flowed like rumbling thunder in spring, flesh and bone rubbed together like bamboo shoots after rain. Having broken through limits, the potential within his body replenished itself, bringing an even more surging, overwhelming power. At this moment, Luo Yi felt his flesh and blood nourished, his bones and tendons growing again, and even his soul seemed to have been sublimated, reflecting the outside world with unparalleled clarity. It was as if a pixelated image had been transformed into a high-definition picture, rendered hundreds or thousands of times. He could clearly capture everything, every rustle of wind and movement in the outside world. But this wasn't the end. The most surging force was his battle key. Gathering from between his muscles and bones, accompanied by his heartbeat, it surged through his blood like a flood, its momentum astonishing. Even more strangely, Luo Yi's battle key was projected outwards. The golden red holy fire battle key grew increasingly bright, the flames condensing, even developing towards a bright yellow. With his third-tier physique, Luo Yi naturally couldn't cultivate the holy fire in time, but upon reaching the fourth tier, the feeling was entirely different. That effortless control was incomparable to anything before. Moreover, the fire that Luo Yi had ignited had taken a significant step forward, beginning to develop into the level of inferno. At that moment, Luo Yi raised her hand, took out the angel's ring, and placed it above her head. A vast, divine aura poured down, entering Luo Yi's body. The already ignited holy fire battle key, now supported, exploded completely. Thus, at noon, another sun appeared in the sky, like a blazing sun, radiating intense and sacred light. At this moment, countless people in Brussels looked up. Because, in their vision, it seemed as if two suns had appeared in the sky. Moreover, as time passed, the light of the lower sun grew stronger and stronger, until it completely obscured the light of the upper sun. This scene astonished countless people. Inside the Mage Tower, His Holiness Saint Bartholomew suddenly turned his head. His gaze was wise yet incredibly penetrating, as if he could see through the tower and into the fourth stage breakthrough cultivator, Roy. At this moment, even the mechanical mages who had seen countless geniuses couldn't hide the admiration on their faces. Inside the temple, Regional Bishop Virgil Barry, who was praying, suddenly looked up. He gazed into the distance, his pupils transforming into dragon eyes, a faint dragon's might permeating the air, making the vast temple so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Most of those who had come to pray fainted instantly, while a few with stronger willpower struggled to stay awake. But at this moment, their eyes, looking at the red dragon Virgil, were filled only with terror. The red dragon Virgil ignored them, his dragon eyes reflecting a burning sun, murmuring, "He's already at the fourth rank, that's too fast, no wonder he's the one I chose, even geniuses pale in comparison, no, he can't be called a genius anymore. He's mastered so many sacred techniques, his current combat power is probably beyond the capabilities of even ordinary legends. In other words, he's already qualified to sit at the table and eat. In that case, there are some things we can show him." Far away in the Dome Mountain range, at the foot of a mountain shaped like an eagle's beak, lies a small town. Two strikingly handsome men were shopping for supplies. They seemed out of place, but those around them ignored their unusual behavior. Until they emerged from a shop, one of them suddenly stopped, turned his head, and squinted slightly at the distance. He couldn't see anything, of course, but that didn't stop him from sensing the unique aura rising within him. He's already advanced to the fourth rank, and with Holy Flame type battle key no less. Even among paladins, I've never seen anyone stronger than him. With that aura, he'd probably dare to challenge even a legendary figure. This is truly a monster. Grand Duke Karen's voice wasn't loud, but he didn't try to hide it. and the person next to him heard him clearly. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "If he's really that strong, aren't we in danger?" After all, he cultivates the holy flame battle key most favored by the church. Was moving here really the right choice? Don't worry, it's precisely because his holy flame battle key cultivation is so successful that we're safer here. That's called the darkest places under the lamp. Update. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.